It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, December 20th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome to our final show of 2023. What a year it has been, not only for this program, but in the world of combat sports. I mean, you think about where we started. First week, I think it was January 4th of 23. Oh my, we had a lot to discuss on that day. We had our award show. We had the whole Dana White thing. We had, shortly thereafter, Francis Ngannou leaving the UFC. We had the pay-per-view in Brazil. We had Australia. We had John Jones's return, and on it went. What a time it was. And today we put a bow on 2023, and I'm really looking forward to it, as I hope you are all doing so well wherever you may be. If you're celebrating the holiday season, I hope it's going to be a great one for you and your family. I hope that you all have a happy new year, and I hope that maybe you want to break this particular show up and perhaps even Monday's show as well, so that you have something to digest from all of us over the next 2 weeks. We'll be back exactly 2 weeks from today, January 3rd. January 30th would be a hell of a long time. They'll be over a month away from now. No, January 3rd, we'll be back for our award show. So have no fear. A little 2-week break to recharge the batteries. Not a lot going on in MMA. Of course, a lot going on in boxing with the Day of Reckoning card on Saturday in Riyadh, and then Naoya Inoue fighting on Boxing Day. So a lot going on in the world of the sweet science. But MMA, pretty quiet. You got the Rising card coming up. And then, a little, bits and bobs here, as they say overseas. But for us, we close out the year with a very fun show. Unfortunately, we're down a couple people on today's program. We don't have Andy in the director's chair. She's tending to a personal matter. And Mysterious Frank is out, a little under the weather. We wish them both the very best. And we thank Nick for stepping in and for helping us out and trying to steer this ship to its final destination this year. It's going to be a fun show, my friends, a very, very fun show. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Fantasy Sports. Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code THEMMA Hour, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details. Also want to give a very special thank you to Cash App, who has been a great friend of ours over the last couple months. Cash App has the tools you need to make saving easier, whether you're saving for your next vacation, a new car, or maybe you're going to pony up for some good seats at that next big event. Reaching your goals, whatever they may be, is faster with Cash App's roundups and offers. That means even when you're not thinking about it, your money in Cash App is building. That's money that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to start saving today. Back into the show. Thank you. Yes, we'll get GC's picks for this coming weekend's card in Riyadh. Day of Reckoning. Anthony Joshua versus Otto Wallin. And Deontay Wilder against Joseph Parker. Dimitri Bivol on the card as well against Lyndon Arthur. The great Jarrell Big Baby Miller, who's causing all kinds of problems over there in Saudi Arabia, fighting with everyone, going up against Daniel Dubois. Jai Opetaia also on the card as well. I mean, it's a real who's who, 12 promoters coming together. We've talked about this. It's quite the scene. And so we'll get his picks and maybe even a little Inoue action. Prior to that, we will talk to the one and only Chael P. Sonnen. Chael Sonnen will be our final guest of the year. I was thinking about the best way to end this year, and you'll recall last year's final guest of the year was Dylan Dennis, and that was a bit of a stinky way to end the year. And I wanted to end the year on a high note. I saw some people in the comments saying, like, round 2, here we go, the rematch. And that just tells me that you're new to all of this, because we've been doing this for a very, very long time. This ain't round 2. This is probably round 65. Actually, no, I'm selling ourselves short. We did a show for 3 years, and that was once a week. I mean, just then alone, it would be, 150 or so. Skipped a couple episodes here and there. Not to mention like the 12 years prior to that I covered him. So not exactly round 2, but obviously last time he was on the show, it got a little heated. Very much water under the bridge. Wanted to end on a high note and let all of you that, mom and dad aren't really fighting. So I look forward to that conversation. Plus, coming off 296, I know he has a lot of thoughts on that. Of course, good friends with Colby Covington. It's a very interesting time in the sport as we head into 2024 with all the big events coming up. So always great to catch up with the bad guy. Dave Lovell, the head coach of one Leon Edwards. He was very emotional on Saturday night after they defeated Colby Covington. Leon even had to tell him to chill out a little bit. He's the head man over at Renagade in Birmingham, England. They are on fire these days, and I really enjoyed talking to him and wanted to get his thoughts on what transpired on Saturday and where Leon goes from here. And Leon's year. What a year for Leon Edwards, successfully defending the title in March in London, and then doing away with Colby Covington in December. 2 rivals now in the rearview mirror. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Josh Emmett, who had the best finish of Saturday night. If they still gave out Knockout of the Night awards, he would win it. And on January 3rd, when we talk about the Knockout of the Year, he may very well win that as well. Frightening, mind-blowing knockout of one Bryce Mitchell. Thankfully, Bryce Mitchell is okay. Josh Emmett had a tough year, fighting 2 of the very best at 145. Yair Rodriguez and Ilya Topuria. Ends the year on a high note. Always great talking to Josh. We'll do so at 2:30. And at 2 o'clock, one of the best boxers in the world, on the planet, in my opinion, top 5 pound for pound, coming off his big win over Regis Prograis in San Francisco. He's now the WBC super lightweight champion. For a minute there, he was the undisputed lightweight champion. That's 135. Super lightweight, in case you don't know, is 140. He's very much in the mix right now with the likes of Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. The world is in the palm of his hands. I'm talking about the real deal, Devin Haney. We'll talk to Devin. He was in studio about less than 2 months ago. Enjoyed that chat very much. Have always enjoyed our chats. Done about 3 or 4 at this point. Looking forward to checking in with Devin after the big win in the Bay Area less than 2 weeks ago. But as you know, on Wednesdays, we like to shoot, my friends. And man, I looked at the Substack. 130 questions and comments in there. We haven't had that kind of interaction in a while. So what I'm going to try to do is get to all the questions that moderator Frank picked, but I want to add some more as well. I want to reward all of you who have been so good, and want to let you know as well that if you're subscribed to the page, that's where the People's Awards will be tabulated by my good friends Lewis, a.k.a. formerly known as Moderator Lewis, Moderator Emeritus, and A-Dub. They are going to help us put together those winners. That'll come out on Friday because, we like to pick the winners, and then we also like to say who the people voted for. It's not just GC, Rick, and I. So stay tuned for that. Subscribe to the page. The questions were fantastic. Can't wait to dig in. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A,
It
MMA
is.
fans.
I'm fired up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Always
the
after a
moment
pay-per-view,
has
there's a lot to
hear from the man
talk
himself,
about,
Ariel
a lot to
Helwani.
break down,
Live from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City.
and I want to get to
it's
as many
on
as
the
possible
nose.
here
And now, to answer your
because there were a
questions,
lot of good ones.
get out of your seats
I
and
appreciate
on
y'all
your
very,
feet
very much.
Because here he is.
The questions on the page are always very
Ariel Helwani.
intelligent, always very smart, and pretty damn positive as well, which I appreciate too. Okay, let's get into it. Iman, O'Keefe, Ariel and crew. What's the crack? The crack is 90. I have a couple questions, if that's okay. If you were the promoter for this past UFC card, how would you have dealt with Colby's comments and behavior at the presser? What do you think should be the way a promotion deals with such incidents? It's hard to call. As you have said before, there's a fine line between the fighter promoting your fights and or making horrible derogatory comments to their opponents. How can the UFC clamp down on it? Honestly, I don't think it's that hard. I really don't think it's that hard. The vast majority, more than 90%, I would say, perhaps even 95% of the fighters on the roster respect Dana White and the UFC brass very much. They couldn't be happier to be in the UFC. They couldn't be happier to be fighting in the UFC, under contract with the UFC. If Dana White or Hunter Campbell or Lawrence Epstein pulled anyone aside and said, hey, that was a step too far, or hey, please be careful about this, not telling them how to act, not telling them what to say, not telling them, hey, you can't poke at your... Listen, family, kids, wives, parents, mom, dad, religion, whatever they deem that line, whatever they say, I guarantee, I've never been more sure of anything in my life. I guarantee you the fighters will abide by that. Trust me, I know. They tell the fighters not to announce their own fights. They all zip up. They tell them not to jump on the cage. For the most part, they don't. They tell them not to thank these sponsors. They don't. You're telling me that they wouldn't abide by that? They would 1,000% abide by that. There was once a time, as I said, where there was a Twitter policy and you couldn't say certain things. And a couple of guys got in trouble. Miguel Torres famously got released and then got brought back. That was a huge story. Everyone started behaving a little better on Twitter because it was the Wild West at one point. You're telling me that if they go up to those guys, so if I was in charge, I would handle it like I think most promoters do right now. There's a reason why you go to, most of these press conferences and you see some crazy stuff. You see some antics. You see some things being said, but it doesn't go there like we saw over the past, 7 days, let alone, recent months, year. Hey guys, the same way Dana White talks to the fighters before the fight on the Friday night after the weigh-ins, fight, give us a show, go out there, don't leave it in the hand. You're telling me they don't talk to those guys and say, hey, I know that it's tense. I know that it's heated. I know that there's a lot of emotion. I know that it's very personal. Please do us a favor, just like we don't want you to hit each other, because ultimately the reason why they don't want you to hit each other, look, let's call it like it is. The UFC claims they don't like this stuff. They love this stuff. Because if they didn't love this stuff, they would stop it. If the fighters touch each other, the fight could get canceled. That ultimately hurts them. But as Dana White said, he couldn't help himself in the post-fight press conference. What did he say? It shot up 25% after the comment about the dad. I couldn't believe he would say that. What does that say to me? That says to me, if I'm a fighter looking to get in the good graces of the UFC and looking to sell pay-per-views, that tells me, hey, I should do that too. Not only am I not going to get in trouble, they're going to be happy with me because the pay-per-view buys are going to go up 25%. Not only are they not going to reprimand me, slap me on the wrist, or hold me back, they're actually going to be applauding me in public. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And someone mentioned this to me yesterday, and the more I thought about it, the more I thought there's a really good point that was being made. If you go back to the first show of this year, if you go back to the first show of 2023, what did I say? I said the reason why Endeavor or the UFC has to at least say something about the video of Dana White slapping his wife, at least say something. I'm not saying he should have been canceled. I'm not saying he should have been fired. Ultimately, that's their decision. That's their company. But at least say something, which they didn't. No one did. Endeavor didn't. UFC didn't. No one said a word except for him. He sat up there and he faced the music and he apologized. And as I said, I thought that press conference hit most of the right notes. Most of the right notes. Don't need to get all into that. But I said the reason why it's important to say something is because now you have told the rest of your roster that, hey, if you step out of line, there are no repercussions, because there are no repercussions to me. And if there's nothing to me, how could I reprimand you? And I do wonder, after this was brought up to me, I do wonder if that comes into play here. How could you reprimand DDP, Strickland, Colby, etc., if nothing happened to you? You wonder. Maybe his hands are now tied. But I was looking at the clips yesterday on social media. I retweeted one of them. Back in the day on Tough, I remember these days. I remember these days where he would tell the tough guys, don't act like idiots. And if you act like idiots, you're off the show. This is what they think of us. This is who they think we are, the cage fighters, the barbarians. They were so careful about trying to paint this good picture about who they are. And for some reason, lately, that is not a priority anymore. And I don't understand why. Again, we all love the trash talk. We all love the buildup. We all love the hype, the buzz. There's a line. It is not necessary. You can't fight in public. You can't beat each other up in front of women and children when you are possessing of lethal weapons in your hands and you're going to fight next month and there be nothing said. That was on me. You can't make fun of a murdered father and say, hey, the sales went up. So, he's going to be locked in a cage in 25%. Like, no, absolutely not. And so, yes, I would pull them aside and say, no, that was a bridge too far. Does that make me soft? Does that make me, a snowflake? No, it's cage fighting. I understand what it is. I like the rough and rugged, and this is why I've been here for 20 plus years doing this. 2001, I started my show in Syracuse because it was rough around the edges, because it was in corporate, because of this, that. But still, it can't be the freaking wild, wild, wild west. There has to be a line. There's a line in every walk of life. In no walk of life is there no line. There's always a line. And right now, I don't know where that line is in the UFC. It doesn't appear to be anywhere near what most of us think should be the line. And so, yes, I would pull them aside. Yes?
Can I ask you a question? So I think it's very difficult to, like, Dana White said something to the effect of, like, after that moment happened, we saw the sales go. I don't know how accurate they could even possibly be with that. I think it's very hard to kind of discuss the net impact of, like,
doesn't matter. The fact that
somebody said this and it's
is telling you that they're okay with it. The fact that he said it tells you that they're okay. It doesn't even matter if it's true or not.
And I doubt it's true. I don't think you could measure something that directly. It seems nearly impossible. I think that's hard to kind of do, right? The idea of, like, how much is this specific trash talk worth, or what is this selling? Is this even selling a fight, right? Like, the idea that, like, if if Colby Covington says this is better for the fight because it makes it more heated. I don't even know if you can measure that. I think that's very hard to measure. But there is something that I do think you can measure, which I wonder if you agree, that I think the idea of Dana White and the UFC as a company being able to say that there is no line, I think has a monetary value to them that they have been proud to kind of tout. Like, Dana White has continued to say the idea of, like, I don't censor fighters. And we see some of this conversation around different sponsors and things like that. I wonder if there are sponsors who run toward the idea that we don't censor fighters, who want to be in business with a company, and Dana White in particular, that does not do that.
I do believe that there is a line, though. I don't believe that that's true. Because there was once a line.
There wouldn't be companies that would want to be in business with that?
I mean, I don't know about that. It's hard for me to say about the sponsors that they're dealing with. But you remember there was once a time where Yoel Romero said something in the cage, and then Dana White was like, why are you talking about Jesus? There was always a line somewhere. And for some reason, that line has gotten pushed and pushed and pushed. Why that is, I would argue perhaps it's a byproduct of the world we live in. It's a byproduct of the former president, and you don't want to be the cancel culture company. You don't want to be the ones that are kowtowing to pressure and things like that. You also don't want to be a hypocrite, right? He did something that a lot of people would get in trouble for, and he didn't get in trouble for. So how could you be the one reprimanding guys who are saying things and not, Colby didn't punch Leon. He just said something that was really, really low class. So it's hard for me to say, like, what that would mean to a sponsor, or if they feel like it would turn off sponsors, or if they're attracting less sponsors by having that hardline stance. But I do believe, like, if I went up there, if I was a UFC fighter and I said, F. Ari Emanuel, he's a dirty Jew, and Endeavor steals, like, that's a line. I could guarantee you so the line exists somewhere. But clearly,
I'm curious what the response would be to something like that, because we've seen the example where Dana's like, you can say whatever you want about me, but I am curious, once it goes above Dana, then what happens? But I think you're talking about in a negative direction. I'm talking about the opposite. I'm talking about the positive value, potential positive value, because I actually don't know what it is, of saying there is no line. There are possibly brands that I would assume would go toward that, would say, this is fighting for freedom, that type of rhetoric and that type of ideology that would want to be associated with it.
The UFC is so hot right now that I don't think, if they are truly putting this out there and saying, hey, we're not going to reprimand anyone, if they're truly putting this out there to cozy up the sponsors, it's a futile mission. They are so hot. I don't think there's any sponsor on the planet, at least not a blue chip sponsor. Bud Light we know why Bud Light is in business with the UFC. Bud Light has to, curry a lot of favor with the 18 to 34 male demographic, and especially the demographic that likes the UFC predominantly, and they're trying to, get back in their good graces. We know exactly what it is, right? And that's fine. They have every right to do that. I mean, it's actually a brilliant move on both entities' parts. The UFC got paid a boatload of money, I think $100 million it was reported, and Bud Light needs this market. They need this demographic. So it makes a lot of sense. I don't know if there's any sponsor out there that would run to this. I'm just a little bit tired of it being so willy-nilly. Like I just feel like it's one conversation. Hey man, that was just a little bit too much. That was just a little too much. Dana White said it. He said we all felt uncomfortable. But then in the next breath, when you say, hey, 25% up and, it's the fight game and you're going to get locked in a cage, that pretty much tells you, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, this is okay. You can't be okay with the fighters fighting in the crowd. You just can't, in my opinion. Like
it's used as an excuse to not have to regulate their behavior. That I can't do anything. I've said we're going to be hands off, so we're going to be hands off. So it's used as this like security blanket, this excuse to say they do whatever they want. But you raised a good point. I wonder what would happen if all of a sudden there is something that goes above even Dana White's position. What happens then?
Right.
Where is the line? I'm curious, actually.
Yeah, and again, like I saw Kaposa tweet out a video of Nick Diaz speaking after that Frank Shamrock press conference in April of 2009, where he's like, "Look, man, we're essentially, I'm paraphrasing here, but like we're barbarians. We fight in the cage. I'm not going to dress in a suit." And I understand what he's saying, but there has to be, if MMA, which always tells us, and especially the UFC, that we're mainstream, that we're going to be bigger than this, we're going to be bigger than... You got to pick and choose, right? And that may be the mentality of the fighter. It's on you as the promoter, as the organization that is now public, to keep the peace. It's on you to do that. The fighters, yes, they are at times loose cannons. They're, Nick and Joe Riggs once fought in a hospital. These things will happen in MMA, right? As the great Gus Johnson once said, and was ridiculed for it. Remember that brawl in Nashville on Elite XC? What did Dana White say afterwards? You'll never see that at our shows. Well, you just saw it in the crowd. At least in Nashville in 2010, it was in a contained cage. Now you just saw it in the crowd. You know what I mean? And so every time the other promoters or promotions let the inmates run the asylum, they were always very quick to say, not here. And for the most part, they were right. And so I'm wondering what changed. Why did it change? And why are we presented with these, these uncomfortable moments as fans to watch and try to make sense of? Let's keep going here. Ariel, how invested are you in the World Darts Championship this year? Are you as into it as you were last year? And will you be watching? Who are you rooting for? Hopefully you get to see the in-studio darts game return. All the best and happy holidays to you all, Iman. I'm invested. I was listening to it on Talk Sport coming in today. You can ask Pete Carroll. It is true. I sent him a picture of me listening to it. Pete really gets me into it because he gives me constant updates. So I told him it felt like last year when he really got me into it. And there I was watching Michael Smith and Michael Van Gerwen go toe-to-toe. I suspect post-Christmas it will ramp up a little bit, but I love the scenes. I saw Peter Crouch there at the Alley Pally yesterday, drinking up and partying with the guys. I would love to go one of these days. I don't know. But I have to take my kids to England at some point, and I have to take them to a few Premier League matches. We got to go to the Etihad. We got to go to the City Ground. Unfortunately, our beloved Stevie Cooper isn't there anymore, no longer the gaffer. But we are, in case you were wondering, I know no one asked here, maybe it's coming. We're fully behind Nuno. We have to be behind. This isn't Steve Cooper FC. This is Nottingham Forest FC. We have to be behind the new choice. We're behind the family, the ownership, the Milanakis family, and we only want the best for the club. So just wanted to get that off my chest. Kelly, what's up, Ariel and crew? Love the show, and I've been a fan for a long time. I believe the super fight Dana has been hinting at is the long-awaited fight between Nathan Diaz and Dustin Poirier. I know you've probably seen the same tweets I have. What do you think? Have you heard anything? I haven't seen these tweets, but I have not heard that Nate Diaz is in any kind of talks with the UFC, and I don't believe that that is the super fight that he was referring to. I would be very surprised. We're going to see Nate Diaz fight in 2024, at least once. At least. Usually these days he's averaging one a year, but who knows? I would be very surprised if the next fight that we see him in is in a UFC octagon. Something can change tomorrow, but as of right this second, not heard anything that is speaking to that. Would be awesome, and I would love it. And I would argue that there would be more interest in him versus Dustin at 300, at 301, at 302, at 299 than anything else that he could do. We saw the boxing match. It was what it was. We love him as an MMA fighter, and we'd rather see that fight than him versus anyone out there. I can't think of a single fight out there other than Dustin. Maybe the one above it is Conor, and that's it. I can't think of a single fight out there that is of greater interest to a Nate Diaz fan than Dustin, and then, of course, Conor, supersedes everything. I'd love to see it, but not hearing of that right now. Zico, happy holidays to the whole crew. With the news of MVP joining the UFC and him turning 37 next April, how many fights do you think he'll have in the UFC? Looking at the state of Usman and Colby most recently, I have my worries. I also wanted to ask what your favorite video/board games are, and if you'll be playing them over the holidays. Enjoy the break, Zico. First of all, I still can't get over how they announced the MVP signing, if I'm being honest. Michael Chandler, if you recall, New York Rick, Dana White went on SportsCenter to announce the Michael Chandler signing. You remember that? Backup fighter, Abu Dhabi. MVP is a throwaway comment at the press conference. It's not even, hey, we've signed MVP. It's, hey, I got some fights for you for $299. Michael Venom Page is fighting Kevin Holland. Like that, he's just a guy who has had 15 fights. He's Jim Miller now.
Just there.
Just
assumed he's there. He's on the roster.
Why not a promo? Why not some big to-do? Why not even a mention on the broadcast by Anik and DC and Rogan? And Rogan's like, man, I love this guy. Like, nothing? They teased a fight in the crowd. You could have teased the MVP signing. That would have been something that I think fans would have gotten excited about. Now, ultimately, come March when he fights, it will be neither here nor there. But I couldn't help but think when MVP's on the show on Monday saying he stayed up till 4 a.m. for the announcement, there's got to be. He's being a good company man, and he's a salt of the earth kind of guy, one of my favorites. There's got to be a part of him that's like, that's the way I'm announcing the UFC. Like, you see where other promotions make a big deal, and they have to make a big deal because they're trying to gain our attention. But I love, now that I'm so into the Premier League, anytime someone gets signed, the fans are waiting for the team's little 30-second cool video package. I remember James Madison signing with Spurs, and his whole thing is with the darts, and so they had a darts thing, and Brendan Johnson signed with Spurs, and people are waiting for that big reveal. How many free agents, or I'll go a step further, how many guys outside of the UFC would even warrant that type of attention right now? You know what I mean? Like the Eblins and the Patchy Mixes of the world, they're very good fighters, but they're not like stars per se. They don't have a 10-year resume in MMA and a promotion, all that. MVP is one of the only ones left that hasn't been in the UFC. And this is the way you announce him? That was disappointing.
I think you're exactly right. And I'd feel pretty disrespected if I'm MVP, because I think that's a sign that they think of me as just one of these other guys when he's not. Right. And the fan interest in it has shown that, right? Like MVP's free agency and the flirtation with the different promotions has been the talk of the last couple of months. Like, he is not just this guy that it's like, yeah, he signed. Okay, we're moving on. So I would use that as motivation. You get a win over Kevin Holland. I would put some extra win into my sales and start trying that angle of being disrespected and now trying to prove yourself.
I would even compare myself to Chandler. I'd be like, man, you went on SportsCenter for Chandler. You made a whole big thing. And I'm a throwaway in a post-fight press conference off a pay-per-view. You were just on pay-per-view in front of the world, one of the biggest shows of the year. Couldn't mention me? I don't know. That one was weird.
The one thing I'll say is having not been a champion, right? That's the one element that I think, in this mix, because it's very easy if you're Michael Chandler.
So
you come over,
popular.
The Chiron says former Bellator. Hey, I just said I agree with you. I think they botched the MVP thing 100%, and I would feel disrespected if I were him. But there is an element that you can just say Michael Chandler, former Bellator champion, Patchy Mix, whoever, former Bellator champion, Johnny Eblin. He does not have that, and I think that probably factors into it. But I would take it some kind of way if I was him. They think you're just a dude coming in here, and he's going to have to show them that he's not.
And to Zico's question, he's 37. Yeah, put him on the fast track. You beat Kevin Holland, give him one more. If Leon is the champion, do Leon versus MVP. Do it in the UK. Brit versus Brit for the belt. Just a sign of how far UK MMA has come. They're no longer, token pieces on the card. So yeah, I would say put them on the fast track, book them. Chandler beat Hangman and then got a title shot. And again, to your point, Rick, I know he's not a former champion, all this, but like, let's go. And there are people waiting at welterweight, right? Like Shavkat is waiting. I'm just saying, put him on the fast track. 37, as he said, and I was referencing a Chandler line when he signed. Not here for a long time, here for a good time. As far as video/board games, my daughter loves Life these days and Candyland, but I'm all into 2K. I love NBA 2K. I mean, it is an incredible game. I don't know why no one has told me about this, but I'm locked in. Is Frank back?
Hey, what's happening?
Frank!
Hello.
Where have you been?
Yeah, it's just down the street.
Grandma's dead.
Wait.
No,
what?
you don't know that? You don't know that show? Do you remember is it High School High? No, Summer Heights High. Summer Heights High. Where have you been, bitch? Grandma's dead. Come on, someone knows that.
Oh, no.
You don't know that? All right.
Don't know that one.
Come on, someone's seen Summer Heights High. Rick, you've seen it?
Everyone back here is shaking.
Never even heard of it. Don't know what we're talking about right now.
Summer Heights High. Where have you
You're
been,
more
bitch?
like a Degrassi kind of guy.
No.
Someone please in New Zealand or
What
Australia.
is Summer Heights High?
Was an incredible show on HBO by a comedian who played all the characters.
One season.
Oh, yes. This looks familiar, but I've never seen it.
Not one season. This guy is prolific. He is a huge star in the Anzac region. Anyway, he played
a female character I've seen memes of for sure.
Incredible
100%.
show. You see, you guys like to kid that I'm not cultured. Like, it's 10x.
Look at you pulling deep
It was only one season.
Yeah.
It's 10x. No, this guy is like, that's like saying like The Office in the UK was 3 seasons, yet it lives on in infamy. It's like, people think it's like 20 seasons because it's like quoted from. Anyway, Frank, great to see you. You doing all right?
Yeah, man.
Or great to hear from you.
Yeah, that works too.
You're the video/board game guy. So what are we playing this holiday season?
So, honestly, some chess.
Okay.
Keep it old school.
Look at you.
And then, I guess the Tomb Raider that came out in like 2013. I've been dabbling with that.
What system?
This is a PS3 game that was remastered for the PS4, and I'm playing it on the PS5.
Wow.
A big step.
How the hell did you pull that off?
That's just what they do these days.
Wow. What about you guys? GC?
Chess, though. Chess. You always clam up when I ask you to play in the set in the
I'll
hallway.
bring my
there.
set.
Oh,
man.
wow.
No, we have
All
one
right.
here.
Oh, do we? Yeah. All right.
He doesn't want that
Look at
smoke.
me. He acts like he doesn't
I
even
think
know what it is.
I
like
think you
our
guys could live
relationship.
stream this and get some viewers. I think you guys could live stream this and the fans would tune in.
He doesn't want it. I'm
You
playing
got-
Hogwarts
And-
Legacy right now.
Frankie.
What is that? Harry Potter?
Yeah.
On what?
The Switch.
Oh, okay.
They're running the old Switch.
Yes, nice. We used to be a Switch family. Then we upgraded to PS5.
Yeah.
That's a nice sweater. What do you got there?
Oh, it's a little MMA themed Christmas sweater.
Wow. Oh, Conor
Wow.
Mac. Wow, that is incredible. You just casually
Yeah,
wearing
that
that thing?
nasty.
Man, the thing's nice. Santa hat.
I love that.
From
Got the
who?
beard. Maybe fire up the fire later on. Get a little cozy in here.
From who? From who?
This sweater?
Yeah.
Oh, I got my people.
All right. Wow, that is nice.
It is nice. It's very
Yeah, that is
Very
pretty good.
Shout out to Josh
Second
Love.
time donning it.
Second time when? When did you don it? Last
Put it on
year?
the watch party.
Oh, yeah.
Threw it out on Instagram, Twitter.
Yeah.
People have
listen.
seen it.
By the way, I was on your Instagram, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? You've got some like 5 million view bangers on there.
Well, yeah, the reels have been treating me well.
Yeah.
I did see that. You liked the picture from like 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Damn,
Oh, was it
Ariel's
last
down there.
night? Yo, I went.
Yeah,
Well, you get notifications?
I mean, yeah, I got a notification because no one had liked the picture in like 3 months. But
Yeah.
I was like, Ariel Helwani liked this picture. I was like,
Well, I don't know.
Helwani's sneaking.
No, I wasn't sneaking. I saw something. Was it a recent reel? I don't know. You know, sometimes things pop up and it's like totally out of order. And I was like, shit, there's a lot of likes on this. And then I click on it and it's like 46,000 likes and then it's like 1.5 million views. I was like, yo, is this guy fucking quietly killing it on the reels?
Those are the reels, man.
Lo and
Crank up
behold,
the TikTok.
yeah,
24 might start up the old TT.
feels like you should. You saw this, Rick?
I recommend. Oh, I get served Connor's memes all the time.
But like 5
On
million
IG.
view memes?
Listen, if you get served it 3 months later, that means it was
Yeah.
not because you follow. It was discovery, which means that people are enjoying the content.
Oh no, but I mean I know he works hard on it because after the show we're all like, what worked, what didn't work, and he's like that cat. Man, look at this guy. He's always burning the midnight oil, and then I see the latest meme drop 10 minutes later.
I mean, it's work. It's work, you know. It's work. How many times are we going to use that joke?
It's a good joke, you know.
It's the same thing as Mr. Monday Afternoon.
It just popped. No, we dropped that. We dropped that. It was bothering him too much. Listen,
I thought we got one. I thought we got one a couple weeks ago.
There was a recent one. There was a recent one. Brought it back. Brought it back.
You were in today.
Josh Leviton on Twitter says, huge name drop of Summer Heights High. Incredible show. So thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. Adam, Shalom Ariel. I'm a fellow Canadian and Jew. Shalom. Going to my first ever UFC event in Toronto for 297. The card has some intrigue, but I'm a little disappointed that Blachowicz and Rakic, shout out to him for using the correct spelling there, fell off without any replacement. How would you have liked to have seen them handle it? What do you think of the card overall? P.S. GC, sorry about your Falcons. Baruch Hashem, Ariel. Oh, excuse me, Adam. Well, I said that I was down for Rakic versus Roundtree, but that might have been a little too soon. And if this means we're getting Rakic versus Yuri, love that. But I know that doesn't really help you guys in Toronto. So, yeah, tough spot. Looking at the light heavyweight rankings, Rakic is 5, Blachowicz is 4, Ankalaev is fighting January 13th against Johnny Walker, so they're unavailable. Obviously don't want Anthony Smith to be fighting anytime soon. You know, it's a tough spot, especially because Rakic hasn't fought in well over a year. You know, can a Menafield jump in there after the big win over the weekend? Tough. But, yeah, it seems like they might have to save him. I tried to push the Roundtree thing, but didn't seem like it had any legs. I'm sorry. Carlos, hello, Ariel and crew. With your recent news of the Olympics, I was wondering what your favorite Olympic sports are. Sports. Much love and congrats on winning the Journalist of the Year award. Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate it. Love the Olympics. Much more of a summer Olympic guy than a winter Olympic guy, although I do love the hockey at the summer. I love the snowboarding half pipe too. That's very fun. But I love the basketball, the sprinting, the track and field, of course. Swimming's cool. Basketball is my favorite by far. Soccer's on there. Not as big of a deal. But there have been some great moments. I mean, one of my favorite Olympic moments, 1996, Donovan Bailey in Atlanta, exercising the demons of 1988, where, of course, Ben Johnson tested positive in Seoul. And here's Donovan Bailey, the fastest man in the world. That was incredible. The Canadian basketball team making it in 2000 with Steve Nash. Obviously, the Canadian hockey team, the Golden Goal in 2010. Curling's fun. Speed skating is fun. I'm just really excited to be there, and especially because it's for the CBC. I've never really worked for a Canadian network, and the CBC, for those that don't know, is our version of the BBC, and it's an institution in Canada. Like, it doesn't get any bigger than that. And they have been the Canadian broadcaster of the Olympics for as long as I've been alive. Iconic logo, iconic music, Hockey Night in Canada, all that stuff. So a very, 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 very big deal and a huge honor.
I'm a massive handball guy.
Is that true?
Summer Olympics. Love it. It's
you know what's fun?
It's dynamite.
So do you also like water polo?
Not as much as the handball. I actually like the free movement of handball.
I can see that.
Sling that thing. I had a big future on the Denmark team last time. Unfortunately, got knocked out in the semis. But yeah, I mean, handball, sneaky good Olympic sport.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Water polo is very physical.
Oh my, dude, the endurance and the shape you have to be in.
Unbelievable.
Water polo is crazy. Big Olympics guy. Maybe I'll try and get a subscription service to CBC so I can watch your interviews.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, I think a lot of them will be available to the rest of the world, not geo-blocked. As long as there's no highlights, I think they'll be available. I'm very, very excited. Maybe I'll catch up with my guys, BSD and Cyril, Manon.
Now we're talking.
Bernard, you know?
Head over to MMA Factory.
I hope, Olympic boxing is always fun. Hope I get to dabble in that.
Judo? Wrestling?
Judo, wrestling. My uncle was in the 1976 Olympics in judo. David Sad, and in Montreal. Coincidentally, he was on the Lebanese team, so I'm the first member of the family since then. But yes, I'm very excited, and it does feel like it's like the first Olympics, Summer Olympics, since 2016, because 2020 got postponed. 2021 there were no fans in Tokyo, so this feels and then the winter one in China, no fans, very depressing. So this feels like it's going to be one big celebration. So very exciting.
The Tokyo ones was like everything was happening like 3 a.m. too.
Yeah, not only that, but it was just like we were kind of a little, at that point it was summer of 21, and we were trying to move on, and it was completely empty. If you recall, the basketball games were empty, and it was, I remember the NBA Finals ended in July. And then, Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton, they went to the Devin Booker, they went to the Olympics, and they went from sold out Milwaukee and Phoenix arenas to no one. Remember that? It was weird. Leroy Jenkins, yo Ariel, which fighters past or present would you and the crew most like to see a Last Dance style documentary on? Also, fourth wall breaking question, who swears the most and least off air? Leroy Jenkins. As far as Last Dance style documentary, basically in retrospect, following them for a year. Well, we've seen a lot of Conor documentaries. He's done a great job of chronicling his past 10 years, even before he was in the UFC, was severe. I don't know. You guys have one? Tony. Yeah.
A year in the life of Tony has got to be unlike anything else that you're going to see from any of the other fighters.
Khabib.
Pick any year, and I guarantee it's the most interesting thing that anybody has going on.
Khabib's, I was going to say Izzy, but have you guys seen his documentary? Is it out yet?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
no,
wow.
I really want to, but I have not seen it yet.
Yeah, you guys saw it. That's right.
Pretty awesome.
Tribeca, shout out.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing it.
Have they announced that there was, is there any sort of release for that?
I don't know if there was US. Didn't they have
I think it went to
Netflix,
theaters
but not
somewhere
here?
and-
Yeah. John Jones, by the way, John Jones, 2016 John Jones,
That would be
be
something.
That would be something. 2023 Sean Strickland.
That would be a great one.
That would be incredible. I mean,
The Sean O'Malley one.
I
wouldn't
mean,
be
we
bad.
kind of get that already. If you cobble together his Instagram videos, he pretty much
Sure.
goes and posts 10 things a day. You see his entire life.
Context.
And then you just check the ring cam, and now we've got the rest of it.
this exact time last year, Sean O'Malley was coming off the Jared Cannonier loss. Imagine us talking about Sean Strickland. Sorry. Imagine us talking about him being not only champion, but one of the most popular fighters. I still can't wrap my head around it.
Coming off a split decision loss to Jared Cannonier in the UFC Apex, and now he is
a hero.
got to be the most anticipated fight of the first 6 weeks of the year is
Oh, of course.
DDP. Honestly, this time last year, imagine talking about DDP fighting for the title.
Right.
It's crazy, man.
Who is the Sean Strickland of 2024?
It's impossible to predict. I mean,
Possible.
we could make a lot of money if we could predict it.
Right.
Yeah, you'd have to pick somebody really near
Obscure.
the bottom, not the bottom, but on a
It's
I
just
don't even
number
think how you could even
9
do it.
doesn't really have because also Sean Strickland stepped in to get that Imavov fight
Sure.
at short notice. So you kind of want someone that hasn't fought in a few months that's going to fight at the beginning of the year. I don't know. It's impossible to predict.
Ian Gary?
No, he's way too got way too much momentum.
Paulo Costa?
Who's coming off
Even
a loss
him.
that's going to be a champion
I
this
know.
time next year?
I know, it's tough. I can't even think of one.
This is the beauty. This is why
is the
Sean
beauty.
Strickland had such an incredible year, and why MMA is freaking amazing.
Right.
Yeah, 100%.
Who swears the most?
I swear a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say, I swear a decent amount off the air.
Definitely not me.
So much
I think
so
all of
that
us
it
are.
was kind of creeping in during the watch party. I was getting a little too comfortable.
Yeah, there was a few F-bombs.
Dropping some unnecessary F-bombs
fell.
in there.
Least would have to be Corporate Alex, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a ton.
Right.
Not a ton.
He just said F you under his breath when he said that.
Maybe Andy.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know. Don't get on her bad side.
Oh gosh, I've never.
Yeah, none of us are angels over here. We might need some policies to keep us in line.
Nothing wrong with a couple cuss words.
Hello from sunny Wrexham, Ariel. This is from Bill Long. What do you make of the UK's Boxing Day football tradition? Will you be tuning in to any of it with your boys? The 23rd is also shaping up to be a brilliant schedule of football and boxing. Yes, all in. Love it. I believe it's Newcastle versus Forest on the 26th. All in. We'll be watching. I believe they played United last year. That was a tough one. But I love it. There's nothing. I mean, the NBA, we're getting some good holiday sports. And I feel for the players and I feel for the crew. I got to work on one NBA Christmas Day game. Actually, two. How can I forget? Two. One was in 2019 in Toronto, the first ever Christmas Day game in Toronto, Raptors Celtics. And then 2020, I got to work in a empty TD Garden, like something that I'll look back on, and I still can't believe it. Like, it was empty. This was height of the pandemic. Nets, Celtics. Obviously, those days are behind us, but it's always fun. It's always fun to be a part of that and to watch that. And so Christmas, you get NBA and NFL. And then, of course, if you're a football fan, if you're a darts fan, if you're a boxing fan, there's just a lot. There's a lot. So, yes, love it. All in. Love everything about it. What's good, Helwani Army? Helwarmy? We've all seen you frequently showcase your borderline freakish ability to pull precise dates and numbers of notable events in MMA history out of thin air. My question today is, if you had to assemble a crack team to go head-to-head against anyone in all things MMA trivia, who gets a spot on Helwani's team? This could be fighters, broadcasters, journalists, or even just personal friends of yours. Thanks again for everything you do. Happy holidays to everyone in studio. Danny from Donnie. Shane Burgos has a good memory when it comes to this stuff. Cheeto Vera has a good memory. I don't know if the Wacky Tobacco affects any of that. Do people still call it Wacky Tobacco, or is that...
No, they haven't done that in 7 years.
Probably
But
not
it
in a few
still
decades.
works.
It still works. You knew exactly what I was talking about.
Absolutely.
Because we're old.
Right. Cheeto, if I'm picking like a Family Feud team.
I feel like Israel, right? Israel's got a pretty good memory
Yeah.
when it comes to especially the early stuff. He knows all that stuff photographically.
Anthony Smith.
Yeah.
He's a real student of the game. So I'm cool with that team. Me, Cheeto, Burgos, Izzy, Anthony Smith.
GC for modern era stuff. He'll take you home, you know?
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, who headlined 287?
Izzy and Alex, even I know that one.
Oh, fuck. It's crazy. You ask me right now who headlined 98, I tell you. 287, I have no idea.
I know.
How's that possible?
It's
Is it
not
maybe-
the pay-per-views.
Is
GC
it maybe
can pull
because
up
I
like
was
the
there
fight
and
night
not
from
there? I don't know.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
That makes a big difference. But yeah, no, I'd be worthless and GC would be super clutch for the modern stuff.
Bakri, salut de Montréal. Bonjour. A few weeks ago, I watched both the McGregor and Jake Paul documentaries on Netflix, both of which you were an important feature in. How does the recording of these documentaries work? What does the process look like for you when you're asked to be a part of them? Still waiting for that Montreal meet and greet. I'd love to do it. I really would. And I mean, yeah, it would mean a lot. I think you do great numbers here. I appreciate it. Happy holidays. The McGregor one was super interesting because, again, I think that was 21 that we recorded it. It might have been 22. But I've never done a documentary like that before. And actually, I didn't realize what I was doing it for because I did it from home. I did it from my setup where I do, my home shows with the bookshelf in back. And they were asking me questions via Zoom, and I just recorded it locally on QuickTime and sent them the file. So as you can see, I'm not on it visually. You just hear my voice. Usually when you do the documentaries, you have to go sit somewhere, you have to record it, all that stuff. But for whatever reason, I don't know if it was a stylistic thing or budget thing. They didn't actually shoot any of these, and I think it kind of worked. Unless you're like a super casual fan, you're like, who's this Ariel guy speaking, or who's this Owen Roddy guy speaking? There weren't too many voices. Historically, you want to establish that person by seeing them in the present day. Like you see The Last Dance, right? You see Scottie Pippen, you see Michael Jordan, you see Jerry Reinsdorf and Phil Jackson, and then you just hear their voice after you've established them. Here, they did it differently. So for that particular one, I was home. For the Jake Paul one, I went to some warehouse in Newark to do that, and they called me just a couple of days before. Yeah, you sit down and you just answer a bunch of questions, and you hope that they don't cut up your words and take you out of context. There's an MMA documentary, I Won't Steal Its Thunder, coming out in late January on a pretty big platform that we did the interview here for. So I think that's going to be a good one. So yeah, it's always cool to be a part of that, and you know, people recognize that you have some sort of, I don't know, standing or reputation within the sport, and you can speak about these things. They could sometimes last very long, like 1 to 2 hours, but those ones were very enjoyable and pretty easy. Shajarbak, CCG. Hi, Ariel, New York, Rick, GC, and Frank. Longtime MMA Hour listener. First time on the nose poster. I'm a huge UFC fan and have been for some time. I watch almost all of the cards and buy most of the pay-per-views. However, I'm a husband and dad who struggles to balance watching fights live with family time, especially when the UFC is on damn near almost every single Saturday afternoon/night. Do your wives/girlfriends and kids ever get annoyed with how often and how many hours you spend watching fights? I realize that all of you have a baked-in "this is for work" excuse, but can you offer any strategies or advice to the rest of us? Love the show. Happy holidays, John. I would be lying if I haven't used the "this is for work" excuse over the years. Recently, I didn't go to a function because it was the December 9th Saturday night there was BKFC, and there was UFC in Austin, and there was Haney Prograis, and I think there was even one other thing too. Don't have to use it all the time. They're just kind of, used to it. I will say one thing that has helped immensely is just streaming, right? There was once a time where you couldn't watch things on your phone. So now there's times where, the prelims are going on if it's an early day card and I'm at my kid's soccer, and I'll just have, I'll just listen to it like I'm listening to it on the radio. And then I'll pull it up if something's happening. Also, it's on Sirius. So if you're driving around, you can listen to it now on SiriusXM Fight Nation. But yeah, I mean, it is our job. It does take up a lot of time on the weekends. But I mean, who are we to complain? I feel like we all may have different perspectives on this, because Rick, first of all, you have 3 young children, but you also, because of your job in social media, kind of have to be locked in. You can't just be like out and about when these fights are happening if you're covering it from a social media perspective. So
Saturday, I'm off limits. Daddy's at work.
Okay.
But to be honest, like most of the time, most of these cards are happening at night. So kids are getting ready for bed or in bed already when the bulk of the important stuff is happening. So I don't have to sacrifice too much.
Right.
So yeah, the cards themselves are actually not the more time consuming part of my job. It's the rest of the week. Because we're doing this show on Monday, Wednesday in the middle of the day. The social media does not go to sleep in the middle of the day on Monday, on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So actually Saturday nights are the easiest ones in terms of balancing the family for me. I spend all a Saturday morning practically with the kids and family, and then Saturday night I'm locked in. So I don't have that issue.
There was once a time where I loved the day cards, but once the kids get older, you actually kind of like the later cards. Now 10-1 is not my favorite. 7-10 would be my favorite. As far as main card, that's PM Eastern. GC, speaking of those memes and reels, you're always talking about like in the reels, like me and the boys, or you tell your girlfriend. Are these real interactions, or are these sort of make-believe scenarios? Because I feel like you could speak to this better than anyone based on these reels.
Most of them are real. They're inspired by true events. It's kind of like a famous movie. Like my girlfriend doesn't dislike the fights. Like she's never like annoyed that I have to watch the fights, but she's definitely in a better mood when I'm like, you have no UFC this weekend, so like you don't have to dedicate any time to it. I just posted one of like something about when you are telling like your spouse or your significant other, it's just like, yeah, they're like, how many more fights to the main event? And you're like,
that was a good one.
8, and like the card's already been on for 2 hours. That's like a real thing that's happened several times, and I get it, because like if you don't know all the fighters and you don't know everything, like 12, 13, 14 fights is a lot of fights to get through, and it just feels like it's dragging on if you're not into it. So my girlfriend's not really annoyed by it, but I think she prefers the non-UFC weekends.
It is hard to explain to someone. And by the way, those are like one every 16 weeks. Those non-UFC
They're very
weekends.
rare.
I remember
Very
when we lived in a tiny apartment, and it was like, oh my gosh, from 6 to 1 a.m. we have to watch this.
Well, you said streaming is nice, and it really is because I can be out and about now, and like the beauty of ESPN Plus on the phone is I can just pull it up whenever. The amount of times that I just have it leaned up against a salt shaker at a restaurant.
Yeah, it's
people are
huge.
like, are you watching something? I'm like, yeah, I'm watching Tatsuro Taira right now. I mean, it's an Apex card. I need to lock in.
Yeah.
So streaming is a beautiful thing. Being a UFC fan.
There was once a period not that long ago where we had to be sitting at home watching this from.
I'd have a hard time with that. I'd have a hard time with
What
that.
would you do
remember
about
when-
highlights and stuff? I just never even thought about
Watch
this,
them on
like,
SportsCenter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you wait.
I remember when Facebook prelims were a thing and it like revolutionized the game, changed the whole game up.
Yeah, it being on ESPN Plus is like so easy to get.
Or anything, right? Like if you want to watch one, it's Amazon. Like there's nothing that isn't.
Yeah.
The Showtime app was getting
Except
really
PFL
clunky.
European shows.
Yes,
Can't
that's
watch
right.
those
That's
anywhere
Right. That's right. That's right.
stateside.
Let me go off the grid here a little bit and show some love to the rest of the. There's Frank. I mentioned this. I don't know if you were here. A lot of great. 130 on the page.
Yeah, that was insane.
Jeez, taco enthusiasts. As we approach the new year, there's a lot of talk about UFC 300, but not enough about UFC 400. We haven't even gotten a single fight for 300, Taco. Why look to April 2024 when we can look to April 2032? God help us if we're still doing this then. Who on the UFC roster, I hope we are, today, do you think could still be around and fighting meaningful fights with title implications on the UFC 400 card? Here's some names I have in mind. Khamzat, Blanchfield, Moreno, Morales, Rosas, Mokaev, Nickel, JDM, Sean O'Malley. That's in 9 years.
That many fighters fighting that far from now is not feasible.
No. I think
There will be like,
I think he's saying like these are some that are candidates.
yeah, like maybe one of those will
Maybe
happen.
one. Very likely none.
Maybe. Yeah.
9 years from now,
Yeah.
I bet there'll be a couple. Will they be fighting
They'll-
meaningful fights? I don't know. Think about people
On
that were
UFC
fighting 9 years ago.
I could see like a Bo.
2014.
I could see like a Bo Nickel. This, by the way, this is a fun exercise. This was the card for 200. Let's see who's still in the UFC. Jim Miller versus Takanori Gomi. Miller there, Gomi no. Musasi Thiago Santos. Musasi no. Santos no. Lozon Sanchez. Sanchez no. Lozon's kind of like half in, but not
He's
really.
in. We're
All
going to
right.
count it. We're going to count it.
So that's two. Northcutt, Enrique Maran. Neither.
Nope.
Dillashaw, Sunsao, Dillashaw in, that's three. Gaslam Hendricks, Gaslam in. I mean, he's still in meaningful fights. just
Okay.
kinda- yeah. Right?
You know what? Maybe
Hendricks
there's gonna be a few.
Pena Zingano, Pena in. About to fight for the belt, one presumes, later on next year. Zingano out. Kane out. Travis Brown out. Aldo out. Edgar out. Cormier out. Silva out. Brock out. Hunt out. Tate in. Nunes just out. So I would say that there could be like 3 or 4.
You know what? I've reversed course. Good question. There's gonna be a few.
And John Jones was obviously in the main event. And he's still
John
in.
Jones will fight at UFC 400.
Wow. I think Bo Nickel could be there. I think O'Malley could be there.
I think there could be quite a few. I'm looking at the rankings from July of 2016 when UFC 200 took place. There are a lot of ranked fighters that are still around.
I feel like some of these fighters are too old though. Like who's like
Sparta.
young?
Yeah.
O'Malley,
Aspinall.
That's
Aspinal.
He could be
At
in there.
heavyweight?
Yeah.
Yeah, he could definitely still be around.
Yeah, Aspinall could. Aspinall definitely could.
I mean, at this point, it's only like 7 years. Aljamain Sterling was a ranked bantamweight.
Ian
7 years
Gary.
ago. Cody Garbrandt.
Who's the 25 under 25 for MMA? Who's like number one on that list?
Tatsuro Taira. Just mentioned him.
Yeah.
Juliana Pena was a ranked bantamweight back in 2016. Misha Tate.
Still
Holly
is?
Holm.
Oh yeah,
Valentin
Makayev, Blanchfield, some of the ones you mentioned.
Yeah.
Max Holloway.
Taira
was a
for
ranked
sure.
featherweight.
It's a fun exercise.
Interesting
Let me squeeze in another one here. Hello, Ariel from Max83. I just wanted to tell you and the crew happy holidays. My last few weeks were quite tough, from losing my cousin and grandfather to a breakup just a few days ago. I don't really know how to move on, but your show is a short escape. Thank you for all you do. Greetings from Germany, my man. Oh, Max, I'm really sorry to hear that. And hang in there, my friend. Really tough days, but they don't last. Always darkest before the dawn, and better days I hope are ahead for you and your entire family. That's really, really hard. But I see you all the time on the page, and I appreciate you. And I believe you're the one who always asks for Don Fry, and so we will do our best to deliver the Predator to you in the near future. Hang in there. My condolences on the passing of your grandfather and cousin. I wish you the best this holiday season. A couple more before we get to Devin Haney, unless he's there. Is he there?
He's setting up.
Okay. Ariel, I cannot believe you didn't talk about the biggest win of the weekend. Smilin' Sam Alvey becoming the inaugural heavyweight champion at Karate Combat 43. Shout out to Smilin' Sam. Put some respect on the GOAT's name, and I will. That was great stuff. The event looked fun. They're doing big things over there at Karate Combat. Main event was fun. Went a little long, went a little late, but I think the best thing that they did was put the event. I'm always surprised that other promotions don't do this. Piggyback on the UFC. They do this in wrestling all the time. UFC event, massive one on Saturday. Do the event on Friday. There's media there. There are fighters there. You see Volk in attendance, GSP's working there, etc. Use that to your advantage. And KC did that. Can I call him KC? I'll just do it. So very cool. And well done, Smiling Sam. And I saw him call out Darren Till. Where's Darren at? Can we get Darren back in there? It's been too long. Merry Christmas to you. All at the MMA Hour. Appreciate all the hard work you do. Lloyd from Suffolk, not Suffolk, Suffolk, England. And let me try to get a short one here. Jack, first, congrats on another successful year for the MMA Hour. Second, question for the team. We'll put a pin in it and we'll get back to that. How about that? This is actually a fun question right here. So we will get back to that later on in the program. We'll do more questions after our guests. And of course, still to come, Chael Sonnen going to join us. Josh Emmett going to join us. Dave Lovell, head coach for Leon Edwards. But it's a great honor once again to be joined by one of the very best boxers on the planet. I remember the first time I spoke to him, I said, why don't more people talk about you in the pound for pound rankings? Talk about you being one of the best pound for pound fighters on the planet. This was before the Kambosos fight. 2 wins there, Lomachenko there, Regis Prograis there. Now all of a sudden they're talking about him being top 5. We were on that bandwagon a long time ago, and right now it seems like the world is in the palm of his hands. He just beat Regis Prograis December 9th in San Francisco, became the WBC super lightweight champion. He is the one and only Devin Haney. There he is. Devin, my man. How are you?
Yes, sir. Ariel, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm sorry I didn't see you out there in San Fran, but I was very, very happy for you. Congratulations on an incredible performance.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks that we couldn't make it happen, but timing is everything. I know you were there in spirits, and got the victory, and yeah.
I'll be at the next one, my man. You know, the man trying to hold me down, but we're gonna fight through it. We're gonna fight through that. You know what that's like.
For sure. Oh, 100%.
Okay, so Devin, geez, what timing here? We didn't really plan this, but you're in the mix of everything. I mean, like every time I go on Twitter, it's something related to you going on right now. So I just saw a tweet like 20 minutes ago from Oscar De La Hoya. Let's just skip right to the nitty gritty and then kind of work our way backwards. Is it you versus Ryan? Is that the fight that is being tried to make right now?
Yeah. I mean, that's something that we're talking about. We're in negotiations with Oscar and Ryan's lawyer, Ryan's team. So it could very much be what's next.
How's that dynamic, by the way? Because it doesn't seem like they like each other very much, Ryan and Oscar. Are they still on?
I don't know. I don't get in their personals. Whatever. I know that it's business at the end of the day, and it's all about money, and this is a big money fight for Ryan's side, De La Hoya and his side, and my side as well. So, if it makes dollars, it makes sense.
If this fight comes to fruition, would this be a fight that you would be doing under the Matchroom umbrella as well?
Yeah, I mean, we just gotta see. We're still in the beginning stages of negotiations. So we just gotta see. But definitely Matchroom is part of the team for sure.
Okay, because correct me if I'm wrong, you're technically a free agent, right? Like that was just a one fight deal with Matchroom?
Yeah.
Were you happy back with them for this fight?
Of course. I never wanted to leave Matchroom. I said this, before I even left. I was like, I didn't want to leave, but I had to do what I had to do to become undisputed. And it was a good decision on my end, because I wouldn't be in this position if I didn't leave. So everything worked out for me. As soon as I won the title and I was back, a free agent, I went back to Matchroom.
And why just one fight deal you signed? Like, why wasn't it a longer term deal when you went back to them?
Yeah, I mean, because we still want to make ourselves available for the biggest fights to happen.
Love that.
And it was a co-promotional deal. So I still want to be able to go from network to network if I have to make the biggest fights happen, and that's what I'm doing.
Why does it seem like you're one of the few guys who is making deals like that in boxing? You're not allowing yourself to be shackled by any network or any promoter. You continue to bounce around. You continue to leave every door open. Why does it seem like more people are not doing that in boxing? Like, you're the exception.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that these guys are business savvy. I don't think that they understand the business, and they're even if they do understand the business, they're not in a position to where they can call these shots and negotiate these kind of things. This is something that I've been doing since I signed my first deal with Matchroom. I've been doing a co-promotional deal, and not tying myself down for too long, so that I could be in this position. And everything, alhamdulillah, I think Allah, that everything has been working out for me, because I could easily be on the other side of it, to where I'm a free agent, but I'm coming off of a loss, and I'm not worth anything.
Right.
So it's worked out well for me.
Is it fun? Oh, there's the thumbs up. Love it. You see that? Did you see the thumbs up pop up? Did you see that?
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
That's
a
a new thing on the phone. I love it. It just kind of pops up if you put up a thumbs up.
I like that. I like
Yes,
that.
it might come up again. Is it funny? Like 2 years ago, you're the guy having to chase the guy over in Australia, and then you got to go back. Now it seems like you're the belle of the ball. Do you sit back and laugh a little bit at this?
Yeah, no, I definitely laugh at it. Because a few years ago they were saying I wasn't a draw, that I wasn't worth anything, and that it was this and I was that. It was this and it was that, and now I'm the king, and I'm the guy that they're calling for, and it's crazy how tables turn. But I dreamed to be in this position. I knew I would be in this position one day, and what a blessing.
Does it feel like you're finally getting the respect that you want? Like, is this it right here, or do you still feel like you don't quite get the respect that you deserve?
No, I'm definitely getting the respect that I deserve. Like I said, I knew that this time would come. I knew that it was only a matter of time until I turned the non-believers into believers, and the naysayers. I changed. They walk with a different tune, and right now is that time.
So if it was up to you and your father, Bill, who I enjoy very much, by the way, I mean, what a guy to have in your corner. His interviews and the videos, and he's just like the ultimate dad / trainer / hype man. He's got everything in one. It's incredible.
He's the whole package for sure.
The whole thing. And he's lost a lot of weight, right? Has he lost weight? He looks good, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, no, he lost some weight. My dad, he's either a vegetarian or a vegan, one of the two. So yeah, he's definitely lost weight. And he's his skin is glowing.
Yes.
He's happy, and life is good for him.
One of these days, I'd love to have him on as well. But if it was up to you, top choice, is Ryan Garcia your top choice, or would it be someone else?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a huge fight. The Gervonta Davis fight is the biggest fight in boxing today, and Ryan Garcia is not too far behind. So one of those two fights for sure.
Okay, so what is going on with?
My thing now is, I accomplished everything in the lightweight division. I became undisputed. I got all the belts. I did all that. But now it's about making the biggest fights happen for the most money, and that's where I'm at with it.
So where do things stand with Tank? Because I see all the back and forth and all the words and stuff. From your perspective, where do things stand?
It's no real negotiations, nothing like that. That's a fight that I would love. But nothing has really took off. His team hasn't reached out to us or anything like that. They said that they need to send us an offer, and they'll be the ones reaching out and doing that. But nobody's reached out. So right now we're on to Ryan Garcia now.
Do you think that he doesn't want it?
Man, I've been calling for these guys for a long time. It's only a matter of time before I share a ring with all of them.
Okay. And for you, like, considering you're on this roll and you're undefeated, to fight the guy that lost to Tank, does that interest you? Like, ultimately, Tank would probably be the top choice, right?
I mean, yeah, for sure. But that's the number one guy on his resume is Ryan Garcia. So once I beat him, then my resume is only gonna get bigger and bigger. And like I said, it's one of the biggest fights in boxing, and it's a huge fight.
And is he trying to get you to 135? Is that part of the negotiation, or who is? Because I saw you say I'm not going back.
We're not in no negotiations.
Right, or whatever it is, the public posturing, whatever it is. Like, who's trying to get you to 135?
The public wants me to go to 135. Well, his fans would like for me to go to 135 and deplete myself. But I gave up the belts at 135 because I cannot make the weight anymore, and I'm not going to deplete myself and not go into the ring 100% like I've been doing for so long.
You will never fight at 35 again.
Never.
How much better was life going to 140?
So, man, I mean, you see it in the fight. You see how much better, how much stronger. Would you say that was my best performance up to date?
I think so. I mean, it was virtuoso, as they say.
Yes, thank you. I felt, tremendous. It's the best I ever felt. And, it has a lot to do with, me killing myself to make the weight. I was killing myself to make the weight for so long that I thought that was normal. I thought it was normal to feel like that, to feel depleted. Like, I didn't know no other way. So, like, going into the last fight, I was like, am I training hard enough? Like, am I going into this fight 100% because I didn't feel depleted. I didn't feel like I was overworked or anything like that. So, going into this fight, I felt way more, going into that fight, the Regis Prograis fight, I felt way more fresh.
It was crazy when you guys were squaring off. You looked like the original 140 pounder, and he looked like the smaller guy. It was crazy how much bigger you were than him. And that got me thinking about 147. And so how far away do you think we are from you at 147?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we're that far away. Possibly, 147 could be next. It's still something that I'm looking into. Obviously, we want to pick the right fight at 147. To see how I feel. I'm still barely going up to 140. So 147 is in the near future for sure.
California State Athletic Commission put out something that you weighed 165 on the night. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yo, how does that? You gained 25 pounds in 24 hours? Or a little bit more than 24?
What can I say, man? I drink a lot of Sentia water. I may have drank too much water, and that's about it. I mean, because let's be real, you cannot put on that much weight, of fucking food. Like, you just can't, right? Like, it has to be water,
Right.
So obviously, it's me drinking and fluids. It's really just water weight.
Sure.
And a lot of guys do that. Like boxing, they don't weigh us they don't. That's not normal for us to weigh us on the day of the fight or right before we go into the ring. So it's a lot of guys that do that.
And by the way, I'm
know.
not saying it's illegal or anything. Like in MMA, it's a huge thing. Guys will add 20, 30 pounds, from the weigh-ins. I just didn't know that was the number. And again, if you could do it and be healthy, more power to you. There's no rules that say you can't. I'm just wondering.
No, I mean, that's where guys go wrong is they don't, they're not rehydrating up. And, that's where guys are, I hate to say it, but that's when guys are, dying in the ring and stuff like that because their brain is, it's not hydrated and everything is not, they're depleting themselves, but they're not doing the proper things to hydrate back up. And, the oxygen's not going back to their brain. And, they're not going into the fight 100%. And things happen, freak accidents happen like that.
Is that the heaviest you've ever been in a fight?
I don't know because I never we don't normally weigh, so I don't really know what I'm entering the ring at.
You're still so young. I'm just wondering when your career is all said and done in many, many years, where do you think you'll cap? Like what weight do you think you'll end at?
I think probably like 160.
Wow.
Maybe. I don't know though. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm still growing. My body's still maturing. I'm about the tallest guy in the world. Obviously, you know that.
Yes.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'11" and a half, almost 6.
Okay, yeah, so you're pretty tall. So I'm not the tallest guy in the world, so I can't get that big, but I think my body will definitely fill out, and I don't have like a super small body frame. You see me like how I look when I'm going into a fight. I'd be like ripped up because I'm doing everything to possible to make the weight.
Now, what about Bomac, the head trainer for Terrence Crawford? He said that if you guys fought that would ruin your career. Obviously, he's going to back his guy, but I feel like this to me is the fight. Even more like it's Tank and it's Terrence. To me, those are like the massive fights, right? You versus them. Those are like generational fights. The whole world would watch those.
Yeah.
Do you feel like they don't take you seriously? I feel like Tank takes you seriously. I
Yeah,
don't know
no,
about Terrence and his team.
I mean, I'm barely going to 140, so that fight is, if it would ever happen, it would take some time for me to fill out and be, 147 pounder. But right now, I'm just barely getting to 140.
Okay, so that's a bit down the line.
But he's supposed to say that. He's supposed to say that about his fighter.
Sure. Fair.
My dad would say the same thing.
He didn't say that you're a private school kid, so at least there's that.
Say what?
He didn't say that you're just a private school kid. That was a joke about Regis.
I'm just a private school. I'm just a private school kid. That's all I am. Man.
Are you and Regis cool? I saw the tweets afterwards. It seems like there's no.
Yeah, no, it's nothing but respect. I never disliked Regis. I never said I disliked him or nothing like that. He came with his private school shit, but he was like, it was really his coach, really.
Yeah.
That was really talking the shit. Regis never really, disrespected me. Besides, said that I was like, like a silver spoon type of kid. But other than that, it never was no real disrespect. I fuck with Regis, and he gave me an opportunity, to become 2-division champ. Even though he probably, really felt like he could win the fight, but he gave me an opportunity. So he always has respect in my book.
The buildup, especially the week of the fight, your dad and Evans Tobler, his strength and conditioning coach. I mean, that was at some point I felt like they just needed to be locked in a room and we'll have like a debate between them. It was great theater and they did all the talking for you, which was probably nice. But I'm just wondering, did he say anything to you or your dad afterwards, Evans? Like, hey, much love.
He told me,
congrats.
he told me, good fight. And I don't remember what he said. We talked a little bit, but we didn't really say too much. He just told me congrats, and he came on the internet. He said that he knew that I was a good fighter, and he gave me my respect.
When you were thinking about the fight, planning for the fight, did you think it would be that one-sided?
Yeah, I knew if I followed the game plan, and I went in there and I executed it, then yeah, it would be an easy night.
Okay, and then you said in the aftermath at the press conference that you had a conversation with Eddie Hearn, and he was saying like, as you said, mate, maybe 7,000 tickets sold for this at the Chase Center. So obviously he was being a little conservative, underestimated. Did you think it would sell out? Did you think it would be as?
Yeah, no, I knew. I knew for sure. Yeah, really? I knew that the Bay would come out and support. I told my dad that. I told Eddie that. Like, bro, it's gonna be massive. Like, they're gonna come support for sure. And I was right.
And so I saw an interview with your old friend Bob Arum with Fight Hype. And he said that the pay-per-view didn't do well, that he did horrible. And then I saw your dad's response to Bob Arum as well. And so can I ask you what your response is to Bob's comments recently?
I didn't even see I didn't see the interview. But I mean, Bob don't never got nothing nice to say about me, so it ain't nothing to be, surprised. He's mad I beat his fighter, and it is what it is.
Even when you fought for him, he didn't say nice things? No. You didn't feel the love.
It's always love. It's business.
Right. Did they try to keep you? Did they even make a strong attempt to keep you?
No, for sure. Of course. But I'm where I'm at. We never know what the future holds, but right now, I'm doing my own thing.
Can I ask you about the pay-per-view? Could you tell us how it did?
Honestly, I haven't even got the pay-per-view numbers yet, and I'm still waiting on pay-per-view numbers because that's I get paid on pay-per-view. So
sure. But you have any kind of sense or not yet?
Not yet. No, I don't have it. I don't have the numbers yet, but shortly.
Okay. When would you like to return?
I don't know. I want to enjoy the holidays with my family and just chill. Take some time off and just decompress. Even though I've been training, running, staying in shape, but just decompressing and just figuring out what's next. But I don't know.
Like you think
maybe March?
Okay, I was gonna say April. Yeah, March, April.
Yeah.
I remember when you announced the Prograis fight, everyone was like, you're ducking Shakur. We talked about Shakur. Now I don't hear his name associated with you anymore. What do you make of that? Is it because of his last performance? Is it because you're out of the 135 pound picture?
It's because his last performance for sure. they see that it was nothing for me to duck.
Right.
Shit,
So are you done with that? Do you think one day you cross paths?
we'll see.
Okay. I saw a photo today on Twitter. I'll just ask you a couple more and let you go. You and Ryan Garcia in the amateur days. You sparred. This particular person, Michael Benson,
We
said
fought 6 times.
Six-
Yeah, we fought six
okay.
times in amateurs. Yeah.
Yeah,
3-3.
three
We
and
settled the score. We settled the score in the pros.
that's right. So do you think right now that's the front runner? That's the fight? Like, do you think that right now
We
things
gotta
could
see.
change?
We're still in the beginning stages, but that's really the only fight that I'm really negotiating, to that extent right now. So yeah, I think it's a front runner for sure.
How would you describe your relationship with Ryan?
We grew up together. I know Ryan well, and we know each other. It's pretty soon. We step into the ring and we compete. At the highest level. We both, he believes in himself. I believe in myself. It's nothing to really, like. I know Ryan.
Okay.
I know him well.
What did you think of his last performance?
He went there. He made a good adjustment. But that's about it.
That's it? He made a good adjustment? Why'd you laugh?
Yeah, nah. He made a good adjustment. The fight was a little shaky at first. He was trying some new moves, and then he made the adjustment. He knocked him out. So he knocked him out, and he got the victory. So that's all that matters.
Who's the number one pound for pound fighter in the world?
Me.
Okay. All right. Some would say Terrence or Naoya Inoue, who's fighting next week.
Nah, I like Terrence. I like Canelo. I think those are like my two pound guys. I think Canelo. Then I think Terrence.
You gonna watch this card on Saturday in Saudi?
Oh, for sure. I'm going to the fight.
You're going? When are you going?
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Oh wow, you're gonna be there. Have you been there before?
Yeah. I'm Muslim, so I went to Mecca. I went to Hajj, I did that. In Saudi, I went to the Jake Paul fight in Saudi.
Oh, that's right. Yes. The one against Tommy. This is gonna be quite the scene. I feel like they're in boxing, crazy shit happens, and they want Wilder to fight Joshua. I feel like one of them is gonna lose and screw up the plans.
I doubt it.
You doubt it? All right, fine. Well, it's going to be a great time. It's always a great time talking to you, Devin. Appreciate the time very much. Congrats on the win. I'm cool with Ryan as well. If you need me to be the moderator in the negotiations or to help mediate things, you have my number, man. All right, so I'll help you out. No problem. On the house.
Thank you. I appreciate you, brother.
Happy holidays. All right, take care.
Same to you.
There he
Hey,
is, the great Devin Haney joining us. Great to have him on the program. And well, I guess if he's Muslim, he doesn't celebrate Christmas. Neither do I, but I just feel like that's a universal thing that I can say to people, right?
Yeah, it's like a holiday season.
Yeah,
People
holiday
are a little
season.
time off of work, so
That's why I don't say. One time when I was working for Fox, Frank, I said that, it was my producer, my old friend, Snack Skeller, who unfortunately is no longer with us, told me to say that someone got lit up like a Christmas tree. And they got mad at me for saying that because they said we don't talk about religion.
wow. I mean, it's still a reference.
Do you think if I would have said lit up like a menorah, they would have been okay with it?
I think it would have been funny. I mean, not that we're trying to drag out the old laundry here, but like, what's the issue? Like, Christmas trees do get lit up. Like, it wasn't
Yeah, they
like
just said we don't talk religion. That's why we say,
That's
happy
just
holidays.
That would be like happy blank.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's absurd.
Yeah, it is a weird one. But listen, we live and we learn. Great stuff there from Devin Haney, and I would love to see that fight against Ryan Garcia. Boy, I would love to see that fight. I would love to see him versus Tank. I'd love to see him versus Terrence. I'd love to see him versus Teofimo. There's a lot of fights out there that I would be very interested in seeing. Seems like I said, the world is his oyster, and he's setting himself up for a very big 2024. Coming up in a moment, Josh Emmett going to join us. Dave Lovell. Is it Renagade Fight Team? I think is it Renagade or is it Renagade Fight Team? I want to get the official name here. Renagade Jiu-Jitsu. Team Renagade MMA. Okay, that's what it is. Team Renagade. Okay, there it is. Do want to let you know that support for today's show comes from Cash App. Let's talk about savings, Frank. The nest egg you keep around waiting to spend on something good. Well, Cash App has the tools that make saving easier. That means you can start building towards your savings goal $1 at a time. What are you saving for? Well, how about a trip to Cancun? How about a trip to Florida? How about a trip to Las Vegas for UFC 300? How about a collection of new gym bags? How about some new video games? Frank's buying PS3 games and playing them on the PS4 and then turning them into PS5. You know what I mean?
I do. I wonder if Luxor takes Cash App.
Yes, I've heard.
Yeah, it makes sense with the Cash App card.
Yes. How about protein shakes? How about a road trip with the family? How about some concert tickets? There are so many things that you could be saving up for. Reaching your goals, whatever they may be, is faster with Cash App's roundups and offers. You're paying yourself even while you're paying someone else. And while your money in Cash App is building, you don't even need to think about it. You can be literally doing anything else. And that cash will continue to grow. Think of it like financial self-care. That's money that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to start saving today. Thank you very much to Cash App for their support. Great guys. Met them and appreciate them. We've got... Can I ask you a question about the... I've been meaning to ask you this, Frank.
Hey, what's up?
Is that your voice?
No.
It sounds like you.
Yes, it
It's
is.
my
He
cat.
100% recorded that.
It actually sounds like him because every time he plays it, I feel like he's actually doing it live.
And he recorded that.
That sounds exactly
Right,
like
you're not wrong.
Oh, okay. It is your voice.
It sounds like me, but it's not.
Oh,
It's
okay.
my cat.
The question is, when did he record it? That's what I want to know.
And where?
Yeah. Yeah, was he sitting on his couch? Was he on the subway?
I have access to a studio.
Oh, you went to a studio just
I'm
to
not
record
confirming or denying that, but
that. How's the Clementine, man?
pretty tasty.
By the way, guys, how do we feel? Like, what kind of vibe do you think we'll get from Chael when he shows up in an hour? Like, do you think that it's going to be like I'm coming, peace offering. Here we are, holiday season. Let's hug it out. Let's break bread. Let's
You said
be
it's
friends.
water under the bridge. You said the
Yeah, but
water
that's
is so
me.
far under the bridge.
I'm the one saying that. I don't know what he's thinking.
I mean, the fact that he agreed to come on the show,
Sure.
I think speaks volumes. You think? I think it will be mentioned, and then you'll move on.
And then we'll go back to it,
Yeah,
and then you'll move on.
Well, the
And then
glass
you'll
is
ask
something.
again.
Something will spark something.
Then at the very end,
well, the problem is like there's a couple of topics that might spark some debate. The Colby thing,
yeah,
press conferences, DDP. Ian Gary's been tough on Ian Gary.
Yeah. I saw a YouTube thumbnail. He said
Yes.
Gary owes him an apology.
them's the breaks.
He's big on the faces now too. Have you noticed this? He's doing the
I mean, the guy gets the algorithm. Guy understands YouTube.
yeah.
Smart stuff. We're gonna have to get you to start posing soon.
You think so? You just take
Yeah.
my like.
The candid ones, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, you do a lot of hand motions. I've kind of learned the.
That is my thing.
I
Yeah.
scrub the thing. Where's he doing
You
the
find it?
hand motion?
Bam.
There.
What about that MMA Hour holiday party on Monday?
It was great. It was a great.
What was the name of the place? Can we give him a shout out? I really enjoyed it.
Of course, Francis Tavern.
There's a place
Great
called
spot,
Francis Tavern across the street here that was frequented back in the day by the great George Washington.
Shout
Rumor
out.
is he lived there.
Lived in the building?
That's what I think. That's what
This
believe
place,
I've heard.
I was blown away by this place.
Place has got a whole Wikipedia page breaking down all the history of it.
His teeth are still there.
Oh my God, I enjoyed it immensely. And our waiter was a young man from Ireland who was an MMA fan. And I mean, the food was fantastic. The vibes were great. It was a
How was the
real,
company?
it was a real hootenanny.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Place was built in. Trying to get a date on this bad boy. I mean, it's
1776.
it's a U.S. National Register of Historic Places, headquarters for George Washington, a venue for peace negotiations with the British.
It was incredible.
As made famous by Hamilton.
We've been doing the show here for 4 years. I don't know if that was my computer. No, it was one of yours.
I think that might have been all of ours.
We've been doing this show here for 4 years. I didn't even know this place existed, and it's literally across the street.
1719 is when the house was built.
Wow.
1719.
And it
the
feels
oldest
like it
building
when
New
you're in
York
there.
City.
It's not
Oh,
like
yeah.
a shell and the interior is just, supremely modern. It really feels like it. By the way, I want
King George III in there.
I'm going to ask you guys this question. You chew on it. This is from Jack Sherman, back to the Substack. Listening to Ariel for roughly 8 hours every week, what are some of the top Ariel Helwani mannerisms or sayings that come to mind? I'll go first in any event. Fucking love the show, Sherm.
That's a good one.
Yeah, in any event.
Because we were just talking about this.
I was gonna say the hand motions have they've become a too noticeable.
I'd be remiss
is one. The hand motions you have you have an arsenal of the hand motions that you sort of repeat. I
don't do this.
It's almost like you're conducting something.
I've always been one. Yeah, they once told me early days in my career that I use my hands too much, but this is just like this. This is just who I am.
The hands are good.
My
favorite
It's nice to use the hand motions.
Is when you have like the kind of the side eye thing, like when you're being mischievous, you'll just like look off to when you're uncomfortable with something. It's funny.
Is it?
You do it more off air.
Well,
but yeah, when like someone's trying to figure out if you're joking or not, and you just give this side eye and no grin, and it's like,
I feel like you're trying to. Yeah, I was gonna say the jaw popping. I feel like is a.
Did you hear that one?
Is a real underground one to where when you're not on screen, you can hear you pop the.
I always try to wait, but sometimes I can't help it. I try to wait till I'm off screen to do it.
Someone sent me the screenshot where you're like fully unhinged, like.
Turn it into a beat.
You know yourself. That's one.
That is definitely that's a deep cut one.
I say that one at home with my kids, and they're like, "What are you talking about? What is that?" I say, come on.
Come on's a good one.
Golly, gosh, yeah. I guess there's a lot. I mean, we all have our things, right? We all have our idiosyncrasies.
Yeah. Also, like, you become hip to a phrase,
and then I overuse it,
for like, and then it disappears forever. I can't remember the last time you said you know yourself.
No, I said
earlier today.
Yeah, I just said it.
Oh wow!
Or he said it so much that I just
I'm
assume he's
used to
saying
it
it every other
Wait,
word.
I just said it 10 seconds ago. Or are you saying prior to that?
Yeah.
I literally just
maybe
said
that's what triggered my thought on this. Maybe you know yourself is a bad example.
The darts could be.
Oh,
God, even the
darts are a perfect example of that.
I can't speak.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
but I never really used "I can't speak" as part of my vernacular.
P. You used P for a while.
P. What do you mean?
Pushing P.
Did we?
That didn't show up on my radar.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used that one a while ago when it was hot in the streets.
Someone in the comments says my new one is penultimate, but I don't think I overuse that.
It's not overused, just something they noticed.
I think I've used it like once. Anyway, return to the nose. Hello, Ariel. It is always great to hear your wise soccer commentary. How about that? What is your current opinion of Jude Bellingham? Hey, Jude, don't make it last. Amazing season at Real Madrid. As a midfielder, he scored more goals than Erling Haaland and Kylian Mbappe so far. I've said this. Other than Brendan Johnson, he's my favorite player in the world. Just got my son a Jude jersey when we were in Manchester, Real Madrid. Big MMA fan, Leon fan. We've been known to chat off air. He's incredible. He's a maestro. I think he will be the reason why I'm going on the record saying I think England wins Euro 2024. What's the future for that? Maybe I'll sprinkle a little bit. England winning Euro 2024, I think it's coming home. It's coming home. It's coming.
It'd be big for you to get England in the Euros and then head straight over to Paris for
you
the
know
Olympics.
yourself.
Actually, there you go again.
Yeah,
now it's back. Euro 2024. Let's get a future. England plus 350. Wow, co-favorites with France.
Really?
Yeah.
But it's still plus money.
Yeah, of course.
No one's gonna be minus, right, for a future.
No way.
Yeah.
Not for the Euros.
Right. Well, that's my prediction. They've got such a great young team, such a talented team. Jude, Harry Kane, Foden, Grealish, Pickford, Sterling, Rashford, the great Harry Maguire. I know it's a bit of a contentious point. Gareth Southgate leading the way. I mean, it's just a great squad. But the combo of Foden, Kane, Grealish, Jude, I mean, those guys are incredible. And I'm probably missing a couple here and there. You got Ollie Watkins for, I mean, I could go on and on. Morgan Gibbs-White deserves a shout. In any event, let us move along to our next guest. What a knockout on Saturday. What a way to end the year. In fact, how about this? And shout out to Olajuwon Dream in the YouTube chat for bringing this to our attention. On December 16th, 2017, he knocked out Ricardo Lamas at UFC on Fox 26. Tremendous knockout. Exactly 6 years to the day later, he knocked out Bryce Mitchell in the first round of his fight at UFC 296. We're talking about Josh Emmett. He's kind enough to join us right now. There he is. Josh in the house. Did you know that exactly 6 years ago, on that same day, December 16th, you knocked out Ricardo Lamas?
I did. Yeah, sorry, I lost my voice over the weekend, but yeah, my actually one of our good friends, Jesse, her birthday's December 16th, and one of my good buddies, he's like, you keep fighting on Jesse's birthday. And so that's why they couldn't make it to Vegas for this one. So it's actually the fourth time I fought on her birthday. I fought Holtzman, I fought Lamas, I want to say, was Ige around that time? Maybe it wasn't the 16th, but yeah. So yeah, I was aware of that though.
That is incredible. Yes, Holtzman, you beat him in 2016. Oh no, that was December 17th. So it's around the same time.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But that is a fun little factoid. So, of course, okay, so then you knew that. By the way, why did you lose your voice? Was it because you were celebrating?
No, I don't know. I think it's just being in the casino for, a week, all the smoke, and then, yeah, maybe a little bit of screaming and celebrating and just having fun with friends and family and not a whole lot of sleep.
Right.
But it's coming back. So sorry if it's hard to understand me.
No, all good, all good. Can I ask, how were you feeling going into that fight? What were you feeling? What was going on in your mind? As you mentioned, tough year for you, but you're fighting the best of the best. You're fighting the guy who, was about to fight for the belt in a number one contender fight. You're fighting the guy who's going to fight for the belt next year. These are the top guys at 145, and you were in there with them. And so going into this one, third fight of the year, after dropping the first two this year, what were you thinking? What were you feeling?
Man, I was... To be honest, I was just I was so ready. Like I've been training so hard, and I've been getting back to the training that got me into the UFC. Working everything, getting back to my wrestling, getting back to my jiu-jitsu instead of just boxing. So I was well prepared. I didn't care who I was fighting, even though I went from a world-class striker to a world-class grappler on a 2-week notice. I just had to make some adjustments. Believe and trust in the process that my coaches were watching a lot of film and they're world-class coaches. So all we did was critique a few things and come up with another game plan. And, it couldn't have gone any better, to be honest. It was a way to go out, the end of the year. And I'm really looking forward to 2024.
Did your confidence waver? Were you feeling a little bit down on your skills considering earlier in the year what happened?
No, not at all. I got away from what got me to the show and I found success with just a lot of striking and stuff like that. And, I needed to get back to my roots and that's why I want those fights back too, because I feel like if the way I was prepared for this last fight, I can beat anyone. I need to stick to that. And that's what we're going to do here in the next year.
Coincidentally, it was the striking that put Bryce away, and you didn't really get to show too much of your game because the fight ended so quickly. Can I just ask, before we get to the actual fight, when you went from Giga to Bryce, were you obviously you said you were down to fight anyone, but were you okay with this? Did you like this? Did you feel like it benefited you? Did you feel like it was a better matchup for you? What were your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know if it was a better matchup. We had a completely different game plan, but yeah, I really did not care. I did not care. Like you said earlier, I'm fighting the best guys in the world. I want to get back to that title shot, and I should be able to beat anyone. So I just went in there confident, just focusing on myself, trusting in my coaches in the process. And yeah, it went perfect according to plan. Best case scenario, it's right. I didn't get hit once. I didn't even break a sweat. And yeah, it's like it's insane. It was one of the biggest cards of the year. Donald Trump was right there. There was a lot of celebrities in the crowd, and I think it's knockout of the year, and we got knockout of the night.
Can you describe what that punch felt like when you connected? I mean, it sounded like a bat hitting like a piece of wood, or a bat hitting a ball. Like, what did that feel like for you? You punch him and he goes out like that.
Yeah, it's what we train for, what we hope for. That I did my job. I went in there, and I know I got criticized from some people for celebrating, and man, that's what I'm supposed to do. That's why people buy the pay-per-views. That's why people buy the tickets. They want to see that type of violence, and I deliver that every single time. Yeah, when I did connect, it's like if you've ever played baseball or you golf, when you just swing perfect, it's effortless, and you just connect. The golf ball or the bat's going out, or I mean the baseball's going out of the park, and that's exactly what happened. I hit him so hard and flush and clean, I could just feel it in my hand, and then I just saw him, kind of falling face down, and that was enough. I was not going to follow up with any unnecessary punches. I've done this several times. I think it's so much sweeter with a walk-off KO.
Right. Did you really receive criticism for that? Because that blows my mind. You're in a massive fight, big win for you, a weight lifted off your shoulders. You just hit him as clean as can be. You're allowed to be happy. I mean, I don't think anyone can truly put themselves in your shoes. I didn't think that you were not classy or rubbing it in. That was a moment where you let it all out. People gave you shit for that?
Yeah, I think it's like we can't win no matter what. I did get quite a bit of stuff, and because I was saying it's hard to celebrate when I see someone in that position, but everything's moving so fast. It's fighters understand this because we're going in there, we're fighting for our life, our livelihood. Anything can happen, and it's like these raw emotions, and I did what I was supposed to do. I want to have the biggest, knockouts. I want to be exciting. And I went in there and delivered. And yeah, I was excited. So I let it all out. And then by the time I look back and I see what he's going through, I take a knee and, wish him all the best. And yeah, he's doing well. So, I'm happy for the outcome, but as soon as we get in the octagon, we're both trying to achieve the same thing and do this. And so I'm going to do that every single time I step foot in the octagon.
What were you thinking when you saw him? It was a bit scary to see him convulse like that. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I was just wishing him the best. I was, when I saw that, I was like, damn, that's bad. Because it was a brutal knockout. And all I could do is just wish him the best and pray that he's going to be okay. And he came back to shortly after.
Have you ever seen that before?
I have not. I personally haven't. I've never seen anyone kind of convulse, or I'm not sure if he was having a seizure or what it was, but yeah, it all worked out in the end.
On the broadcast, I don't know if you've watched it since, Joe Rogan, and I agree with him 100%, was saying, why isn't he sitting down? Why are they walking him around and not just having him sit on the stool? Because it seemed like his legs weren't quite there. Have you watched that? Have you seen that? Or were you seeing that when you were in the cage? And I'm just wondering, as a fighter, were you thinking the same thing? It did seem weird. He was trying to leave, and it just felt like they needed to sit him down for a minute. Yeah,
I saw his Bryce's rebuttal video just thanking me and him thanking Joe Rogan as well. And then, Joe was talking about how he cannot walk down, and he was saying sit him down on the stool. And luckily that the commission helped kind of carry him down. He was supported by them, and luckily they walked him backstage and got him into the ambulance. And that's when he said he came back to, when he was in the ambulance going to the hospital, he doesn't remember anything.
Wow.
It's a scary thing to have happen to you, but man, the guy's back working already in Arkansas. He's back building his barn. He's a one of a kind, and he's truly a genuine good person. And man, it's hard to fight someone like that too, because when we were backstage, my boxing coach, Joey Rodriguez, and I, and then his coach, you know, him and I are just talking, and he's just, I don't know, he's just such a good person. And then the next day when we're going to fight, I run into him in the hallway, and he comes up to me and he's like, "God bless you today, brother." I'm like, man, how am I supposed to go punch this guy in the face? But so it was, yeah, I wish him all the best.
This is you seeing him in the hallway in the hotel or something like that?
Yeah, on fight day.
Oh my gosh. Is that awkward for you? Like, would you rather not have any interactions with your opponent?
No, I honestly don't mind. It's work. You know, I'm literally just going and clocking in. So whether someone's disrespectful or someone's, you know, respectful, at the end of the day, as soon as the cage door is locked and the ref says, "Are you ready to fight?" I'm going in there to inflict pain on my opponent.
You know, I saw the photo that you posted of comparing you to Muhammad Ali standing over, I believe it was Sonny Liston back in the day. Did you put that together, or did someone send that to you?
Someone sent that to me. And I wasn't comparing myself to Muhammad Ali. Like I'm not even in that conversation. So I know, just that pose, like, right. As soon as I saw that picture, standing over Bryce, that reminded me of that Muhammad Ali standing over Sonny Liston. I was like, oh, it's just the moment is iconic. I was by no means comparing myself to Muhammad Ali. Like, he's the GOAT. But just the actual photo reminded me of that.
In the immediate aftermath, I knew we were talking about celebration, but were you reluctant to fully celebrate without finding out what happened to Bryce? Was it a little uneasy in you know, the locker room and all that until you were told, like, he's all good?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's man, we're all trying to achieve the same thing, and so it's like I wish no harm on my opponents. I hope we all go home to our friends and family with no injuries. And yeah, it was a little tough just because I wanted to make sure he was okay. And he got cleared. It was like a few fights after us, he was okay. I heard through someone with the UFC staff. I just asked, but yeah, everything was okay. And yeah, we went on to have a good night with our team and friends and family and everyone that made it out to Vegas.
Before your fight, your friend and teammate Cody Garbrandt had a great performance as well. Were you watching that backstage, and did that give you a bit of a boost going into your fight?
Yeah, no, 100%. You know, Andre Feely.
That's right, Andre as well. Yes, of course. We just had him on Monday.
Andre, you know, a teammate and friend and training partner for over 10 years of mine. Andre started us off with a first round knockout. We were watching that at the hotel, of course. Super pumped. And then we were in the same locker room. It was Cody, Andre, and I. So Andre came back after all his media obligations, and then we were in the locker room with Cody. He was warming up, looking sharp. He went out there, first round knockout. So I was like, man, I have to get a first round knockout. I have to get a first round finish. It was just a good omen, good vibes. And yeah, went out there and kind of sealed the deal.
There was a card, I think, in 2013 in San Jose where TJ, Benavidez, and Mendez all got great finishes. And this reminded me of that all these years later, where the alpha male guys all went kind of back to back to back with great finishes. I don't know if you were on the team back then. Do you remember this card that I'm talking about? I think it was like UFC on Fox 7 or something like that.
Yeah. No, I've been with Team Alpha Male since Uriah opened his gym in 2006.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So, and another one that reminded me of this is when it was 2019, Andre got a first round knockout. He fought Shaman Moraes.
Yeah.
And Uriah got first round knockout over, I forget his name. And then I got a first round knockout over Bektik too. So same type of thing. We all got bonuses. And every single time Andre and I have been on a card together, we've won. So it's like him and I are undefeated. My pro debut, Andre and I were on the same card.
Wow.
We won. We won in Poland. We won in Sacramento. So we've been saying it all fight camp. Andre and I are like, hey, for one, I'm undefeated on the West Coast, and anytime Andre and I are on the card, we're undefeated. So we're like, hey, we're going to keep that ball rolling, and this is going to be no different.
Undefeated on the West Coast is a great little factoid. So do you want to stay on the West Coast now?
100%. I've been saying that. I just want to fight in Vegas. I want big fights in Vegas, the fight capital of the world.
So who makes sense next for you?
Whoever's going to get me to that title shot. I think I have. This is my last run at the title. I'm doing everything I need to do. I'll fight whoever I need to get to that title. I would like to fight someone in the top 3, number 1 contender, whoever it is, just to get me there. Volkanovski and Ilya are fighting in February. Man, I want those. In a perfect world, I'd want the winner of that, but I know I need to fight someone in the very top of the crop to get back to where I was earlier.
Who do you think wins that fight?
I don't know. It's tough to predict fights like that. It's hard to bet against the champ too, because Volkanovski is such a dominant champion, and he continues to evolve and get better with each fight. But then again, Ilya is he's tough. He's hungry. He's young. He's super talented. So it's like I could argue how both guys win, but it's just such an intriguing matchup, and it's a fight that I'm really looking forward to.
Do you think the knockout loss to Islam will change Volk?
No, I don't think so. He has a good head on his shoulders, and he's probably right back into training. He just got caught. Things like that happen. And, Islam he's a big guy, and, Volkanovski will be fighting at his, around his weight now, where I think he belongs. And so I don't think it affects him or changes him. I think he'll bounce back really well. And so that's why I'm so excited about this fight coming up.
Is it better?
It's in Anaheim.
Yeah, it's in Anaheim. Yep. You going to go?
I would like to. Yeah. It's, not too far, little quick hour flight. Right. So maybe I will.
Is it better for you if Volk wins because you're a fresh opponent for him?
Possibly. I do feel that if Ilya were to get the nod, then possibly Max would, jump in there. If Volk wins, I feel like I'm one of, like just that matchup stylistically, I think it's such a good matchup, and we're pretty similar. So I just feel like, it would be good. But at the end of the day, it's up to the UFC. So whatever they want to do.
Last thing on Ilya, was he better than you thought he was going to be?
No, I thought he was, I knew he was good, but I want that back. I really want that back, just because the way I felt for this fight, I just felt phenomenal. And now I'm just kind of back to my roots, and trust me, I want that back. So that's all I'm going to say.
Fair enough. You versus Max feels like one that makes a lot of sense. Would you be interested in that?
Of course. Max was, besides Volkanovski, I think, he's one of the best featherweights of all times. That was Max's position, but I just feel like Max has beat everybody. The only person that has his number is Volkanovski. So he is the number 1 contender. He's cleared out pretty much everyone in the division and fought everyone in the featherweight division but myself. It would be an honor to fight him. And that's like a sure shot to the title. Right. Go and I beat him, there's nothing left but to fight for the title. So if that's what the UFC wants to do, hey, let's do it.
Would you agree that that's the one that probably makes the most sense for you next?
Yeah, I would agree, because I want to fight whoever's going to get me to the title shot, and that is, Max. He's the number 1 contender.
Yeah. He hasn't fought since late August. You said you didn't break a sweat. Would you like to get back in there relatively soon?
Yeah. I'm going to talk to my management and the UFC and kind of see what's on the horizon, what they want to do. But yeah, I'm back home. I'm going to get back into training this week, and take it from there.
Okay. You think by the end of next year, you finally get to fight for the belt?
That's the plan. 2024 is going to be my year. I'm going to win a fight, and then I'm going to win that title.
All right. Well, I wish you the best. Good luck to you. Congrats on the win, Josh. Really impressive stuff. You have terrifying power. I know you said hardest hitting featherweight in the world. Hard to disagree with that when you see a knockout like that. So well done. Well done on not punching him on the ground. I know that we sit here and talk about like, oh, you should have. I know you guys are like a freight train out there, and it's hard to pull back. So well done on doing so. Enjoy the victory. Happy holidays, and looking forward to a big 2024 from you.
Well, thanks, Ariel. You have a good Christmas and New Year. Thank
you so much. There he is, Josh Emmett, coming off that huge knockout win over Bryce Mitchell. Feels like it has to be him versus Max Holloway, if you ask me. Sign me up for that. Where do I sign up for that? Max Holloway, number one. A year out there, he obviously fought him. A year Max have fought. Arnold Allen is fighting in January. Ortega out there. Where's Ortega? Ilya, Josh. I mean, it feels like it has to be that. That would be an incredible fight. And then, honestly, it would be hard to deny Max if he gets by Josh at that point, if you ask me. Arnold Allen fighting Movsar Evloev on January 20th in Toronto, UFC 297. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away from Montreal, which, of course, is a home away from home for Arnold. Shout out to Big Pace.
Shout out to Ipswich.
Ipswich killing it.
I think 10 points clear for promotion.
They're unbelievable. They were in the division. What is it? Would it be called League One?
Yeah, League One.
And then now they're in the championship, and they're on a rocket ship. Reminds me of Forrest from a couple of years ago. The good old days. So yes, shout out to Ipswich Town, and shout out to Birmingham. I mean, they're on fire. Like we said last week, Aston Villa doing great, and their very own Leon Edwards, still the UFC welterweight champion. Shout out to Team Renagade as well. They're doing incredible things. What a year for them. What a week. What a fight for Leon and the whole team. And he finally disposes of Colby Covington. He can now move on with his life after a very emotional week in Las Vegas. It's always great to talk to his head coach, Dave Lovell, who became an icon in this sport after propelling Leon to knock out Kamaru Usman back in August of 2022. We spoke to him on Wednesday from the PI, from the Apex, I believe it was, heading into the fight. Wanted to talk to him after the fight. He is kind enough to join us. He doesn't have Tim Simpson by his side to set up the Zoom, so I'm assuming perhaps one of your sons did it for you, Coach.
Yeah. Okay, everyone. Yeah, he did.
Well, lovely to see you, Coach. Congratulations on another big weekend for you and the team, and of course, Leon. It was such. So I spoke to you on Wednesday, right? And you guys were confident, and you were backing your guy, but it felt like everything changed on Thursday, did it not? At that press conference, and obviously we recall what Colby said, and it was as low as can be. And we saw Leon's reaction. But to me, Leon is kind of a calm, cool, and collected customer. Every time they kind of went back to him on camera, you could almost see the smoke coming out of his ears. Could you tell us what it was like when you reconnected with him behind the scenes after Colby said what he said?
Yeah, after that press conference, Leon went backstage and he was with Tim, and he was well hurt by Ariel. It took him back. He didn't expect that. As you could see by his reaction on stage, and it was a dirty, cheap. I can't even call it a trick. It was like to me, it's going below the belt. I'm not against a man selling a fight. It is what it is, and if he keeps it in that perspective, all good. But when you start attacking family, now you've changed the rules, haven't you? I mean, I thought he would have learnt his lesson from when Mazaville sorted him out outside the CAF. But obviously he hasn't learnt his lesson. And one day he may say the wrong thing to the wrong person in the wrong time, and the consequences may be more detrimental, But yeah.
We might have lost Coach there. momentarily.
May bounce back. Hold on.
We'll wait for it.
And he's gone.
And there's the
And
you
one
know
sec.
what's that? Back?
There he is.
Oh, he's back. Coach, you there? We
Yeah.
lost you there briefly.
I am, yes.
Okay, you were
Yeah.
you were saying
Yeah.
that it was as low as can be.
Yeah, it was. It was a cheap shot, you know. It hurt Leon a lot. And yeah, it did. You know, he went a little bit in himself after that. You know, I had to go and have a little talk to him, and obviously the rest of the team. I had to say, look, son, it is what it is. When you got people talking cheap, all I want you to do, don't go out there and fight with emotions, because if you let emotions take over, he's won the battle. But I wanted him to go out there and fight, but I wanted him to be spiteful. I wanted him to spite Colby, hurt him with everything he did. The game plan went to a T, managed the distance, kept Colby on the back.
There I am.
Reception. I don't know if it's you or me, Ariel.
I'm not sure. Are you on Wi-Fi or are you on a computer? Or...
No, I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi on my phone.
Maybe sometimes when you go off Wi-Fi, it actually is better.
Is it? Okay. Shall I take off the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, if you don't mind, let's try that, because it keeps like going on for a minute and then we lose you.
Okay, let me try to get off the Wi-Fi.
All right, here we go. We appreciate it. Sorry about that. We might have to, let's get him off the screen. Yeah, he's just gonna, if you can guide him through that, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And we'll reconnect with Dave and see if the connection is better with the LTE or the 4G or the 5G, whatever it is over there in the UK. Great to get his insight after
It's a lot better now.
Okay, Coach, I think they're telling me it's better now, so let's see. Let's see if we can overcome this. Do you hear me?
I got you, Ariel. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you just fine. If you just turn the phone back.
Hello?
Yeah, you hear me?
Can you hear me, Ariel?
I hear you, yes. Guys, do this off air if you don't mind, and let's make sure that he's all good, and then we can reconnect to them. Yes, we're going to get his thoughts on everything that transpired on Saturday, and I appreciate him talking about what was very tough. You saw Leon in the post-fight interview with Joe Rogan on Saturday, and he started to break up. He started to get very emotional, saying that he used his father's murder as entertainment. I mean, I don't know if it could get any lower than that. And saw the clip yesterday of Ray Longo talking about this from the Anakin Florian podcast. And I think he spoke for a lot of people when he said what he said. I don't know if any of you out there have seen this clip, but I urge you to go check it out, because Ray Longo is one of the most respected people in the game. And I think he's saying what I said on Monday and what other people have said as well. There has to be some kind of line. And especially to all the people out there who say, he's just selling a fight. It's just entertainment. He doesn't make money off of the pay-per-view. He doesn't get a cut of it. So it doesn't matter if he says any of this stuff. Okay, Coach, we're back. You hear me?
I got you, Ariel.
Okay.
Got you.
Yes. So you were saying you had a little team meeting afterwards with Leon to tell him that you wanted him to be spiteful but to not be emotional, right?
That's right, yes.
Okay, can I ask you, were you worried that he would be too emotional? This struck a real nerve. This is as personal as it gets. Were you worried that the game plan would now go out of his mind and that he would go out there and try to do something crazy to exact revenge?
No. I knew he wouldn't have done that. He's a smart kid, like I say, Ariel. He comes from a hard background, and yeah, it hurts. But I just told him to turn Colby's words into his strength. I eventually got through to him. And yeah, he went out, executed the game plan down to a T, controlled the middle, kept Colby at the end of the punches. He didn't let Colby invade his space. And won a unanimous points victory. I would have loved to see him knock him out. The little rat got away from the choke in the third round, I believe. He done the gator roll to get away from it. But listen, it's a fight, and Leon come away with the victory, and that was the main objective.
Leon, as you know, he at times is he's unflappable. He's not a very emotional guy, right? But in the post-fight interview with Joe Rogan, he got very emotional, and he talked about getting emotional at the backstage area at the press conference. Have you ever seen him so emotional going into a fight? Have you ever seen him like this before?
No. Nobody's ever brought that kind of rubbish his way before in a build-up fight. Yeah, we have cheap remarks, Mazaville, and you expect it. But like I said, as long as you keep it in the fight game perspective, you can insult him, maybe insult his dog. But when it comes to family and personal things like that, words cut sharper than a knife, as you know, Ariel. And where we're from, you say those sort of things, you've got to back them up. He created the pantomime, so he had to act the character to the fullness now, which he wasn't able to do, and yeah, he basically got a little quiet hiding. He hobbled out the arena with 2 ice packs attached to his knees, limping, even though he claims after the fight it was one of the easiest fights that he's had. But listen, like I say, mission accomplished, Ariel. And we come else.
Was that one of the more gratifying wins of your career as a coach because it was so personal?
It was, yeah, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. And like I said, I kept it down during the fight for Leon's sake. But as you've seen after the fight, I just had to give him a few choice words to let him know, you can't just say these things with no retribution, And he's lucky that it just ended there. But he's got something to go away and think about physically and mentally.
I saw you fired up. I saw Leon tell you to chill out a little bit, and I think the UFC brass. But I didn't hear what you said. Could you tell us what you were saying?
You don't want to know, Ariel. You don't, mate.
Were you ready to throw down right then and there?
If it was to go, then so be it, Ariel. If it was ready to go, I was ready to go. All guns blazing. The old boy was ready to go.
Why did it bother you so much? Why were you so fired up?
You've got on me, Ariel. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Got you. Just
you got me.
You gone again?
Gone again? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, I can vaguely hear you, Ariel.
Okay, can I ask, why were you so upset? Why did it bother you so much?
We'll take care of it.
Every time my face pops up there, I know something has gone awry. We're fighting through it. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Where's Big Timbo when you need him? I like when Coach Dave says my name. It's fun. I enjoy it. And we'll get his thoughts. But he did, he said he said what happened. Oh, there I am.
Should be able to hear you now.
Can you hear me, Coach?
Yes, I can hear you now, Ariel.
Okay. So I was just asking, why did it bother you so much? Why were you so upset?
Because Leon was upset, and I know it hurt him. I'm a father, and I've got children, and if God forbid, if anything was happening to me, I know how my boys would feel, and if somebody was to rub that into their face or say that, I know the reaction that would happen. I'm feeling it for Liam because, he's growing up basically fatherless, and for somebody to chuck that, on him, it's gut-wrenching, Ariel. And I even said to Dana after when he came over, I said, Dana, where do you draw the line? Dana turned around and says, well, listen, you know what kind of scum you're dealing with. But I said, yeah, Ariel, but yes, Dana, but, you got to draw a line somewhere, bro. Because if that's the case, Ariel, that means, he's give the green light to anybody, That means if me and you's going to fight, I can do a little bit of history on your family. God forbid, I heard that one of your family members passed away under whatever circumstances, and then throw it in your face at a fight. Is that what everybody's about now? Are we bringing the game down to that sort of gutter sniping life? This is what hurt me.
I love that you did that. Kudos to you for doing that. Can I ask, when did you do that? Was that before the fight or after the fight?
After I was going to kick off, Dana came over after, he came over and was trying to console us, saying, "Look, guys, you've won. You've had the last laugh." I said, "Yeah, I know that, Dana, but listen, mate, you got to draw the line somewhere." I even said to his cornermen when they came over, because his cornermen came over, shook our hands. I shook his corner team's hands and said, "Listen, you need to have a word with him, bro." And then, Kobe was like, all, like he's facing off. And that's when I exchanged a few words with him. That's when security sort of came in, and then Dana came over to us and was saying, "Look, lads, you guys have had the last laugh. You've beat him, and you beat him convincingly." But I just had to let Dana know, how he was feeling, because it hurt me. It hurt me deep the way it hurt Leon,
Yeah. And I feel like there should be a line as well. And I think it's crazy. Like in the aftermath, they're talking about, the pay-per-view sales went up after that. So what? There has to be a line, right?
That's right. That's right. And like I said earlier, the thought he learned his lesson with Mazaville. What he did to him outside the restaurant for insulting Mazaville's his missus and his kids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What you and me have got as men, let's sort it out ourselves. You want to argue and call me whatever, then that's all well and good. You know what I mean? My balls are just as big as yours. But when you go on family now, you're touching the dark side now, and people react different,
So as far as the actual performance, were you happy with what Leon did?
Yes, I was. As I say, I would have liked the stoppage, but Leon sniped him well. He went out, fought with spiteful intentions. Those leg kicks to slow Colby up. Like I said to you in the previous interview, Ariel, on the Wednesday, was it?
Yeah.
When I was in the, I said, "Listen, look out for Leon's wrestling."
Mm-hmm.
Leon on the wrestling department. Everybody was texting me, "You don't know what you're talking about. America, Colby's this wrestler, he's that wrestler." I just said, "Listen, I've got no comment. You talk to me after the fight, and then we'll talk about the wrestling factor." The stand-up, we all know who had the better of that. But when Colby tried his wrestling, I told you, Leon wasn't just going to go on the defense from his wrestling. He was going to go on the offense also with his wrestling, which he did. Mm-hmm. So I told the world that this kid, he's improving in every department. And he's only going to get better. He's only going to mature like a good vintage wine. And let's just see where he goes from here.
Yeah, Colby only landed 2 of 10 takedowns, and even when he got him down, Leon was coming back and trying to reverse and going for the subs, as you were saying. And the broadcast was a little bit critical of this from him. Did you watch the fight? And what did you make of some of the things he said? And also in the 5th round, I thought the commentary in the 5th round was a little puzzling. Have you watched the fight?
I have. I watched it back several times. Okay. Let's say Leon won first 4 hands down. The last round, even though there was a bit more wrestling involved, okay, because Colby had the last sort of exchange in the wrestling, the round was close, but okay, let's edge it and give him the round. But, Leon showed, like I said, his offensive wrestling, his anti-wrestling, and, he ticked all the marks, Ariel. And everybody on the podcasts, all the fighters, they was all sort of taken aback, like how good Leon's wrestling Leon's wrestling is. So, all these guys that just think, are out wrestling because he's a striker. Well, he just proved that he can handle more than handle his own in the wrestling department.
What was he like in the locker room afterwards? We saw him in the cage in the post-fight interview, but when the lights were off, when the cameras were off, what was that scene like for you guys after the win?
Yeah, DC came in, had a few words with him, but he was a little bit somber. Happy he got the win. The team obviously was happy they got the win. And yeah, he just, I could just still see he was still hurting a little bit from obviously what Colby said. I think it's up to this day. I mean, because on the night it happened, I got him to phone his mum. He had to talk with his mum and his brothers. They told him what we was trying to tell him to, don't let him get under your skin and, keep it real, just go out and do your job. And yeah, he just went out and he done it. But in the changing rooms after, yeah, he brightened up as the night went on, especially when he went on to his little after party. All his mates met him, some of the lads that he grew up with flew in from where he actually lived, from Birmingham, and they joined us, and that brightened his spirit a bit,
Without getting too personal, I'm just curious, in the conversations with his mother, how was she handling it? This has to be incredibly painful for her too.
Also, I even spoke to his brother Fabian on the phone just to check on him to see how he was.
Right.
And he just said, obviously, it was a cheap shot. And they were just saying, Dave, just keep his head straight. Don't let him get emotional. I didn't really get to speak to Mum, to be honest. I spoke to Fabian, but I was translating to Fabian to translate to his mum, you know. And yeah, we kept it down, Ariel, which was very hard to do on everybody's behalf. But afterwards, I got 1,000,001 texts saying, well, Dave, fair play to you for having a little go at him. He deserves it, you know.
You don't regret that?
Yeah. No, I don't regret it in the slightest. No, I don't. I'm telling you now, Ariel, the way I felt was a case of if I could have got hands on, well, I know Leon would have got fined and maybe I would have got banned, but I don't think I would have been able to hold it back because of the hurt, what he caused, you know. He didn't really realize that. I don't think he actually went out on stage to plan to say that. I think it just happened, you know. But sometimes you got to think before you speak. And obviously Kobe, when he's in flow, when he's wrapping off, you know, he may say something that, you know, he can't take back. And that was a case. That was a perfect scenario of that, you know.
I asked you on Wednesday the difference between Leon going into this fight and Leon defending the title for the first time against Muslim. But now that the week is over and you were there on Friday and Saturday, did you see a difference in Leon now that he's had a title defense under his belt going into that fight? This now his second.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said to you, this kid ain't took his eyes off the prize. I keep reminding him, you know, there's bigger things to come. You're the champion now. You got to defend it 2-3 times. If you're talking about you're looking another division, then we'll talk about that when we reach that. But for now, let's just keep your eyes on the next name, what comes up. And as I say, I keep him real. He keeps it real. And yeah, we're just ready to go. I just want him to prove to himself how great he is and how great he can be. Because I've always said, Ariel, like you said, this kid's a real deal. Nobody, he's this, he's that, his cardio's this. He hasn't stopped anybody. Well, listen, we're in a fight game and everything can't go to plan the way you want. But the main objective is, Ariel, he keeps winning. And from he keeps winning, not be denied, you know. And this is the thing I've been talking to this kid from day one, from I met him. All you've got to do, son, is keep winning. You cannot be denied and your time will come. So now this is his time. You know, he's achieved a massive goal by winning it, defending it twice now. You know, so long live the new king to see, you know, him reign and defend his title for as many times as he wants until he reaches the Hall of Fame, Ariel.
When do we see him back again?
Well, Tim was given a message that they possibly want him back, I believe, is it March, April? In Vegas again, is it the 300?
Okay.
The 300?
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
There's word on that, but we'll just see what the boss says and if he's down for it. Is in, you know, I mean, yeah, I think personally, Ariel, he just may want it, you know, because now he's just come out of camp. He'll want to sort of like jump back in. When was it talking? March? Is it March?
April.
300, is it?
April 13th.
Is it April?
Yeah.
So he can have a little one break over the Christmas, and obviously back to the grindstone if he wants this piece of this pie in April. So he won't have much to do in the sense of all we need to know what opponent will be so we can set the game plan for that particular opponent. But as for cardio, fitness-wise, he ain't coming from scratch to go into camp. He'll be, you know, well ready to go into camp on a 7, 8, 9 mark, ready to go again.
You okay with that turnaround? 4 months from now?
Me personally, how long is that? 6 months? Where are we now?
4 months.
4 months. 4 months. Well, like I say, Ariel, I haven't had really a discussion with Leon about it because obviously he only came back yesterday. And obviously he'd want to be around his family, his missus, etc., his kids. But I will be talking to him before the week's out. So I'll probably link up with him probably this Friday.
Okay.
Because they wanted us. The Villa are playing Friday, and they wanted Leon to go out on the pitch with his belt before the game kicks off, just as a low. Yeah, So let's see if that goes down. I think that will do his popularity a lot. A Birmingham boy supporting the local Birmingham team, Aston Villa, and all the Villa fans on our side. So I think it'll be a great move for him.
I love that.
Yeah, and I'll have a little talk with him then, Ariel.
Have you ever done that before? Have you ever been celebrated like that in your hometown?
Where did we go? We went to we went back to his school, Ariel, and the whole school turned out for us. I know it was only a school, but we did something else. What was it? It slips me at the moment, but yeah, we've attended. I'll tell you what we did. We did a thing over Wolverhampton. It was concerning a knife crime.
Yeah.
With the children. We had a lovely turnout over there, So we've done one and two things, but never on that scale of a football team crowd.
I love that.
Yeah.
And so do you feel now like Leon? I have to say. And I'm just on the periphery here in America, Coach, but I know yesterday they had the BBC Sports Awards. Leon not being nominated for sports. What is it? Not even, forget about winning. Not even nominated? What are we talking about here? How's this possible?
Sad, mate. Yeah, I'm a bit disgusted about that. A Birmingham lad as well, and achieved, and people know his life story. He's defending his world title, for Christ's sake. He beat the so-called pound for pound twice. He's defending it now because remember, Dana said if Usman wasn't around, Colby would be of the division. So he's destroyed everything. He's destroyed the main man and the so-called should have been the main man, and no recognition. It's a bit sadly, Ariel. But listen, I don't know what it is. With the press, I don't know if it was maybe, like I've said to you before, if this was a Darren Till in this position or a Paddy Pimblett in this position, or I think there'd be a lot more razzmatazz, a lot more eyes, a lot more cameras, a lot more news on them. But for some reason, it's like, it's just that black kid from down the road. It just, but with Leon, it doesn't affect him that way. Been nominated at least would have, give the kid a little bit of acknowledgement in his area where he comes from. But he's had no acknowledgement of any news companies, no new broadcasting about it. And I think it's a bit sad, Ariel. But listen, it is what it is. We just got to do what we got to do.
Yeah.
Who wants to come on it? Who doesn't? Then so be it.
Right. Do you feel like your life has changed? Since that moment in Utah and those clips and all that stuff, and I watch it all. I watched it this morning. I can't get enough of it. You got to pull it out of the fire and stop feeling sorry for yourself. I think we all can relate to those words of wisdom. Do you feel like your life has dramatically changed in the last 2 years, and the team's placement in the world and in the country?
Yeah, well, how can I say the Instagram's gone out the window? I don't know how many other people are on this. But again, Ariel, I don't get carried away with it, The team, we're still the same team. We still got the same friends, the same training partners. We just keep it real amongst ourselves, Me being maybe the elder head, setting the trend of, look, being real, keeping it real. Because I tell them as it is, Ariel, I don't blow smoke. I just tell them as it is. They appreciate me for that. And I keep any of the fighters, Leon included, grounded, My life, where it is now, it's about dedicating my life to Leon and the other fighters that I've got to see what they can achieve with the knowledge, the skills that have been passed on to achieve their goals in life. To see if they can be a better fighter, a better person. And that's where I'm at, Ariel. I've got a few invitations here and there. I've been asked to do seminars, Czechoslovakia, Spain. But if I start chasing that, Ariel, that takes me away from my circle of my training, my people. So I've refused that.
Wow.
I've done a few long things, because it's down the road or whatever. But I've not now going to go to, like I say, Spain for a week and give a seminar in 3 different places. I'm not about that, Ariel. Like I say, it's about me developing my youths, what I've had from 14, 15, 16, 17, which are now men. I've seen them turn from boys into men, and they're now, coming to fruition to develop their skills, to put them on the stage at a level, amateur level, intermediate level, professional level. That's what I'm about, Ariel. I've had a few offers from some companies to, my sayings. I'll just show you one for example, Ariel. I had one of those.
Oh, yeah. You saw that.
They said, and there's a few companies that's offered to print one of those things along with some of the other sayings, like I just say, pull it out the fire, stop feeling sorry for yourself, and let's see where it goes from there, Ariel.
Can people purchase those now?
Well, anybody wants one, holler me online, and I'm sure I can hook up with one of the lads that want to set it up.
You got to make money off this, Coach. I mean, we can't be giving it out for free.
I know that. The Monterex, I've got the Monterex boys that Leon sponsors.
Yeah, they're good guys.
They're prepared to deal with it. So we'll see where that goes, Ariel. But that's not, that's not the main issue. Leon and the rest of the boys are my main issue.
Okay. And by the way, regarding his return, is Bilal next in your opinion, or do you want him to go in a different direction?
Well, we don't know, do we, Ariel? Because Dana didn't announce that it would be Bilal. So we're just as bewildered as you. If it's Bilal, so be it. We've had a feel of him already. We know what he's about. He has improved. But, if it's Bilal, it's Bilal. But you never know with these people. Shafkat, he had the foot injury, so I don't think he'll be ready for April. Maybe not. Bilal be ready to go. But will Leon and Bilal really be a big pay-per-view? You got to look on it from the business point of view, from the UFC's point of view. Who else could fit the script? Who else could we go for? Bilal. Who else is in the picture? Shafkat.
Yeah, as far as unless they pull like a rabbit out of their hat, it's Shafkat. It's there's really no one else. I mean, unless they try to get freaky and do Ian Gary, but I don't think that's happening.
Nah, I don't think that. Not yet, anyway.
Would you have a preference?
Preference? Well, let's put it real. Bilal's earned his place, hasn't he? Even though he still hasn't done what Leon did. He didn't go through the tribulations Leon did. But you know what? He's earned himself his contendership. To be honest, if I really had a choice, but I don't think it will happen, I would like Leon to fight Burns. But Burns had two bites of the cherry. I think maybe they'd want Burns maybe to have a couple more before, if he was going to be a contender for Leon. But if I had a choice, who would be next? I would prefer Burns over Bilal, because I think Burns brings more to the table than Bilal. Because Leon's I shouldn't say that. He had the no contest against Bilal. It looked like, you can't judge it by the first round totally, but it looked like Leon obviously had the first round locked down with Bilal, and he was going in for the kill in the second until the eye poke occurred, But but if I had a choice overall, I would like Burns, but we'll take whoever they throw at us, Ariel.
Okay, last question for you, Coach. On Monday's show, I went through the past 4 years for Leon, really dating back to that card in the UK when he fought Gunnar Nelson. And they were cheering Gunnar more than him. And then the thing happened backstage with Jorge, and then the pandemic, and they were telling him he has to come to America, but the borders were being closed. And then the whole Hamza thing, and he's being removed from the rankings because of the Hamza thing. And then that all falls apart. And then Bilal, and then, he has to go to fight RDA in San Antonio, all that stuff. If I would have talked to you in 2019, 2020, when every roadblock under the sun was being put in front of this man's, way, would you have believed the story would have ended up like this, or is this even now exceeding your expectations?
No way, Ariel. Who could have foreseen that? Come on. But we got an old saying, God ain't sleeping. And, maybe that was his tribulation to go through to reach this. which is made them victories now so much sweeter. You know, everybody that doubted him, even what I mentioned to you the other day, Wednesday, during the Usman 1 and 2, all the doubters in the first one, oh, lucky head kick. Second fight, wait till Usman gets his hands on him, and then he beat Usman unanimously. Well, everybody's seen that he beat Usman. So that was sweet. That was like a that was honey. That was, you know, that was sweet. And now to go and beat Colby on top of that, this is all these just rewards, Ariel. You know, because like I said, like me and you know, and whoever's been following the MMA game, this kid's had some ups and downs that you'd have thought, what's wrong? Why is this kid had so much bad luck? A lot of people maybe would have said, you know what, I'm going to try another sport and gone into another organization. But he toughed it out. He believed in himself. We believed in him. And now he's at the top of the tree, Ariel. And now he's about to set his name in the Hall of Fame and, you know, become a great fighter, you know. And if that's a godly thing, then, you know what I mean? Like I said, God ain't sleeping.
It's a beautiful thing. Congratulations, Coach. Thank you very much for the time. Well done guiding your fighter through a tumultuous fight week. The emotion, you sticking up for him was a beautiful thing as well. Well done on that part. Enjoy the holidays with your family, and very much looking forward to what you and the team do in 2024. You guys are on a roll, and it's a great thing to see. And enjoy the match on Friday. I hope you get celebrated by the whole stadium and the whole town comes out to show you guys the love that you deserve.
Thank you, Aaron, and you have a good holiday.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
All the best to you. There he is, Coach Dave Lovell of Team Renagade. Tremendous stuff there. Enjoyed that very much. What a great guy. He's turning into one of my favorite characters in the sport, and there are a ton of them. And that would be really cool if Leon and Dave Lovell are feted, if you will, at Aston Villa. That would be great. Aston Villa's on fire. It's my guy Ali Watkins. They're keepers from Argentina. Keeper of the year, you know, the Ballon d'Or awards, you know, that sort of thing. Great stuff there from Coach, and little nugget there, UFC 300, a little something. And anyway, we'll see how that all plays out. All right, my friends, let us move along. It is our final show of 2023. We are rounding third. There's not that much time left. Perhaps you are breaking this show up, and it's around Christmas time at this point. And perhaps you are sitting down in the corner and your family is arguing and bickering or talking about God knows what. And you say, you know what? I need to tune things out. I need to go into a different stratosphere. I need to enter bliss territory. And I'm going to put on my headphones. I'm going to get a cup of eggnog, maybe spike it with a brandy or two, whatever people do. And I want to end this year right. And if you ask me, there was only one way to end our year. There was only one proper guest to have to close the show. Obviously, the last time we were on, made some headlines, but we had to end this on a positive note. We had to end this the right way. And so without further ado, let us say hello one more time to my old friend Chael P. There he is.
Look who's back.
Yes.
How are you, Helwani?
I am doing tremendous, Chael. And as I said to you privately, that was sincere. There was only one person I had earmarked as hopefully the last guest of the year. I was worried that you would say no. I am delighted that you said yes.
I actually tried to never say no, and I think I was on a good streak for years. Yeah. I don't think I ever missed. Then we had our blow up. But I didn't say no because of that. I mean, I really did. It was just one thing after the next. I think I'm at a travel day one time. And even this Monday, Brittany and I ended up staying in Las Vegas. I got some young ears over here, but we had to get a little shopping done. We had a great time. Errol, I come home, though. It's like I've lost my voice.
Okay, I'm worried
I didn't feel like I was screaming that much. You know, I felt like I was being a fan, but I feel like I've got a laryngitis. I feel wonderful. I don't want you to hear me and then think I'm sick. I actually feel wonderful. I just kind of am losing my voice.
Okay, so the first question I was going to ask you was, do you have water? Because, of course, we all remember the hang-up heard around the world, but we found out afterwards it was really due to the fact that you were losing your voice. Now here we are a minute in and you've already lost your voice. So I'm worried. Do you have any lubrication? Do you have any water? Do you have any sort of moisture to, at least battle that?
I do not,
Okay.
but I must also tell you that's never worked for me. Like I've never drank something that my throat feels bad. I know people say that. Like every time we do TV, somebody will bring you something to drink. I've never opened. I don't know anything about that. So I will be fine. Hey, I got to get into something. The last guest you had on,
Yes.
Was that Leon's coach?
Yes, head coach.
Okay. Tell me if you got any insight on this. I wanted to hear the interview, but I ran a little bit late. I only saw basically you tell him thank you and goodbye. Leon made a comment at the post-fight press conference, and I was really taken back. It surprised me. And all that he said, as it pertained to Belal Muhammad, is Leon said, I don't think he should be next. I don't think he should be able to cut the line. And that's where he lost me. I understand if you don't want a guy to be next. It was the cut the line. Who in Leon's mind, I don't know if this came up or not, but who within Leon's mind would be in front of Belal?
There is no one. And I actually said on Monday that I've loved everything that Leon did. Obviously, the performance was the performance, and he was emotional, all that stuff. The one thing that I wish he didn't say was that. Why? Because he's the guy, as we battle. Remember 2019, 2020, Ariel, the bad guy? We used to argue about Leon, and I was saying he deserves it, he deserves it. He has had people cut the line in front of him. So I would love to see a world where he kind of rights the ship in terms of the craziness at welterweight and gives the opportunities to the guys like Belal. So I asked his coach, he dropped a little nugget. And this is why I love talking to the coaches, right? Because like they're not bound to the same like rules as everyone else. They're not afraid. You think Dave Lovell is afraid of, what he says or doesn't say? He said that there was a call in about Leon's participation at UFC 300. Okay, which I think is interesting. April 13th, he said no opponent yet. And I asked, like, who would be your choice? We're trying to, and he said, look, it's either Belal or Shavkat, but Shavkat's banged up, so it's probably Belal, and we're okay with that. We saw it already. It ended unceremoniously, but I'm okay with it. So that's pretty much all that he gave me in terms of what could be next. But I agree with you 100%. Belal's unbeaten in 10 fights, and he's beaten a who's who. There is no one else.
No, there definitely is not. But there is a but, which is it would seem as though both Belal and Shavkat could go and fight for a championship. And we've seen a new precedent lately, Era. We've seen number one contenders, and then we've seen two of them at a time. And I didn't love that. Like, if there's one thing about 2023 that I hope we don't continue down a road, it's the road of that. I don't like two guys lined up at once, and then you got guys waiting. But I'll share this with you. From a business standpoint, if we do agree that both of those guys are going to get a shot, if they're both available, okay, it's not a matter of telling Leon your next fight isn't for a title. It's just a matter, or I apologize, of telling Belal that. It would be a matter of telling Belal your next fight's going to be for a title, but the next title fight isn't going to involve you. And hear me out on this real fast. I don't like this. I'm 100% Belal. I'm trying to understand it because I thought that a deal was made between Belal, the promotion, and Gilbert Burns. So therefore, it is Belal's. His word was given and a deal was made. That's what I thought. But that wasn't confirmed at the post-fight press conference. In fact, it looked like it was a little bit up in the air. Now, just hear me out. If you're an organization and you got to put both of those fights on, imagine a press conference between Leon and Rakhmonov. It wouldn't happen. They would cancel it. There wouldn't be any big promotion. So let's say you knew you had to do it and you could slip it into 300 because it's not a main event. You slip it into 300. You let the other things build it to get rid of that one. I would see where that could make a level of sense. I think with Rakhmonov hurt that's not where we're going. But I do suggest for you, there is something that we're missing. At the mere fact that Belal was there, he weighed in, he was the backup fighter, got a post-fight press conference, and it wasn't announced.
Well, my wheels are turning because Dana has said the card is going to be out of this world, right? That every fight is going to be better than the next. And I don't know if, Leon versus Belal is a great fight. It's the two best guys at 170 right now. But I don't know if that's like an out of this world fight. And so I wonder, is there a rabbit out of their hat that they can pull here with Leon? I don't know what that rabbit is. Like the first name that came to mind was GSP. It's not going to be GSP, obviously. And there's no other legend that he can fight at 170. I don't know if that's like a mind-blowing fight. It's just a great fight, but it's not a mind-blowing fight, right? I mean, it's just a fight.
Well, sure. And I heard Dana say that too. I didn't interpret it like they were all going to be like that. I thought he just meant, look, I'm going to have a star involved in everyone, including the first one of the night. If you put a title fight on, a title fight is a mind-blowing. That would meet the criteria.
Okay.
And I'm just saying there, look, if you've got to do that fight, and imagine that's supposed to headline the bill, you're put in a very tough spot. You truly are. So if there's a way that you could slip it in, get it done, have one of them and have one of them gone, and not feel a reduction because you're packing that stage and you're packing that house anyway. 300 is not a bad place to put that fight. Yes. I'm not for it. I'm only for Blahal. I mean, I would like to make that clear, but I could see it. There's some reason. And how do you tell a guy that's won 17 fights? 17 fights all by finish, by the way. That should be on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Right. I don't know how that's being missed. LeBron has not won 17 games straight. Tiger Woods has not won 17 tournaments straight. This is an amazing feat, partner.
And I think it's actually 18 now. And obviously all of them finished, like you said, all of them in the UFC. I think 6-0 in the UFC. It's pretty remarkable. So much I want to ask you about. Obviously, we know you're close with Colby. Can I ask what you made of his performance in the fight? What did you think of what he did on Saturday?
Well, I was very proud of him from a character standpoint, right? I mean, competition and adversity doesn't create character like people say, but it will reveal it. And there was never a time that he quit. He knew what the math was. He knew that there's nothing good that's going to happen by staying out here. That was for over 10 minutes. But he stayed in there and he kept trying to win. He kept changing positions. He never let up. I mean, I'll just share with that. But from the first minute in, I could tell there was something that he felt or saw that he didn't like. And I don't know what that was. That could be something as small, like the audience would never pick up on. It could be something as small as range, where Leon is just a quarter inch out of the way, this much out of the way, and Colby just needs that or he's going to miss. But he was seeing and feeling something that I wasn't observing as a viewer that he didn't like. There was something where he wasn't comfortable. The only thing he's ever said after this fight, I'm hearing all sorts of things about the ankle, about the knee. He hasn't confirmed those even in private. The only thing that he has said is what he did say publicly, which is ring rust was real. And maybe I felt like I was seeing something different, though. I did not think he looked old and slow, but I did think he was, whatever it was he needs to see before he changes elevation and comes in, or before he goes to attack, whatever he's looking for, he wasn't finding, and he didn't find it from the beginning to the end.
Are we not giving Leon, I know it wasn't the most exciting fight of the year, but are we not giving him enough credit for his takedown defense, for keeping Colby at bay, the kicks that kept, I mean, like, it was a pretty good performance out of the champ, no?
Absolutely. It's one of the best performances that he's had. I mean, he was out there. He was dominant. Leon was very respectful. He said before the fight that one thing that he is concerned with, one thing where he thinks Colby has a real threat, was in the cardio. And Leon came in and he was in great shape, but he understood that. He understood that he can't just put his foot down on the gas. And it's important that you understand that. Like, if you go for the finish, you're not going to win a decision. So you've got to be very smart and very tactical. And you'll always hear about athletes that are confident or you didn't have the confidence. All that means is a belief in your conditioning. There's nothing else where a fighter has confidence. It's not with his power. It's not with his record. It's not with his coaches, his trainer, or even who his opponent is. The confidence comes from one thing. If a worst case scenario comes, which I'm still here and he's still here at the 25-minute mark, can I hold up and protect myself at all times? Or am I going to be so fatigued I can't finish the match? That is the only thing that brings a fear, a confidence, a resiliency to a fighter. So Leon told us ahead of time that he was worried about that. He told us ahead of time, I've got to be strategic. I got to do enough to win a round and save as much as I can to win the future rounds. It was a very smart fight by him. I don't agree with the criticism at all. And even if Colby was having a hard time getting some of that extremely in-your-face offense going, Leon didn't know that. Leon doesn't know if hey, is this guy holding back? Does this guy got more left? If so, I've got to hold a little bit back. He did a great job. Leon did a great job.
How's the throat?
Throat feels all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to check.
Good enough for the girls I go out with, I'll tell you that much.
Okay. Did Colby cross the line on Thursday with his comment?
You know what that means?
No, I didn't. I don't.
You know what that expression means?
No, I don't know. Singing?
Good enough for the girls I go out. I haven't the foggiest idea. My father used to say it.
Oh.
I didn't know what it meant when he said it, and now I say it. My kids don't know what it means. I don't know what it means, but it's kind of clever. It's kind of catchy.
Cute. It's charming. Yeah, no, I like it.
Charming.
I figured it's like, oh yeah, the girls like it, so it should be okay for you. Did Colby cross the line on Thursday?
Of course. Yeah, very much. Yeah, with the dad comment, of course he did.
And so should there be a line? Like, should there be, I was asked this question at the beginning of today's show. If you were the president of the UFC, what would you do in these situations? And what I said was, I'll say to you is like, hey, I would pull someone aside. I don't think there's anything wrong with that because we used to do that. We used to see this back in the day with Miguel Torres and his tweet, and he got fired off a tweet. And we've seen Dana give the speech on Tough. Hey, man, that was just a step too far. You need to reel it back in. Say what you want, insult him, but we can't go there. And I think Colby, and I think every fighter on the roster would abide by that. I think they respect Dana so much and the company so much that they would say like, all right, cool, I got it. Can't they do that as opposed to just putting up their hands and saying like, hey, man, it's cage fighting and in 24 hours they're going to get locked in there?
Well, I think what you said people would agree with as far as theory. And like if we were virtue signaling to say, hey, I'm better at this, but in practice, no, I don't think so. And the Miguel Torres, I fully get your example. Frank Mir had made a comment as well.
Yes, lost his job.
Frank was a great announcer. Yeah, he said, I literally wanted to be the first ever death in MMA. I mean, you saw what he was going for. And Frank could have done that to you right now. He could have done it at a press conference. He can't do it in a suit holding the microphone representing the network. And that was the same thing that got Miguel into trouble. No. If Dana was to pull guys aside and say you went too far, well, yeah, I'm not going to go that far again. The checks and balances are real simple, which is the audience. If the audience doesn't like it, I mean, because make sure you understand, even if you wrote this down, what you can and can't do, which for a large part is done, Dana tells you don't go out there and curse. And it's to the point, even on the live broadcast, if you curse in your post-fight speech, you're not getting a bonus. So if you win a fight of the night, I'm taking it from you. Do not curse. But that's as far as you can go. And the reason I bring that four-letter words up expressly, Errol, is Colby didn't do that. So Colby would have gotten around that had you had it written in. Now, what he said was very mean. It was designed to be mean. But then the payment is the audience. So when you say you think that Colby will respect it, I hear you on that. But I think that other fighters have observed this and seen this, and that's where you start to see where that line is. The line moves all the time, man. There was a guy that used to sing back in the 70s. It was my mother's favorite. His name was Elvis Presley.
Yes.
And all the parents, the mothers and the fathers would stop the high school girls from watching Elvis or going to his concerts because at some point in that 3-hour performance, he would shift his hips. And not in a sexual manner, but he would just shift his hips. But that was the most forbidden. You remember a guy they tried to ban from wrestling called Stone Cold Steve Austin because he said the word ass on a pay-per-view. And so I'm sharing with you what is over the line and where the line is constantly gets moving. Some of it's even within your delivery, but it's not like Colby's going to come out and say, no, that was a great thing to do. I'd love to go back and do it 10 more times. Like, you test things, you learn, and you move on. There should not be a rule. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I hate that idea. Do not let us fall into that. Man, this world is a weak place. Words just simply can't hurt you. They just can't.
Did you ever have a line? Did you ever have a place that you wouldn't go?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I had my own. I mean, I've never cursed, just by example.
Yeah.
Ever.
Except
not
for
just
that
as a
movie.
press guy.
I saw
never
you in the
used
movie, Mojave Diamonds. Or
Yeah. Does that count, by the way? When I say I did that, like I was playing a character and reading words.
Yeah.
Kind of an interesting thing, right? So, yeah, it's just one of those. It's one of those interesting spots. I do not want there to be any language, but I don't like that. I don't like the idea of it. Now, that isn't to say there's not going to be repercussions if you go out and use certain language, but that in and of itself, so society, cultural norms at the time, in and of itself, is the checks and balances. I like that. It's very rare. We don't have a lot of it, but it's one thing that people do like about the UFC.
But if your opponent said something similar about a family member of yours, you've talked openly about your father and you've gotten emotional, like you wouldn't feel like that was a bridge too far? You would just say like, hey, it's the fight game?
No. Oh, no. I would think he went too far. I'm just saying that I don't believe he should have a repercussion for that.
Okay.
Beyond the crowd.
Right.
I mean, he's doing it for the crowd. He's trying to win over the crowd. He's trying to get an emotional reaction for the crowd. There's a difference in having attitude or saying something wrong. So, but that is the checks and balances. No, I wouldn't want that written down. I wouldn't want a commission. I wouldn't want a little board that you had to answer to. We had to deal with that in MMA, man. The weirdest dude I've ever met in my time in this sport. And that's a lot. There was a guy named Kaiser.
Yes.
I can't remember his first name, but Kaiser out of Nevada. And he tried to do some of that. He was such a creep, this guy. He used to do that. And it's like, yeah, I won't even get started on this weirdo, but he tried to do that. He thought he was going to come in and regulate and that this was going to be a G-rated cage fight. And it was just a weird thing, man.
Keith Kaiser.
Yeah, I think that's right. Keith Kaiser.
Yeah.
Strangest dude I've ever met in this sport.
Okay, so then can I ask you about this one? Because I love your takes on this stuff. DDP and Strickland fighting in the crowd.
Keith Kaiser.
Yes.
Keith Kaiser wanted to not license Michael Bisping because Michael Bisping spit on a corner man in Germany.
Australia.
Oh, really, Keith? And how do you know that? Because I watched him do it. Did you, Keith? Because I watched the same broadcast. You saw Michael Bisping spit. It did not show where the spit went. You're a lawyer. So, like, if some regular guy wanted to say, well, he spit on him, I connected the dots, and I read the Underground Forum later, that's very different than a lawyer passing judgment, claiming that he saw something that he didn't see. This dude was a weird guy.
Yes, that was quite the time in MMA. Can I ask you about DDP and Strickland then? Fighting in the crowd, and there's women and children, like quite literally in between them. Should there be any repercussions for that?
You know, probably. I mean, probably to a degree. It's not as though there weren't repercussions. Strickland got thrown out. I mean, that's how security handles these things. There always becomes a question, Ariel, of what level of authority needs to do it. And there seems to be this idea that it needs to be the sport or the governing body. That gets a little bit strange for me. They don't want to go into policing. It just gets a little bit strange for me. If you have security or you have the police, I mean, the police have the right to arrest them if they wanted to. You had security that stepped in. The way they chose to handle it was to remove one from the facility and tell him he'd be trespassing if he came back. It's not as though that wasn't dealt with. But no, I don't like that stuff. I'm not a prude about it, but that isn't fight promotion. That's fighting, and that isn't sanctioned fighting. That's illegal fighting. So I'm not a prude, but I don't like when the punches get thrown. Man, you got to be able to have these things. You got to be able to have these back and forths, and you got to have a level of honor. And no, I didn't like that.
In other words, you can't let them get close.
You can't let them get close.
No.
Yeah. I mean, they shouldn't have been seated like that. Like for a video, it was very interesting. And by the way, one thing that we did get from DDP over the weekend, I felt like you wanted to go more into that Kaiser guy. Like you were getting a little, like you liked what I was doing. It was almost like you were going to add in with the story and you changed your mind.
No.
Did I take the floor from you, or did you kick it out?
Not at all. There's so much to talk to you about regarding 296 that I don't want to get sidetracked.
Sure.
But you brought me to you and I in that hotel room, the black and white video. Like you brought me into a different time in MMA when you mentioned Keith Kaiser, because I don't think there's no reason to think about Keith Kaiser in 2023 anymore. And so I was, what I was truly thinking? I was wondering how many people watching this right now even know who Keith Kaiser is, because there's so many new fans to the sport. I would venture to say more than 50% have never even heard that name before.
Well, I'm not positive on the Keith part. So, I mean, I got to tell I'm playing along because you said Keith. His name was for sure Kaiser.
No, it is Keith Kaiser, Nevada State Athletic Commission.
Golly. This was a weird, oh, my God. Oh, he had done something so terrible to me. He had committed perjury in front of his own commission. In front of his own commission, he committed perjury. And this was the strangest thing, but I knew if I ever make it, I'm coming after that guy. If I ever make it, I'm going to get retribution. The day came, I did. I have never used it, Ariel, because it would not be equitable. He tried to ruin me. He tried to end my career. He tried to end my livelihood. When I finally got an investigator to look into him, I never used it because, as bad as what I just said, it would not have been equitable. This is what a weirdo this guy was. Wow. I mean, I tell you, it's the weirdest guy I've ever met in this industry. Boom. Whatever his name is, Kaiser, yes.
And which era was this? Was this the Vanderlei fight?
Vanderlei time. I want to say Bob was in there for that. Bob Bennett, I think, was in there.
So which fight was it?
I wasn't looking to like dig something up if Keith has passed away or something like that. I wasn't looking to. We were going down some road. I stumbled onto that going down some road, and perhaps it was because you were asking if something should be done. If you want to have this big brother approach to it, it's like, man, there is so many oversights. You got the government; they could have stepped in. I mean, they could step in and call a hearing. They've done that before. It was Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield. But if you're at an event, they do have authority over that. And then you've got security, then you got the local police, and then maybe you will piss the promotion off. I mean, I'm just sharing with you, like there is built-in right? It's not as though then you got to get through all of these hurdles. And then this happened in college sports. There was a guy that got, he was drinking. He was drinking and driving. He was a college athlete. So it goes through all the channels, and then so many people are looking at the head coach to come in and punish this guy. It's like, well, hold on a second. They took his car. They took his license. They humiliated him. He can't get the car back. He's going to be taking a bus until he's 25. They took his license away. Getting insurance is very difficult. His parents, everybody's upset with him. Don't act like he wasn't punished. Then you want the coach to come in, and what is the coach going to do? He's going to ban him from practice, or he's going to make him run extra stairs. Like, it just got a little bit weird where there's this whole pound of flesh and somebody's got to oversee it. It's like somebody did. That person decided not to arrest, but to remove Sean Strickland. It's not like nothing happened. It gets a little bit strange.
But it could get worse, right? If like I called it the bastardization of the McGregor effect, meaning a lot of fighters looked at what Conor did, and he had a certain way of capturing people's attention. He had a charm. He had the gift of gab, all these things. And there's a lot of guys who come up now who don't have that and who say like, hey, there's no repercussions. I could say what I want. I can act the way I want. He threw a dolly. Nothing happened. I could punch this guy. Nothing will happen. And this could get worse and worse. Someone could get stabbed in the crowd. Like, where's the end game here? And I just wish that there was a little bit of resistance, because Sean was told to go to the back and chill out. I don't even know. He decided to leave the arena. He wasn't kicked out. And again, I'm not sitting here saying I like Sean. Like, I don't want him to get in trouble. I thought what DDP said crossed the line about his dad as well. So there has to be repercussions for that too. Don't forget about what he said on Friday, 24 hours prior. It's just like a snowball effect. And I feel like it's getting to a place that's, I don't know, a little bit weird.
No, I hear you on that. There are some limitations, and yeah, for sure, DDP, cross line. But again, when you said there should be repercussions for that, is it? Well, there is. The crowd doesn't get behind it. You go too far, you could get invited to press conferences. If you can't go to a press conference, you can't get a main event. Like there's certain things that are built in. The rules do change a little bit if the contract is signed. Like, let me give you a great example. There was nothing from a promotional standpoint that has ever fallen into Dana's lap like the night of 3-piece and a soda. Mm-hmm. And Dana would have loved to have made Masvidal versus Leon, but the entire reason that he never even considered it is if you make it and you use that as the promotion, or even you use that as the genesis to make it, now you have everybody that wants to fight just as their buddy filming as they go out and they commit an assault. So it is one of those spots. And Dana's even had been asked this before, what are you going to do? And Dana goes, what am I going to do? He attacked him. He was a jerk. I'm going to make him fight him. That's what I'm going to do. What else do you want me to do? And that makes a massive level of sense. So it's one of those things. I don't know where it wants it to go. I mean, the general rule is you pass it to whatever the highest available authority is. If that's security and an usher, then that's security and an usher. If that's the local police, but once they make their decision, it's done. You don't bring somebody in over the top of that and they're going to go relook it and analyze it. Now you go, well, whose morals and whose principles are we going off of? It's a very strange thing, partner. Yes. I really don't think that you want that.
Okay. All right. It's a fascinating discussion. I've never asked you about Sean.
It is fascinating. It is fascinating. I agree with you, but I don't really think that you want that. I mean, what if we lost the fight over it, just by example? What if we lost John Jones in D.C. because they ended up on the ground? I think that you would understand where Dana is being very relevant by going, I'm going to have them compete.
Right.
This happened on The Ultimate Fighter. It was with Junie Browning.
Right.
And the boys wanted him sent home. And Dana's going, hey, the guy's good for TV. I admit that, but he sucks at fighting. Keep him around and go beat him up and get him out of here. Dana was right. People didn't want him to be right because that served the business. He was right. It was the right way to handle it.
I don't know if I've ever asked you about Sean, but this time last year, Chael, he was coming off a loss to Jared Cannonier. No one in a million years would have thought, A, he'd be champion a year later, or B, he'd be this popular. Why do you think he is connecting with people the way in which he is?
When people used to skip school at Westland High School back in my day in the early 90s, when they would skip school and they got caught, they would skip class, they would get caught. Guess what they did? They'd suspend them. They would suspend them for a day. You go, the punishment just became the crime, right? they didn't come to class because they don't want to go to class. And now you're saying that they're not allowed to come to class. It's one of these really strange things. I mean, I just suggest that for you, that it is very relevant where a guy starts misbehaving so he gets thrown off the Ultimate Fighter, which is what Junie tried to do. He didn't want to go fight those guys. Dana spotted that and said, no, I'm going to keep him here to put him in. I mean, I'm just sharing for you, like there is a checks and a balances. It's not as though there's not. There is.
Okay, fair enough. I get it. I get what you're trying to say. Again, it's a hotly debated topic. But what about Sean?
For sure.
What do you make of Sean and the connection that he has with the audience? It's unbelievable.
And Errol, you will see this. Like some guys will go and give the bird, and that's supposed to be promotion. We're all just supposed to forgive it. Fine. Go give the bird when Mike Mazzulli is in charge. It will cost you $5,000 per finger that you put up. So, I mean, there are things in place that many of us don't know about. Many guys have lost sponsorships over certain things that they have said. It's not like there's not a checks and a balance. I do want to move on from that. What was the question?
Sean Strickland, the connection that he has with people is amazing. People, he really speaks to people. Like he's like, I've referred to him as the voice of the voiceless. People who have had troubled childhoods really seem to connect with him because he speaks to their soul. He's very open about his trials and tribulations, about his demons, if you will. But I'm curious, as someone who is so good at promotion and connecting with the audience, what you make of him.
It has been remarkable, Ariel. He was on the fence to being canceled. I mean, he was right on his way to being canceled, and then he won. I mean, the stuff that he pulled in Australia prior to the fight, the stuff that he pulled, I mean, oh my gosh, it would make you so nervous watching it. And then he won. And all of a sudden it changed. All of a sudden those weird things that he was saying started to become interesting things he was saying. And they started to be cool things. And then started to be, hey, don't take the microphone from him like you were planning to do. Give him more microphones. I want to hear more from him. I agree with you. Like he goes from almost being canceled to on the road. He's not there yet, but of being a culture warrior. And it's just one of these things. But Errol, the reason he can get away with it is because what you just said, he's connecting so well. You know, he wrote a piece. It was very heartfelt and touching, and I trust that you saw it, in response to O'Malley and DDP, and he put it out for the whole world to see. And it was one of those things where all of a sudden this brash and rude, and you start to see the vulnerability, and you start to see where the anger that he releases in the cage came from. And you do start to see a very real person. And I agree with you. It is fascinating to understand that Sean Strickland is only 1 or 2 wins away from being a top 3 star in the entire industry.
It's unbelievable. And I never would have predicted it a year ago, right? Like who could have seen this coming? And now, like I said, he speaks to people. I'm dying to ask you about Ian Gary. Where do you and Ian Gary stand? Because it's been quite the back and forth between you guys, and I guess maybe his whole team and his family.
And I shared with you the first day that I met Sean Strickland, didn't I?
No.
I was at the Rain. I was at the Rain Training Center. He was 21 years old. He had the same haircut then as he's got now. And he introduces himself. We ended up being partners that day. And he told somewhere along the way, he mentioned his record, which happened to be 17-0. And you can't have 17 fights by the time you're 21. You know, you can't even get a fight sanctioned until you're 18. It was just this thing where I had met a liar. So I ended up sparring with him. I came off the mat and I told Brittany, I said, whether he's 17-0 or not, if he's had 17 fights, he's won them all. Like that guy is special. And I knew this on the very first day. So it is great to kind of see where he's made it. And when you bring up Ian Gary, maybe you know something I don't. You said I've had a back and forth with him. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was firing back. I was covering what was going on, but I didn't know he said anything.
He said it was someone, I saw a quote, objectional journalism.
Oh, yes. Stephen Morocco had written that. He said that I had pulled some information out of my ass. He's okay for saying that. You know, he wasn't feeling well. I will tell you this. I'm the one that broke the story that he wasn't going to be competing.
By the way, great job on your part. You talk about me being a journalist. I mean, here you are with the scoops. I mean, come on. Wow.
Thank you. You know, now I see why you like breaking them. Like, it is kind of fun.
It's a rush.
To be the source, right?
Yeah.
But as part of that piece, which I disclosed up front, I don't know if this is true. I mean, I actually said those words, but I said what it was that I had heard. I knew that Gary was out. That was the premise. What I tried to do was to protect and get in front of anybody saying that he pulled out because of the drama, that he didn't want to face the music. And I tried to get in front of that by talking about how ill he was. And I inserted that his child now has the same symptoms that he had, and the child is in the ER. And then I said in the piece, I'm very uncomfortable talking about somebody's health, particularly as it has to do with a child. But I'm going to include it because I would like if you guys offered Ian a hand up as opposed to try to knock him down, because I sincerely feel he's truly sick. And that was my point, and those were the words that I used. So I did not like it when he said I pulled it out of my, like I needed him for entertainment, or like I needed to bring in the child for entertainment. I didn't like that. I thought it was rude, but I'm also not sure that he ever heard the piece. He might have just heard it from somebody else. So as far as me and Ian, man, we're good. I hope he gets better, and I'm glad the child's not sick.
Okay. Do you think like this time next year he could be a top star in the UFC? Does he have what it takes? He seems to connect with people, but right now it seems like the audience is sort of rejecting him. But they're rejecting in a way where they care, right? Don't they care?
Sure.
That's part of the game, right? Either they love or hate you. You just don't want them to be indifferent.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely. But I'll tell you this, Ariel, he is a top star in the sport right now. I was in Boston, and the reception that he got, I mean, he and O'Malley, and they stood apart. You had the Irish, and you had some of these things going on. But I'm just telling you, it was remarkable how much they liked him. He went into business for himself the night before. He put on a stunt, a PR stunt, but he did it, not the UFC. And it was just at an Irish bar. He was going to do a mitt session, and he did. Ariel, this was both sides out down the street. It was so packed. The police came in and broke it up. They said, "Hey, we don't know what's going on here, but there's too many people, and this looks a level of aggressiveness," and they stopped it. I mean, when you talk about him being a star, he is. Look. He was the skunk at the garden party. He and Luque's fight didn't happen because of him. That's the truth. He's the one that's rebooked. They've already rebooked him in a feature match coming up on a coveted card in Miami. Luque, who did nothing wrong, is in the unemployment line. That speaks to the stardom that he already has.
That's a good point. I'll ask you just two more, and then I'll let you go because I feel bad about the voice. I don't want to keep you too long. It is the holiday season. MVP.
When I said he committed perjury in front of his own commission, that just seems like something that you would say, well, what was it?
I don't know.
That's a very big claim.
Chael.
Perjury claim. That's a very big claim, Chael. With what evidence do you have? But you kind of just let it go. Like I was kind of getting this sense, like you had your own wounds you wanted to uncover. Then I got a sense like this is secretly your long lost uncle or something like that. I mean, I got a real weird vibe from you there.
Okay, can I break the fourth wall for
and
a minute?
I also think it's Chris Kaiser. I think you're trying to protect him by throwing out a fake name.
Can I break the fourth wall?
I think like something's going on with you here.
It's 100% Keith. And if I could can I break the fourth wall for a moment?
Yeah, please.
I'm on my best behavior. I am trying to offer an olive branch here. I don't want to push back. Sure. I don't want to pry. I mean, the last 2 months have been a personal hell for me because, a lot of people were comparing it to mom and dad fighting in front of the kids. Didn't like that comparison. A lot of people, in my comments today were like, "Oh, the rematch. Oh, it's the big rematch." And what it said to me was, they're Johnny-come-latelys, Chael. Oh, what do we got? We have someone coming in?
Oh, Priya, did you want to say hi to Ariel? No, Priya's shy. She's peeking in over here.
Oh, we love Priya. She can come say hello.
You don't have to. You can. Yeah, you can come.
Come on.
Go ahead. I got both of them over here. Now they're thinking about it. If you guys want to join.
Please,
I got to go back to.
Please, we want to say hello. This could be your big debut on the program.
Great. All right, first off, we got Thero here. Yeah, wear the jacket. He'll want to see the coat. Yeah, hell yeah. Come on,
look at this guy.
Come on, baby. Oh, look at the little princesses here.
Look at this. Do you know that your dad is an absolute legend? Do you know that your father is a living legend, that people look up to your dad, that try to emulate your dad, copy your dad, have posters of your dad, have t-shirts? You know this man is a superstar, right?
Oh, they're being polite because I'll tell you, that was very sweet of you to put me over, Arrow. But yet, no, they don't see it, man. I can tell you I don't get credit from them. I can put it to you like that.
I love it. And it's Thero? No, I want to ask them a question.
Yes, Thero and Miss Priya.
I just wanted to ask them, what is it like having Chael Sonnen as your dad, and what do you love most about him? What is it like having Chael Sonnen as your father, and what do you love most about him? Why don't you go first, Thero?
Oh, that's hard.
Yeah.
Priya, do you have any compliments you'd like to pay Dad? Well, Well, go ahead for the world to hear.
What makes him so special?
She said because he's famous.
That's right.
Fair enough.
I love it. Amazing.
Thank you,
Amazing.
Paul.
That was incredible. So
thank you, partner, for doing that. That was very cool. They'll love that. Their mother loves to see that stuff. So thank you.
Who wouldn't? So can I break the fourth wall? I'm on my best behavior because, Chael, you're one of my favorite people. I said if I was getting married tomorrow, you would be in the wedding. I love you like a brother, a family member. We went off the rails, and people were saying, hey, oh, the rematch. I was like, rematch? We've done this 150 times. We've argued like this. Maybe you're new to the party. So I felt like people were making it into a bigger deal than what it was. And I understand it got a little bit intense, but I didn't like where we were. And I wanted to go back. So now I'm trying to be on my, I'm not trying to push, prod. I'm letting you do your thing. This is your show. I'm just a spectator. That's what I'm doing here. You're not seeing the aggressive Helwani character that we've seen sometimes we know and love. You're seeing choir boy Helwani.
Sure. No, and I appreciate that. Fair enough. Hey, that was interesting. You know, I learned a lot about that. Like when I got done with our argument, I was very confident that you were going to have a tough day with the public because you were so clearly wrong. And I had only made 2 points. I had made 2 points and 2 only. We were talking about the Francis fight with Fury.
Yeah.
And there was only 2 perspectives to come from that. You had the financial side, of which met expectations. It was expected to fail, and it did. You then had the competitive side, which greatly exceeded expectations. It was supposed to be a squash match. It turned out to be awesome. Those were the 2 points that I made. So I really did think that you were going to take some lumps there. My own mother was upset with me. The people, they didn't like that I shouted. They didn't like that I screamed. They didn't like that I resorted to calling you names, Weasel and Rat. And I love a debate, Errol. I don't watch sports, but I do watch debates. And I mean, it's debate season. Like we just had the Republicans debating. You know, you got that fat slob out of New Jersey. You got the woman that you can buy out of South Carolina. You know, you got these really interesting people. Then you got a governor that graduated Harvard, and you got a very distinguished businessman. It's just one of these interesting things to watch them go at it and not know how to get rid of one another, not know when to go harder, when to be nice, when to use the facts as opposed to when to go personal. I thought I did understand those things. And I really thought that I was on the right side because I made 2 points and they were both true. But I didn't make them in a way that had many people listening to me. I made what I still feel are the right points in a way that rejected people. And it was a learning lesson. I mean, I will tell you that. I didn't like shouting at you anyway. You're one of my best friends. But I did learn that about debating. There is a way that you argue. There's a time that you go after it. And there's a time that you put your piece down a little bit friendlier.
Mm. So now is this the point where you're like, I love you too. I would have you in my wedding. You're one of my closest friends. I trust you.
Most definitely.
I felt bad.
Well, perhaps you didn't hear that. I said you were one of my best friends.
Like it was a throwaway line. It was a throwaway. I wanted you to kind of wax poetic.
I did not like arguing with you. Yeah, no, for sure. But I most definitely did not come back here because I saw some of those comments as well. But I definitely didn't come back here to like relive that.
No.
I know that was a stressful time for both of us. I hope everything is going very well with you.
Yes.
By the way, I would love to spend a minute on this Francis business. If Francis versus Wilder, is that got some legs to it?
Not at the moment because Wilder's fighting this Saturday in Saudi Arabia, and then there's
Deontay.
Yes. Did you not know this?
Really?
He's fighting. He's fighting on this Day of Reckoning card. It's the most stacked boxing card in recent memory. He's fighting Joseph Parker in the co-main event, and Anthony Joshua's fighting Otto Wallin. And now there's a report that if they both win that fight, they're going to fight on March 9th. So it seems like Francis is sort of out of the running for that fight, at least for now.
And when is Usyk versus Fury? That's in February?
February 17th, back in Riyadh.
Okay.
So I don't know what Francis is going to do. Maybe it's PFL.
Well, I thought it was telling, partner. I thought it was telling when Eddie Hearn told you that in regards to Joshua and Francis, he had reached out and didn't hear back.
Yes.
What my mind chose to decide is that Markel and company must already have a bird in the hand, and I thought that was Deontay, but I didn't know he was booked for this weekend. So
not only is he booked for this weekend, he has his next one booked too. He has two booked.
Yeah, no, that it is very interesting. And by the way, when I really think that you give Don Davis an incredibly fair shot. I appreciate that about you. And I really like when Don comes on because I feel that Don does as good a job as anybody that's been a leader in our sport of communicating with us, of not keeping us in the dark. It would seem, though, from the things that I heard, it would seem the most obvious fight is Francis versus Bader. And when I say obvious, I'm talking about with all the things from a who are we standpoint that the PFL stands on, it would seem as though, now that fight is so incredibly unlikely that even Bader isn't talking about it. Right. Nobody's talking about it because we all know that it's not going to happen. And that just appears to be a little bit of a conflict within the messaging. If we're looking to just have fun with Francis, I also think that's an obvious one. For the people under contract, that is clearly Czech Congo. But I thought he was going to box, and I thought he had the Wilder thing. I'm realizing I don't quite have this Francis thing figured out as much as I thought. Do you got any scoop?
No, I don't have any scoop. I think he'll be there on Saturday, and perhaps we'll get some sort of indication as to where he's going. I think he'll go back to Saudi Arabia, and there's an event that's being talked about. I don't know if you heard about this, but they're talking about doing PFL versus Bellator, that super card, on February 24th in Saudi Arabia. Does it actually come to fruition? I don't know. But, March 2nd is the UFC's debut in Saudi Arabia. And so they want to put as many events as possible in this Riyadh season that they have from October to March. And so this one is in Riyadh on December 23rd, coming up in a few days. And then February 17th is in Riyadh, Usyk Fury. And then February 24th might be this PFL Bellator card because now Saudi Arabia is an investor in the PFL. And so I would think Francis might. Really? Yeah, you didn't know that. $100 million they invested earlier this year, back in February. So, but I don't know.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The rumor that we heard is that the Bellator acquisition was going to cost $300 million.
Not true.
American banks were topped out, so PFL was going to get hard money from the Middle East. But then Don told you that it was a non-cash deal. So no, I did not know that $100 million officially came through.
Is that bad for the sport? Is it bad for the sport that the number 2 promotion is now gone? That 2 and 3 are consolidated. That there's one less place for fighters to go and negotiate with and get a deal with.
Well, see, but that's two different conversations. It's two different conversations about what's bad for the sport. Like the sport of football did really well when the NFL came in, or the sport of professional wrestling did better when the territories went away and Vince had it all and could do more programmings with a better production to get in front of more people. So it's a little bit of a tough question. I don't know that I fully agree with it. And I do understand where competition comes and you rise to the top, but most people that step in and do that just overspend anyway and go out of business. I mean, there is a number that's responsible, that is sustainable. And then there's other numbers, which is what most people pay when they're not around anymore.
Okay. Last 2 quick ones. Jake Paul, I saw you were excited yesterday. He's teaming up with USA Boxing. Pretty cool grassroots thing. I was at his fight on Friday. I said on Monday, give me 5 more of those fights. Let him knock out people that we've never heard of, build up the highlight reel, really go down this pro boxing path. Are you in on that? Or because he entered this sort of unusual way, fighting the influencers and then the MMA fighters, you can't put it back that way. You got to continue down the mega event path. What are you feeling?
Mega event path. Okay. Yes. Paul always did a good job of not listening to the people, but he's very sincere in his conviction. He is very sincere about how hard he's willing to work and the risks he's willing to take to be part of and recognized and have something that he could look back on within the community of boxing. But I would really encourage him to just go put on the biggest events. There's very few boxers that actually do it the hard way. And I don't know why him coming in should be the first. He's had fewer fights than those guys that are still running their numbers up to 20 and 25-0. He's had fewer fights. He's already had much harder fights. So I think he should continue to do it his way. You need to listen for sure. You need to know what the crowd wants for sure. But there's different ways to get it to him. I think Paul's going to figure it out. And I love that he's going to help with the amateurs. You get these guys say, I love fighting so much. Well, if you love fighting, it's Olympic year. Go do it. You got all these guys under contract. I'll just use the UFC that think they can't leave and can't do anything else. Now, I got to use the word think because they don't fully understand that contract. But I will share with you, there is a federal law that nobody in no contract can interfere with an athlete pursuing Olympic sport. So anybody could go and box is what I'm sharing. If you truly love it and you really think you're good, who sits the Olympics out? Go prove it. Right. So the fact that Paul is willing to go in, I know he's not trying for it, but he's going to help these others. I think it's a great thing. You look at somebody like Mike Tyson, for example. Mike Tyson has never gone and helped an Olympic team. That surprises me. He's never coached or trained anybody. When they bring him to boxing events, they don't put him in the front row. He's like six back and they throw a camera on him. I don't know why. And that wasn't me being a dick of myself and taking a shot at Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is terrified of me. I don't look forward to saying these things. What I'm sharing is there is a way that you leave. You know, Rhonda left our industry and we're all supposed to act like, oh, she was so wonderful. Why doesn't she ever come back and support it if it was so wonderful? Why didn't she use that voice to help the people that were still there sitting at the table that she got up and walked away from? And I'm just asking these questions. So to watch Paul, who was so brand new, use his power and influence, go out to the Olympic Training Center and help the kids, I thought it was a cool move.
Couldn't agree more with everything you said. And by the way, no truth to the rumor that he saw that I'm going to the Olympics and wanted to follow in my footsteps. I think those were two separate things. Are you a big New Year's resolution guy?
For sure.
What is your New Year's resolution?
Oh, I haven't made one yet. And all I made for this year, the one that I'm living out, it was just to exercise every day. And I'll do 45 minutes on a treadmill. But once that starts, I do different inclines and different speeds, of course. But then it comes, and I use that as a dip bar. And I might even step off the treadmill, keep it running so that the clock, and do some pull-ups, then just go back to it. And by every day, that's 5 days a week. If you miss one in the week, you could make it up on the weekend. And I stuck to it. I felt good about myself now that it's winding down. So yeah, I'll definitely make a resolution. What's yours? Did you make one?
I'm not a big one. I just want to be healthy, and I love that one actually. And I have tried to do some sort of workout 5 days a week. So I agree with you on that. But one of my favorite things about you is when I get the voice notes, when I can clearly tell that you are on the treadmill. You know, I could hear it in the background. Those are fun because I feel like the wheels are spinning in your brain. I really enjoy those, by the way. And I just, you know, I want to make the world a better place. I want to spread love and positivity, and I just want to be happy. I just want to be happy, Chael. I really do. I just want the world to be a better place and happy. And, you know, I don't want no issues. I just want to be happy.
So that's a great resolution. Do you have a wish? If you had a wish that you could throw out there, what do you hope for the new year?
For myself or for the world? For the world, it would be peace, especially in the Middle East. I feel very strongly about that region, as you know, and I want to do very big things in the industry of media outside of combat as well, interviewing people. I want to be known, Chael, when it's all said and done, as the greatest interviewer of all time. That is my dream. So I guess a wish and a dream would be the same in some respects. And so I want to be the next Larry King, Chael. Do you think I have it in me?
Yes, I do. And I love that you're not satisfied. I believe you just won your 13th
14,
of the year award. Is it number 14?
14, yeah.
I'm thrilled to hear that you're not satisfied. I mean, they've only done it 15 times. You won 14. I'm glad to know you're not satisfied. That's the difference with the greats, man. Good for you. I read a book recently. This isn't like a novel idea, but I hadn't heard it before, right? It's like all ideas. Sometimes you're glad when you heard it. But a guy said the worst person to ever get money advice from is a millionaire. He said, don't ever listen to a millionaire because a millionaire's a quitter. I listened to the guy, kept listening. He said a millionaire was hungry at one point and they did everything right. And once they got the million, they stopped. They became satisfied. If they would have taken those same steps and extended it, they would have been a billionaire. And they said, there's no million. This guy laid out the numbers and he laid out how it worked and, you know, different appreciations and different forms. He said, there's nothing you can do to become a millionaire from scratch that doesn't take you to a billion unless you quit. I don't mean to make this about money and be gross, but what I'm sharing is I like to hear that you're still hungry. Right, so many people, right, on the plains of hesitation sat down to rest, and in resting, they died. You either evolve or you become extinct. I'm really happy to hear that for you. If I had an MMA wish, Ariel, since you didn't ask me, I guess I'll have to ask it myself.
No.
I had one, and I've actually kind of lost my train of thought. But I did have a bit of an MMA thought that I was going to get to. What is going to happen, in your opinion, with Aspinall? I don't want Aspinall to wait for the winner of Jones and Stipe. By the way, Errol, I want to make sure that you understand this because very few do. If John Jones returns, and that includes against Stipe, if John Jones returns, Aspinall is no longer interim champion. Do you understand that? Because what most people think, if let's just say that John and Stipe are going to fight this weekend, Tom would be in the front row with the interim belt. If John beats Stipe, then John and Tom fight, and it's belt versus belt. Interim champion means just that. It's in the interim. It's in the meanwhile. It's while our champion is out. So the moment the bell rings for John's next fight, There is no interim champion. And I'm just reminding people of that because it's not like there's something that he has to wait for. There is no waiting. They've got to get on with it sooner or later. He's going to be like Colby, where Colby was the interim champion, never lost, woke up one day, no longer the interim champion. And that was more of a dialogue that I wanted you to understand because there is a misunderstanding of that narrative in our industry. You're welcome.
Well, no, but there is a precedent. You'll recall Robert Whitaker was the interim champion and George St. Pierre fought Michael Bisping for the middleweight title. And then eventually GSP won the fight and vacated the title because he had colitis, and then Whitaker became the quote-unquote undisputed champion. So there is a precedent where there's a sitting interim champion, and then the other title gets defended and the interim champion doesn't get stripped. But I have very little interest. I love Stipe, but there's no heat on that fight. The fight to make is Aspinall versus Jones. Would you not agree? Like, that is the fight to make. And I think it would be a big mistake to keep Aspinall on the sidelines for a whole year so that fight could play out first. Why? If anything, do Aspinall versus Stipe and let the better man win and then fight Jones. If you're so willing to have, and I don't know if Stipe takes the fight, Stipe fight, that's the fight to make. There's no heat on Stipe versus Jones. Agree or disagree?
Yeah. Oh, no. There's no question. I mean, that has been a colossal mystery. There's something to the story that hasn't been revealed to us, for sure. But no, that wasn't like a big sought-after match. Now, I wouldn't like to see Stipe lose an opportunity only because Stipe did nothing wrong.
Right.
I mean, he showed up, he did what he said that he would do. But this happens all the time, Ariel. There's always a plan in somebody's dream, and it doesn't come through. And I mean, that's happened to a lot of guys a lot of times. And I do hear you on that, like to move on with it or, put Stipe with Tom, and then that brings you into John. But to wait a year, which would mean that John had fought one time in 4 years and Stipe had fought one time in 3 years. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough sell. And that's not something they're trying to sell. Like when Stipe and John got announced for Madison Square Garden, the ticket sales and the buzz was so much lower than they hoped that they go, okay, we need another title fight. And that's where the light heavyweights came. So it's not as though this is just a theory. This actually got tested. That isn't some wonderful piece of business that you preserve. There's something else that's keeping the preservation of that. But setting that aside, I would like for Tom to stay busy. And I do think that Tom has the right to be called the active champion, much like people consider me the linear champion. John pulled out of the fight and hurt his chest, according to doctors, due to an injury to his toe that he sustained by fighting me, which is why I would be the linear champion, but Tom is the active champion. And I do think those titles matter.
Yes. Oh, you're saying you'd still be the champion? Like, you still consider yourself?
Well, I am the linear champion now.
Yes,
I am retired. It's one of those things. George St. Pierre, myself, there are certain ways that you go out. But I do think that Tom wanted to stay busy. I think that it's very relevant. And by the way, I like pettiness. I'm all for pettiness. The fact that Tom won't give Surreal an opportunity after Surreal left Tom sitting in the front row. He flies out away from his family. He's in a different country. Tom does the best job of telling any story that the heavyweight division has seen in all of the year. And Surreal just leaves him there to look like a fool. I love that Tom tells Surreal, here's your hat, what's your hurry?
It's great pettiness. By the way, I saw a tremendous story on Instagram, and you may be embarrassed by me telling this. I don't know if you even knew they told this story. It was Austin Vanderford and his wife, Paige Van Zandt, talking about the time that Austin was taking her out on a date for the first time. You know about this story?
Yes.
And
my wife just told me that. Yes. I had to slip him a few bucks.
Yeah, he told you that he was taking her out, this and that, and you were asking who's going to pay, and then he basically revealed to you, I hope I'm getting this right, that he didn't have a lot of cash at the time, and then you guys left, and he went home, and you called him up and said, look in your gym bag, and you gave him $500, just like that. Look at you, Chael. Salt of the earth.
Well, thank you for telling this story. I'm just glad it worked out. Like, she's awesome. And, I wanted to make sure that he didn't get embarrassed. And it did work out. Now they're a happy family. That dude is such a stand-up guy, Errol. He used to put it on me every single day. And we would leave practice. And we know the same people. You don't tell gym stories. But we knew the same people. And they would ask him. And he would lie. And he would tell them, Chael beats me, but I'm working towards it. Because, these guys were younger. I used to coach them. They looked up to me a little bit. So he had a choice to either, reveal or put me over. He chose to put me over. So if I did something for him someday, great. We're even.
Do you go to the gym now? Do you still go?
Well, I tried to get in there last night. We had a belt ceremony. I'm now a professor. Getting a black belt or Fabiano is very difficult. It took me 20 years. So I tried to go in for those to make sure to congratulate the guys. But I thought people think I was sick. Like ever since COVID has gone, I feel great. I don't think I'm contagious. I don't have a fever, but when you sound like this, people don't want to be near you. So I just stayed home.
Oh, so you go and teach guys.
I don't go and teach, but I go when they get recognized. I do still coach, but just at the high school, just the kids.
Just
the kids.
What grade?
Well, I'm officially on the staff for the high school team, defending state champions, by the way. But the practices that I go to more often are for my sons, and
that's incredible.
He's in what's called an intermediate, so it's kind of like 8th graders to 4th graders. My son's in the 2nd grade.
So you're going to these meets.
I meant to say kindergarten
right.
to 8. Go ahead. Sorry, what was that? Earlier?
You're at these meets, like you're coaching the team.
Oh yeah.
That's incredible.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. Hey, Cormier and Askren are 2 of the top coaches in the country, and they end up on opposite sides of the mat.
Do you ever?
Wrestling is just so bad at promoting. Nobody tells these stories. But no, we have Cormier and Askren going at it. Then they go after it for scholarships, and it's very competitive. It's far more competitive than professional fighting because it's every weekend.
Sure.
And, professional fighters are arguing, am I going to get $2 million or $1 million? These kids am I going to have something to eat tonight, or am I going to get a full ride? I'm going to get my education. You've got Askren and Cormier helping to guide that. It's the true great stories. But there's nobody in wrestling with a thought to put a microphone on them. I can tell you that much.
Are you the head coach?
No, I'm an assistant. Kevin Keeney is the head coach.
Okay. Do you want to be the head coach?
Kevin runs all of wrestling in this area. He runs all of the kids, all the middle school, all the high school. He's the right guy.
Wow. I didn't even know you do that.
He's earned it. He has put his time in. That guy has earned it. He's noble. Kevin Keeney, very noble man.
Love it. Well, Chael, we've taken up too much of your time, so we'll let you go. But thank you for this.
I feel like you would want to know perjury in front of your own commission.
What is it? Tell us. Can you tell us the story?
I just feel like you'd want to know.
What's the story?
And I think it's Chris, by the way. He got fired. That went to, was it Governor Sandoval at the time? The governor got a call at like 1 a.m. They woke him up because Keith had said at a press conference he didn't care if the UFC had come. Oh, that's what it was. Dana said, I'm scared to keep doing fights here because it was administratively, I think it had a judge's decision. Maybe that was GSP and Johnny Hendricks. So the media asked this Kaiser guy, hey, Dana says he doesn't know if he's going to keep doing business here. Is that a problem for you? And he said, it's not a problem for me, which is what a lot of government guys would do, right? I mean, the door hits Keith squarely in the ass every Friday at 5. Like, he doesn't really know what it's like to get out there and grind it out. And the governor said, what? Got a new commissioner in there, but interesting story.
What? By the way, what's the
never gave him a receipt. Tried to take everything from me. I never gave this guy a receipt. It would not have been equitable. This guy had 4. Oh God. Anyway, good talking to you, partner.
Love you, Chael. You're the man. Thank you.
Of course you do. Of course you do. What is it to love? Huh? I love you, and I love all of you for tuning in, and I'm sorry we didn't get into it. I will be back next year, and I will give Era what we call a receipt. Kaboom.
There he is, Chael P. Sonnen. What a guy. That was tremendous. It's definitely Keith Kaiser. Now I'm starting to doubt myself, by the way. Keith Kaiser. Yes, of course it's Keith.
You called him Keith at the end there.
He did or me?
He did.
Yes. The story, wow, 2014. January of 2014. He resigned as executive director of the Nevada State Athletic Commission. That was more like it, right, Frank? I mean, that was nice. That was just the perfect way to end the year, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
That was more like it. I feel a lot better now. It was like a thing hanging over my head. And, the one thing he didn't mention was the apology afterwards. But, some things don't need to be said on air, right?
I think it was implied.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick. My finger was itching towards the end of that, so I have to do this. Just one more for the year.
Oh, my God. You know yourself, Frank. I mean, that is... Yeah, he brings up a good point regarding Tom. What are they going to do with him? One of the many questions that need to be answered. But I really enjoyed that. I really did. Shall we answer just a couple more? And then we'll move on. Slava, hey, Ariel, your stance on not paying guests and going on McAfee's show with the Patty situation happening has me wondering your thoughts about McAfee paying Aaron Rodgers to come on the show. I thought McAfee made a good point about Rodgers coming on as a guest. greatly helping him build a platform, and he thought it was only fair to repay the favor with compensation, though Rogers never asked. What are your general thoughts about this, and does Pat McAfee's status as a pseudo-journalist matter? Slava, great question. For the record, I never said publicly at the time that Patty and his team were asking for payment. What I said was, I was on McAfee's show the same day, and I said, hey, Pat, have you ever been asked for payment? He said no, and that would be a deal breaker for me. Unbeknownst to me, at the same time, Graham, Patty's manager, had posted something on social media saying, hey, fighters, know your worth. Don't go on these shows for free. People put two and two together. And so what happened was the weigh-ins later that day. No, it wasn't the weigh-ins. It was, or maybe it was the weigh-ins. Yeah, it was the weigh-ins. It was on the Friday. Later that day, people went up to Patty, and I can't even imagine that it was more than 2 or 3, and maybe it was someone on social media saying like, oh, did you see what Ariel said about you? Because they put two and two together. There is no evidence of me anywhere saying that Patty asked me for this, but he got mad about that. He sent the messages, all that stuff and more. And so what this gentleman is asking me, hey, how do you feel about Pat saying at the time he wouldn't pay, and he clearly pays Aaron Rodgers? I don't hold Pat McAfee to the same standard that I would a journalist, because he is not a journalist, and I think he would be the first to say that. The lines have been blurred. I think it's a more interesting question for like an ESPN. Does ESPN feel comfortable with that? And I would say if it's someone who's a weekly contributor on the show, it's a little different than saying, I'm going to pay you for a one-off. Someone who is a weekly contributor on the show is contributing. It's like a set thing. It's a job. If Conor McGregor said to me, I want to come on your show once a week, but I want to get paid, I want to be a weekly contributor on this show, it would not be the same query as Conor saying, I want to come on once to talk about UFC 300, but I want to get paid. Now, I'm not saying I would do either or, but the latter is definitely a no-no. The weekly contributor one is an interesting question to ponder. Ultimately, because he's an active fighter, I think that would be a no-no. If Daniel Cormier or Chael Sonnen, who aren't active fighters and who are, analysts and friends, said, hey, we want to be a weekly contributor on the show, I would not have an issue with it. And they want to get paid. Aaron Rodgers is more of the Conor example because he's an active competitor. And so ultimately, I wouldn't do it. But look, you can't deny that it has helped Pat tremendously. And everyone has their own rules. And the state of the game has changed dramatically. And, everyone, there's a gray area and everyone does whatever they feel comfortable with. But for one-off interviews, I would never pay for it because that's, to me, journalism. And you don't pay for the guests. You don't pay for the access. You don't pay for the opportunity to interview someone on your show. That, to me, breaks the rule. If someone is now an actual contributor to the show, it's a little bit different. So Pat gets to play by his own. Pat creates the rules. He doesn't play by his own. He creates the rules because he's such a behemoth and he's so successful. And look, they have made this into a thing, right? Doesn't Nick Saban appear on the show? And J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt is retired, of course, friend of the program. But yeah, a lot of people have asked me about the Pat thing. That might have been one of the last times I was on his show, to be honest. And I'm not really sure what happened. We had a fun thing going, and I loved going on his show. And then all of a sudden, I wasn't on the show. But like, it's not like I had any kind of deal with him. I've gone on Rich Eisen's show, Dan Patrick's show. You're just a guest, and maybe they don't have any interest or use for me. But I was never like an actual contributor on the show. Bonjour, Ariel. Winnipeg, David. This is David from Winnipeg. Slurpee, capital of the world. Of the world? What? Slurpee, capital of the word. I think he meant to say Slurpee, capital of the world.
Is it true?
I don't know. Long-time listener, first-time asker. I thought I'd ask a question before the break. Have you ever considered compiling a few of your favorite interviews and releasing them into an MMA Hour episode like the MMA Hour Rewind or something like that? And kind of explain why you like the interview, or maybe have a theme like post-pay-per-view winners or something similar. It could be released weekly on Fridays. I only ask this because I often find myself at work with nothing to listen to. So I'd like to see you perhaps make a little compilation series of your past interviews and post them on podcasts and or the MMA Fighting YouTube channel for those of us who are all caught up with your show but still want more content. Shout out to those who get caught up with the show and don't complain that there's too much of it. Keep up the great work. Enjoy the holidays. We'll see you next year. Every holiday season, we used to do a best of. There was one year that it was the best of Connor, and then there was the best of interviews. And when we first came back to MMA fighting, they were doing weekly best ofs. But I get what he's saying here, and it's not a bad idea. I just don't know if we have the personnel to put something together like that. Unless, Frank, is this your way of volunteering? Is that why you picked this question?
Yeah, read the question. Ask her again. It's me.
Ah, there it is. And also, you didn't pick the question. I'm going off. Also, shout out to the crew. Without them, the show wouldn't be possible. Love the discussions with New York Rick, GC, and of course, Frank. I agree. Here's Chatty Matty with a shout out to the crew. Mysterious Frank, a.k.a. the moderate moderator, is moderating like no one has ever moderated before. GC is possibly the most affable guy in podcasting, just out there making the world a better place on a daily basis. New York Rick, steadfast in his commitment to bringing sense and logic to a world that is in desperate need of both. Happy holidays and keep up the good work. It's very nice.
What descriptors for us?
Yeah.
I know. I feel like he nailed it. I appreciate
Incredible.
that. Shout out.
Oh,
wow. Wait. Hold on. You can't just
I wasn't
cut
even
back to
looking.
Connor like that and you can't even.
What, this? This?
Oh, this whole thing?
Is that a screen? What is that? Oh, is that your computer?
It's a fire. This is my fireplace.
Open flame.
Wow.
By the way,
Santa's house.
am I
What's
hearing
wrong?
like crackling?
Yeah, that's what fires do when they burn.
No, I know,
Crackle,
but is
crackle.
Frank doing this at the same time?
It's coming from the fire.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's legitimately coming from the fire. Frank got worried for a second when he saw the fire back.
Because
No,
that's
it's-
how a studio fire would start. It'd
No,
just be
this
like,
is
we're all sitting
fantastic.
here, and you look back, you're like, nope, yep, that's fire.
Where'd you get that outfit?
I've had this actually.
Okay.
This will be the exact getup I wear at my house on Christmas.
Are you really?
Sweater, beard, hat, everything.
The Connor sweater?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Love it. Hi, Ariel from Oded. Do you plan on doing a 2023-2024 MMA version of Auld Lang Syne? The people need it. So there was a stretch where I was doing the, what a year it's been in MMA. You remember that, Rick? I had a couple bangers.
Yeah, you did that this year though. You brought that back when we came back.
No, I did. That was the We Didn't Start the Fire.
Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
now I
that's
can't
right.
hear that
You're
song without thinking.
It's tremendous.
You
But
put
I
it in the
had a
gym
few
sometime?
years where I was doing the Auld Lang Syne MMA version.
Was it on the front or the back? Did we do it at the end or did we do it when we came back?
Well, there was a couple of times like where we were at the events because you remember UFC used to do an event like January 1st, January 2nd. So I would just do it for the preview show, kind of off the cuff. And then when we went to ESPN, they started producing them. Remember that? Like I had to do the whole thing, and they had the whole highlight. I mean, those were some nice ones that we had the real muscle of the worldwide leader behind us, and then it just kind of fizzled. I don't know. I mean, nothing was better. We've talked about this on the show. I feel like GC, you know that in 2018, 6 months into ESPN, when the deal was about to kick off, UFC on ESPN, we did the award show from 9 p.m. to midnight. It was on a Monday night. We did the award show, and forever, they can never take this away from us. The two geezers who ushered in the UFC on ESPN era were Rick and I from Bristol, saying like we counted down, and then the
Strike of midnight.
The show that kicked off after was like top 100 knockouts or something. That was their first piece of content that they were able to air. It was the award show live on ESPN2, and then it rolled in at midnight to the UFC on ESPN in January of 2019. And then we went to Denny's, you, me, Corporate Jake. Remember that?
Shout out. I know the exact Denny's you guys are talking about. I've frequented that location. Tuxedos?
and
Tuxedos.
ESPN2?
I actually wore a tuxedo instead of
that was big time
t-shirt.
for us.
I mean, I was going to be on ESPN. I couldn't.
I was going to say, what was it on?
pull that off.
ESPN2, ESPN Plus, ESPN
Yeah,
1?
ESPN2. No, ESPN2.
It was on ESPN2. It was huge.
The deuce, baby.
And I believe the show was
TJ
going heavy, and they kept pushing you back, Rick, to the point where you literally came on for 60 seconds at the end. It was supposed to be the final
That's
segment
right.
was me and you, right?
Classic.
Yes.
That's right.
Classic.
Not even
We'll get
60
to 'em.
seconds. It was like 15 seconds.
But it was great.
TJ
You
Dillashaw,
wore a
Henry
tuxedo
Cejudo.
for hours on end for the 15 seconds?
No. I mean, I came later. I came in time for the production, because at that time I was already there. So
TJ Cejudo.
I did my work.
Yeah,
and
TJ
changed.
Cejudo did a head-to-head.
TJ and Henry doing a head-to-head was pretty incredible.
It was amazing. And do you remember our first guest was Yair Rodriguez coming off the knockout of Korean Zombie, and we had never tested out that studio before, and there was no audio. Do you remember there was no audio? And it was a nightmare. And we were live.
Yes, I do remember now.
Chael joined
there
us.
There were a few hiccups, but I feel like it went smoothly for
it was
front
pretty
of house.
great.
Like everybody on TV kind of
People
got
loved
a good
it, yeah.
experience.
We actually went up against the PFL. The PFL had their championship on December 31st. So it was live MMA up against us, which was kind of unfortunate.
What channel was the PFL on back then?
What channel was the PFL? Was it like
ESPN?
Was it ESPN? I think it was on like HDNet or something.
Wait, PFL?
Access to, I don't know. I don't think we were going ESPN versus ESPN.
What? Well, what did
NBCSN? It was on NBCSN. Remember?
Oh, yes, I was about to say, I'd be surprised if PFL was signed before UFC.
That wasn't WSOF?
No,
when they were
it was,
PFL, they were still on NBC?
Yeah, it was a championship. Kayla Harrison.
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
what
those
a
were the
blast from the
days.
past.
Brantley, hey Ariel, with UFC 300 approaching and most of us remembering what happened before 200, how are you going to handle any fight announcements that you might hear about beforehand? Are we going to get some classic Helwani first fight reporting, or let the UFC do their thing? In general, how often are you hearing about fights before Dana announces them these days? Happy New Year. There are times, I kid you not, where I hear about fights and it doesn't even register to report on them anymore. And then, I don't know, I don't know if it's... I don't write for a website anymore, right? And I have the Twitter, and sometimes I'll post them, but I am not seeking them. If they fall in my lap, great. If they don't, great. I much prefer, honestly, I prefer the interactions. I prefer the interviews. And I'm not trying. I do find it funny, though, like for the thing that everyone holds over my head is, oh, you report on the Brock Lesnar thing. And first of all, the relationship was broken beyond repair. Even if I didn't do that, that was the cherry on top. And they make a big deal about how I spoiled it and all this stuff. And then you come to MVP now, like the UFC doesn't make a big deal about these things. They never do. At best, it's a throwaway video or a throwaway graphic. And yet, I broke some cardinal rule by just doing some reporting and finding out that Brock was coming back. I didn't even have the opponent. I just had that he was coming back. And it was from 3 independent sources, but it will go down as part of the career. No regrets, but no, I'm not seeking any of that stuff. I won't, say that it won't happen, but it's not something that I'm. There was once a time where I was like foaming at the mouth for all that stuff, but no more. Ace, Ola Ariel, I know you brought this up on Monday, but why does it seem like so many people don't think Bilal deserves a title shot next? What do you think of Leon saying Bilal doesn't deserve it? I already talked about that. If the fight does get booked, any chance at 300? Well, how about Dave Lovell dropping a little nugget there? Cheers to a great 23 and even better 24. I don't know, maybe because he doesn't. It's like Bilal, Merab should be fighting for the belt next too, and there's certain guys who have 3 wins and they get to fight for the belt right away. So it's just a matter of how popular you are, really. Cool. Ariel, I always enjoy listening to you reminisce on your younger years, especially pertaining to being on the radio and hosting your MMA talk show that only your family listened to. My question this week, though, is, did you take any inspiration or interview tips from the famous Canadian legend, Nardwuar the Human Serviette? Legend. Both of you carry this energy into interviews that is infectious and makes you actually learn something new about who you're interviewing. Any favorite Nardwuar moments or memories? Love the show. Do you guys know who Nardwuar is?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And so his gimmick is that he gives them presents, and it's great because then they start reminiscing. There was one with Jay-Z that I love because I love the reaction to the old.
The reaction to when people are like, somebody asked them, "Are you the feds?" Like, and dipped on the interview. Like, the reactions when people realize how deeply he's somehow gone are just next level. He's amazing. He's absolutely amazing.
I really enjoy him. I don't know if I took inspiration from him. I'd say I took more inspiration from Howard Stern, from the Larry Kings of the world, from the Louis Theroux of the world, but I appreciate it, and that's a great compliment, and he is definitely a Canadian legend. Do you think the welterweight division to stop agreeing to fight Colby so the entire scene can improve from his nonsense? This is from Sean. No, there's going to be people who are going to want to fight him. And he's still a great fighter, and he's still a popular fighter to a lot of people. So, no, I don't think that's going to happen. PZ, just a couple more. Hi, Ariel. With the year coming to a close, I'm wondering if there's an MMA Hour interview you had this year that really stands out as your favorite best of the year. We get the usual list of best fighter, best fight on the prestigious MMA Hour award show. However, I don't believe there's a category for best MMA Hour interview. Maybe you can add that category to the list moving forward. FYI, I think my favorite MMA Hour interview this year was the clash you had with Chael about a month ago. Thanks, Ariel and crew. Keep up all the good work you do for the community. I've always felt weird about favorite interview or guest because I feel like that's rude to the other people who gave us time. So I try to abstain from that sort of thing. Do you guys have a favorite? Is there a favorite guest?
I got to be honest.
You can't
much like the fights themselves, they just all have blended together. It's very hard.
Dan and Veronica Hardy.
Yeah, it's a fun one. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. I would rather you guys pick that one than us pick that one. Man, a lot of these are really long, and I wish I could get to all of them. Eric, I assume that when you're going on your much appreciated and entertaining rants, if any of the team just so happen to have to use the restroom, being that it is a 4+ hour show, how do you do it? Obviously, you drink water throughout the show. Do you just not drink throughout the day leading up to it? What's your secret? Never thought about this once. I think my body just goes into a different dimension, and it just doesn't affect me. I don't know how, because I actually don't, I actually do have to go to the bathroom a lot because I drink a lot of water. I don't know why it doesn't become a thing on the show or hasn't. I hope I didn't jinx myself. In the back there, GC, how many times do you go to the bathroom during the show?
Probably like 3.
Frank?
13.
No, seriously.
3.
Okay. That is kind of wild. 3 times, huh?
I mean, so the thing is, like you were driving the car a little bit more actively, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's like you're less inclined to think about what you have to do and then want to pull over and take care of that. But we're kind of in the back seat-ish.
Right.
So it's like, hey, you're kind of just sizing up. But this is a good time to just go split away for a minute, come back,
Right. Peter, how's things? Just wanted to say how much I appreciate the show and how much it helps me get through the night shift. Appreciate you, Peter, and that's a great compliment. My question this week has probably been asked before, but I think it would be interesting to hear Frank and GC's take on what your favorite part of MMA is. For me, it's 2, but similar. Comeback victory and the resilience shown by the fighter is truly inspiring. What's your favorite part of MMA, GC?
Fight day itself, absolutely love when you just got a full slate of fights to watch. And then I just love how international of a sport it is. I mean, you get different characters from every walk of life, from every part of the world. I am a big fan of that.
Frank?
Yeah, the personalities, how vastly different they are. And then because they're really representing themselves, I know some of them come from teams or gyms that they try to back as a whole. But you end up hearing people promoting themselves, defending themselves, and yeah, it's really fascinating.
Well said. Hello asks if we have any New Year's resolutions. Do you have one, Frank?
I haven't really thought about that yet.
GC?
I'm not a big resolution guy.
Compliment strangers more often.
Wow.
Yep.
Well done.
I've started doing it more, and I mean, people just love it. Who doesn't want to get complimented on something?
And you feel good.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
only do they feel good,
Great,
you feel
the
good.
reaction they give. I gave one a guy today at work, and he's just complimented his shoes. And he lit up, and I was just he's like, thanks so much, man. I'm like, you're welcome, dude. Have a great day.
That's amazing. And shout out to GC. He brought the whole crew donuts and coffee today. I mean, that is a mensch move.
We got designer donuts in there. Couldn't get any local brew. I know you turned your nose up at the Starbucks.
No.
It is the finest brew.
No.
Yeah, we could get one of them big traveler things.
Rick, do you have one?
I don't do resolutions. Nope.
That is so on brand.
Take mine.
I mean, that's pretty
My
predictable.
resolution is to
Let's start
have one
complimenting
next
people
year.
more.
That is
It's a great black shirt you have on, Rick. Is that new? It
No,
feels like it's new,
this is a
It's
vintage
strange.
actually. So
Do you just turn them inside out so you get another day out of them?
Frank, I have 50 shirts. Why would I need to turn this inside out?
This is a great one, guys. Jamie, Ola Ariel, happy holidays to you and the crew. With last week's discussion of tipping, and as a mailman in South Jersey, it had me curious. Do you tip your mailman around the holidays? Congrats on all the recent awards and success. We do. We tip our mailman. We put it in the thingy, and also we tip like.
When do you do that? What day?
Oh, I don't know. There's no day. It's like around this time, obviously. But
I think Frank's joking that he's going to come take the money.
Just wanted to see what you do.
Yeah. And we also do the UPS and FedEx guy because they come by a lot. And my UPS, my local UPS guy is a gigantic MMA fan, like gigantic, from Ecuador, and
so
knows everything about everything. So, yeah.
This came up in my home recently. I have a very important question to ask all of you on the back of this.
Yes.
If you have multiple people that deliver your mail, what do you do?
That's tough. Yeah, that's tough.
Because if you give something in the mailbox, now the one person gets it. Do you hope that they split it? Do you put it in a card that says like, appreciate all of you guys? Like, how do you handle that dicey situation?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just tape a thank you card in there.
I don't know if we're doing every single one. I don't know if we're doing.
But how do you also ensure that it gets to all of them?
The Amazon delivery people. Wow.
Oh, geez.
I don't even mean that. I'm talking multiple mail carriers, right? USPS. If I've got 5 different people who I've spotted delivering my mail.
Do you really have 5?
It's been a handful. It's definitely been a handful.
As someone that lives in a large apartment complex,
that's tough.
It feels like every time I see the mail person, it's someone different. And
yeah,
I really never see him. So my answer is no, but big respect to.
Yeah,
I mean, if I was boys with my mailman, like if it was just one guy that comes day after day, and it's just like my mom kind of has you knock on the door. It's just like, I don't. You have a little conversation with them. Yeah, I respect the tipping.
My sister-in-law is a mail carrier, and I never thought about tipping the carriers.
Wow.
Now,
in your own family.
Nice.
In your own family.
Now I'm like, what am I doing? The fire sounds.
Yeah, it's roaring back here, man.
Yes. Okay. So what is
picking up steam?
So what is the verdict, Rick?
I say if you have one that you're cool with, you tip them.
Yeah, I wish it was that. I think it's ultimately just to put it there and hope that they're in the spirit of giving as well, right? Maybe chop it up. But I'm of the mind that you have to put something.
He's tipping all the house workers and like hasn't gotten to one yet, but they found out that everyone else got their tips first.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. You want the people who deserve it to get it, but there's no clean way. There is no clean way.
It's tough when you live in an apartment because you actually don't ever really see your mailman, right? Especially if you live in one of those apartments where you have the thing that opens up. Do you have one of those things?
No. It's just a giant mailroom.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you have like the little key, right?
Oh, or you're talking about like almost like a P.O. box.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I've actually never spoken with my mail person.
Yeah, and who knows if it's yeah. In any event, those are some good questions.
We got 100 more to go through.
Yeah, no, I think we're good now. I just wanted to show love because I think there's a lot of. I mean, I could literally sit here and answer every single one of them, and there's no real duds. And so I appreciate that, and that's why we appreciate the community. We appreciate the fans so very much. Let me just write this one quick.
What are you writing?
I'll tell you.
Just stick your tongue out like Michael Jordan. There we go. We could see it on your glasses. But
You can see what I'm writing?
No.
I do want to thank our good friends over at Cash App for their support. Cash App has the tools to make saving easier, and that means you can start building towards your savings goals $1 at a time. But growing those savings is faster with Cash App's roundups and offers because once you save with Cash App, that money starts growing without even having to lift a finger. You don't even have to worry about it. Think of it as financial self-care. That's money. That's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to start saving today. We appreciate Cash App very much. We appreciate DraftKings very much. And obviously, there's a lot of boxing to come over the next week or so. So please do check out what is going on this Saturday. You can get it on DAZN here in America. You could get it on TNT Sports in the UK. Friends of the program, if you will. Day of Reckoning. Joshua Valeen. Joseph Parker against Deontay Wilder. Dimitri Bivol on the card. Jai Opatai. I mean, it's a real who's who. Daniel Dubois as well. And then, of course, as we said, Naoya Inoue. And if you want to sprinkle a little bit on Bournemouth and Forest, the start of the Nuno era, why not? Why not? Anyway, the place to go for all that action is DraftKings Sportsbook, because not only is there a bunch of boxing coming up over the next 7 days or so, there's also the college football bowl season in full swing. There's also the NBA on Christmas Day. There's the NFL on Christmas Day. There's the Premier League on Boxing Day. And, of course, how can we forget the darts? Dun, 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 dun. I forget the song. Anyway, go to DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can score 150 instantly in bonus bets after just betting $5. Instant dub for you. It's a great time to be alive. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMAHour. New customers can get 150 instantly in bonus bets for betting just $5 on any of these events. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code TheMMAHour. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/basketball for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Yeah. All right. So I've been told no Parlay Pals this week because there's no major MMA event.
Correct. No Parlay Pals this week.
Yes. But I'm also told that GC is going to sprinkle Santa.
I got one pick. Yeah, Santa bringing you the gift of Christmas with the sharpest play on the card. A 5-leg parlay that pays out at -130. It doesn't get much sharper than that.
This is crazy.
We're now seeing from Dan Rafael that Joshua Wilder have agreed to all terms on a 2-fight deal. Contracts expected to be signed ahead of their fights.
I hate this. I hate
on
everything
Saturday.
about this.
So I'm saying, what could go wrong at this point? How could Anthony Joshua or Deontay Wilder possibly lose now that they've already signed a contract for their next fight? Supposedly going to be March 9th in Saudi. So I just don't know. Is it a Christmas gift? I mean, this is Santa bringing it to you. I mean, it doesn't get better than this. Doesn't get sharper than this.
We have seen heavyweight boxing play with this kind of fire, tempt fate.
Just 2 months ago, we saw it.
Yes, and it's exactly, and that could have blown up in their face. It didn't, but it could have. And we've seen, as I said on Monday, Louis Rochman blew up in their face. Tyson Douglas. I forgot to mention one. It was on the tip of my tongue. Joshua Ruiz blew up in their face. And so, I mean, it just feels like we're tempting fate by announcing this fight beforehand. Again, why not just wait? Just wait till Saturday night. Wait till the fight is over. But anyway, it's a fun time. It's a fascinating time. And I think it's only going to get more interesting with, Saudi Arabia is so involved in combat sports. And obviously it was boxing and it was not Premier League. It was football. It was wrestling. It was horse racing. It was golf. Now they're getting into MMA. UFC making their debut there on March 2nd. Potential PFL event, the investment. So fascinating times. So you're taking, how many winners was that? 5 winners?
5 of them. 5 up, 5 down.
Who is it? Joshua?
Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, Dimitri Bivol, Jai Opetae. And then if you get all those.
There's the other.
You get all those. You hang out for 2 days, Christmas Eve, Christmas, enjoy your holiday, and then you get to wake up early on the 26th, Boxing Day, as they say. Anyway, going.
That's kind of wild that those 5 are -130. It's not even in the plus because they're such big favorites.
Just giant favorites. A lot of mismatches on these cards. I'm not going to lie. And Deontay Wilder's like -600. If you take him by KO, it's like -450. Not working with much. I got a couple -2000s on there. I mean, like they say. What could go wrong?
Yeah. What could go wrong? I think that it's not fait accompli. By the way, have you guys seen?
It's not.
Have you seen the Chris Weidman E60 thing?
I have not.
I haven't seen it yet. No, I'm aware of it, but I haven't watched it
Like
yet.
a 2-part
Big
thing
E60 fan.
on his comeback.
Yep.
I'm very excited for that. So so that's the play, and it's just that.
Wait, so is it out or not out?
Yeah, it came out on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it, but I've only seen the promo so far, but looks great.
Looks incredible. Who wouldn't want to watch that? All right, so that's it. It's just the parlay.
That's it. Take us into the new year.
Let's go.
Locked up a winning year.
And there was a point where you were kind of nervous about that.
Oh, very nervous. Ask me July 9th. I would be like,
yeah, you were sweating.
Yeah.
You were on a bit of the confidence was you were Josh Emmett, but like Josh Emmett, you never wavered.
There you go.
Joshy boy. Yeah. All right. Well, good luck. Love those picks. We'll be watching.
Parlay Boys ended in the green as well.
Oh,
yeah, sure did. Sure did.
And I just want to ask, Parlay Boys don't want to partake. Taking the week off. Taking the holidays off.
We'll kick it off with UFC Apex 84 right in early January.
Main event?
Johnny Walker Magomedov. There it is.
There it is.
Blanked there for a second.
All right. I see someone sent me this a tweet here from Gegard Mousasi.
Oh, shout out.
Update: PFL wants to fight me very soon against Derek Brunson.
Wow.
He said he wanted nothing to do with it. 3 times he has refused to fight me over the years. The fans lose. Let's hope PFL can find me a middleweight. I am ready. I thought maybe they would do Brunson versus Eblin. Maybe they have other plans for that. Anyway, any final thoughts, guys, on the year as we wrap things up? I mean, it's a bit of a it's there's
favorite holiday movie.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Holiday or
I feel like we haven't done that one yet.
Are you guys Christmas Eve guys or Christmas Day guys? I heard there's a big debate. Like, do you have the meal on Christmas Eve or do you have the meal on Christmas Day? Like, when's the holiday for you? Is it the day or is it the eve?
Day, but Eve is also a pretty special day.
I've had multiple dinners for a long
24th.
time,
right?
So I kind of always have done more than one. It'll be both usually, if not more.
Got it. But like for Eve, is it just nighttime or is Eve the whole day?
No. Eve is not the day. Christmas Day is Christmas Day. Correct. For sure. There has to be some decorum here. We must maintain that
Rick,
Christmas.
Do your kids do like the actual like come down the stairs and there's a tree and there's the presents? Like is it straight out of the movies?
Yes, last year because we moved into a house from an apartment. This was the first year that they came down the stairs, did it, and saw the presents. So
that must be incredible.
It's fun. It's quite nice.
How many presents for each kid?
I don't know. A handful.
Is it multiple? So it's multiple. It's not just one each.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, I'm not in like PS5 territory yet. So you know,
so
we can get a few things. If it's PS5, it's like you just take that between the two of you and or three of you by that point.
Yeah. I actually had to buy the second controller. It didn't even come with it. The hell.
Yeah. But no, for now it's like little bits and bobs. Then they're getting Hanukkah presents from the in-laws, the grandparents. So yeah, it's good stuff.
GC, you still come down?
Guy.
GC, you go down the stairs and in the morning.
Goes down the chimney. Clearly.
Yeah.
You are there presents waiting for you?
I mean, yeah, but it's much different than it was when I was a kid. Yeah.
When does that end? Like, what age are you?
It starts phasing out in the teenage years.
Like what? 16, 17?
Yeah. You're still getting gifts, but like it's much more casual. Like when I was really young, it was like up at 6 a.m. and you're like itching to go downstairs. Once you get older, it's kind of like you get up, you have breakfast, and it's like, all right, let's go open the presents. It's the kids are the ones that really perpetuate it. But now my brother has kids that are going to be there, and the oldest is 4, so like he's really starting to get hyped on it.
Yeah.
So he gets to do the whole come downstairs.
Greatest Christmas present you ever received?
O2, GameCube, Super Mario Sunshine with it.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out.
It was great. It was great.
How old were you in 02?
9.
Wow.
Yeah. Silver edition GameCube.
That's
2
it.
Wavebirds with it. Wireless controllers.
Silver, yeah, that was a nice one.
Rick?
Still have it to this
And
day.
black and purple, the original.
And 64 for me. But the video game system is an important thing.
It really is. It really is. Your kids are going to remember that PS5 for a while.
Yeah, that PS5 is going to matter a lot one day.
Oh yeah, no. I come home and they're playing. I love it. Actually, it's been great as we transition. We're trying to transition away from the iPad. The PS5 has been a nice transaction because I hate the iPad.
Isn't it crazy? Like the video games are now the thing that we're like, oh, thank God they're using that instead of the iPad.
Yes.
Back in the day, my parents would have been like,
thought
get
it
off
was
the
the
stupid
devil.
video games. Yeah.
Frank, greatest Christmas gift you ever received?
You'll laugh at me when you hear this, but
Let's give me some audio.
2002, I got a pair of Event TR5 studio monitors that I still have.
I don't even know what that is.
That's just the brand and the model of speakers.
Oh.
It's actually hilarious you say that both of our gifts came in 2002.
They did,
We
yeah.
Both
Yeah, but weren't you like 28 in 2002?
Yes. No, I was in high school.
Wow. Who'd you get it for? Who gave it to you?
My parents got that for me.
Wow.
And like I said, I still have them, still use them, amongst other speakers, but I still have them.
Best Hanukkah gift you ever got, Alani?
You know, we didn't do Hanukkah gifts. It wasn't a thing.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what do you mean?
It just wasn't a thing. Like it
Didn't do anything.
So come holiday time, you didn't get anything ever?
Listen, I could not complain. My parents gave me more than I could ever dream of. But Hanukkah wasn't like a thing where we exchanged. It's not what it became today. We did the candles. It was great. Wasn't a thing. I remember one of the greatest gifts I ever received was, believe it or not, Valentine's Day from my mom. And it was Super Mario 3. It was the one with the raccoon tail.
Oh, yeah.
For some reason, that gift has like stuck with me.
I'm just baffled by the idea that we're doing Valentine's Day gifts, but not Hanukkah gifts.
That's what I'm saying.
This is blowing my mind.
And then one year, I was obsessed with Home Alone, and I remember her picking me up from school. Valentine's, was it Valentine's? Maybe it was a little bit before. Maybe it was just the time. And she wrote me a note, and she made me a salami sandwich, and she said, "We're going to see Home Alone." This was my 4th time seeing it in theaters. Wow. 4 times in theaters, and it's just like one of those moments that is just like burned in my brain, in my soul, in my heart, that I was going to see Home Alone for the 4th time in theaters.
Holy Kolkenstein, yeah.
Not only was I wrote him a letter one time.
Wow.
And he sent me back a signed picture, and it was Mac. It was just MACK, and I put it on my wall. And in the 4th grade, I think it was, I had to do a book report, and I did a book report on a 2-page Q&A of Macaulay Culkin from TV Guide magazine.
Wow.
And I failed the assignment because it was not a book.
So. Yeah.
But I turned the Q&A into a book report. I love Macaulay Culkin. I heard he's a big pro wrestling fan. Would love to have him on the show.
Yes.
He is definitely a big
Hollywood
pro
Walk
wrestling
of Fame,
fan.
yeah?
Recent Hollywood Walk of Fame.
I'm surprised you weren't there.
I would love nothing more. I know some people who know him, but
there was a story. He said this kid wrote me a letter.
Yeah.
He was saying something about that.
What is your favorite
back
film?
One of the Mac signed things from the Stack of the Millions. I didn't even see it.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was.
assistant sent it.
Honestly, I didn't even know if it was actually handwritten. Favorite Macaulay film has to be My Girl. I mean, that was incredible.
Wait, it's not Home Alone?
Yeah, I'm surprised you say that with such conviction. Like it has to be
I'm
My
kidding.
Girl.
Oh,
The Good Son, you said?
The Good Son was dark. The Good Son was dark.
Party Monster's my favorite.
I saw.
He said some bangers.
I saw a meme where someone wrote, "Millennials, you want to know about trauma? Ask millennials about this movie." And it was a picture of My Girl. You guys see My Girl?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, of course.
The bee stings.
Like this is post Home Alone, the most charming kid in America, the most beloved kid in America, and they did that to him. I don't want to spoil it. I don't know if anyone cares, but like, by the way, did you watch The Wrestler?
No.
Watch that.
I'm going to, though. I will. I'm going to.
GC, we were talking after the show about The Wrestler. He said he hadn't seen it. I mean, to me, The Wrestler, especially if you're going to Atlantic City.
I was going to say, well, we are definitely going to Atlantic City. Rick booked his hotel.
Wow.
Did you do Friday and Saturday, Rick, or just Saturday?
That's the current plan. Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out.
Wait. Which one's the current plan?
Friday, Saturday.
Oh, wow. All right. Got to upgrade my booking.
Well, this is
I didn't find the Luxor.
AC Boardwalk, baby.
Can't wait. If anyone's out there, March 30th, the boys will be there. I sure as hell won't, but they will be there.
Okay. Are you a Culkin family fan or just Macaulay?
Yeah.
There's Kieran Culkin, of course. Fuller, go easy on the Pepsi, that whole thing. I heard he was in a show later
Wait,
on.
that's him?
Yes, of course.
I didn't know that.
Serious?
Really didn't. I'm excited to know it.
I heard he was on a show later on, like an HBO
Succession,
show.
yeah.
Yeah. But I've never watched it. He too is a big pro wrestling
I think
fan.
he's a wrestler. Yeah. Same page. I think they're both big wrestling fans.
Feels inevitable. This should happen.
Waiting on it. Culkin Brothers in studio.
You know yourself. Yes?
When you start the wrestling promotion, then just go to them.
That would be incredible. Yeah, me, Kieran, Macaulay, and Freddie Prinze.
There you go.
I love it. I'm in.
I'd say that's our That's Money moment of the week.
That's the That's Money moment of the year.
Or the That's Money idea of the year. Thank you to Cash App for their support. When you set up direct deposit with your Cash App account, you get your paycheck up to 2 days early. And look, they say time is money. So how much money is that 2 days worth? I'd say it's a hell of a lot. Basically, what I'm saying is if you set up direct deposit on Cash App, you have time to spare and money to spend. That's money. That's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store and set up direct deposit today. Gentlemen, I think our time has come.
What a great year.
I suppose it has.
So happy to work with you guys.
It's amazing.
I know. I love this, where everyone's so thankful and stuff. We'll be back in 10 days.
It is.
12 days.
That feels like forever when it comes to this show.
Or like the UFC break, right? The UFC break is like, we're going on a break. Most breaks are 7 months.
The season's over.
Yeah.
And we're back in like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
X card.
Oh, are you saying that you're upset that it's, just 2 weeks?
No. I'm just saying. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
By the way, are we keeping any of this up for when we come back, or is there going to be award show motif? Or what did we do last year?
Of course. I mean, it was dressed to the nines last year.
Yeah. I forget. That was when I had to address some uncomfortable topics, and then we took the break.
Start with Dana and I think Bonner had passed away as well,
and Dylan pulling out.
Yeah, there was a lot to get into. Yeah, I actually went back and watched a little bit of last year's, and we talked. It was like 50 minutes before the actual show started.
Right, but we made the decision not to get into all of that while wearing the tuxedos, or at least I didn't.
I think that's right.
We were wearing the tuxedos with hoodies over them.
Yes,
I was back here sweating my ass off. Good stuff.
Guys, it has been fun. Thank you very much. I look forward to this, and I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
2 weeks, brother.
What a time it has been, my friends. But it is time to go. Tried to go a little bit longer today. Thank you. Goodbye.
One last time in 2023.
Goodbye.
Thanks, Ricky.
So good. I also love that. I mean, I guess he's probably watching the stream. Like, here I am trying to get all sentimental. It's like, all right, I'm out. I'll hang up and listen. But no, it is time to go. And like I said, I tried to go a little bit longer because I do appreciate the fact that we are part of the routine and that we might be leaving you hanging over the holiday season. And so maybe wanted to give you a little more to chew on. And I also do appreciate, while I'm talking about holidays and, tradition and gifts and things like that, that there are a lot of people out there who may be alone this holiday season, who may not have loved ones, who may not have presents, who may not have places to go. And so I feel for you, we feel for you, and we hope that you are, you're able to find fun things to do to occupy your time and find some comfort in communities like this one, which we all appreciate and cherish. There's a great community on our YouTube chat here. Shout out to Olajuwon and Hunter and Brandon and JP and Rick G and OC and John and Beef and everyone else. Shout out to the Discord. There's a great Discord community. Great people over there. Go check them out if you're looking for more people to talk MMA with. But in conclusion, thank you to all of you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your loyalty. Thank you for tuning in each and every week. We appreciate you more than you know, and we'll be back in 2 weeks to give out our awards. For them, from me to you, happy holidays, happy new year. Back in 2 weeks, same time and place. Until then, we say peace. I'm out of here.